Jones has said that he is interested in facing Alec Pereira. If he can't get that fight, then there's maybe only a few other fights he'd be interested in. If he can't get those, he will walk away. So this could be the final time that we see Jon Jones, because Dana White has made it quite clear that the winner will face Tom Aspinall. And we know that Jon Jones just does not want that fight. I can't quite tell if Jon Jones is running from Tom Aspinall. I don't get the impression that he is, actually. I know that's a fun narrative that's out there, but I don't think he is running from Tom Aspinall. I think actually what might be happening is that he is... he's backed himself into a corner. Let's put it that way. He doesn't want to face Tom Aspinall. He wants to face bigger names. He wants names that are going to add to his legacy. In his mind, I don't think Tom Aspinall is worthy. I don't think in his mind Tom Aspinall has really achieved anything. And so in his mind, he's thinking, I want Alec Pereira. You know, I want those kinds of names. And so he's kind of overstepped the mark a bit, to be honest. He's come out and said that I want to face Alec Pereira. I want to face, you know, maybe like a Max Holloway or whatever, right? And, I mean, that fight would never happen, of course. But he's talking about those kinds of names that would look good on his resume. And I think he's come out and said that. And said that, like, what's Tom Aspinall achieved? Tom Aspinall doesn't do anything for me. And the problem is that Tom Aspinall is next. And so he's been so adamant in not wanting to face Tom that now he's got himself in a tricky situation because Dana White has made it clear that Tom is next. So I don't know that he's ducking him. I don't know that that's what's going on. I mean, it would be a difficult fight, but Jon Jones has been in many difficult fights. I mean, Alex Pereira would be a difficult fight. So I kind of feel like it's really interesting situation. It's a fight that I'm not sure we're ever going to get. Jon Jones seems to be quite adamant, seems to have backed himself into a corner. And if he's going to keep on fighting, he's going to have to kind of walk back on what he said, you know? So I don't know if tonight's the last time we see him or not. I hope it isn't. Everyone wants that Jon Jones Aspinall fight. But I don't know if we're going to get it, unfortunately. So, yeah, big night tonight. We're talking about what many regard, or who many regard to be the greatest of all time. He is competing for only the first time in the past few years. Jon Jones is the dictionary definition of inactive. I mean, over the past 4 or 5 years, I think we've seen him once, twice. I mean, he just does not fight. We just really don't get a chance to watch Jon Jones fights, which is what makes tonight like really special, is the fact that we're going to see what many regard as the greatest in action. And not only that, taking on the greatest heavyweight of all time in Stipe. It's just such a shame that this is not prime Stipe. This is a Stipe that seems to be on the decline. This is a Stipe that's also been very inactive. This is a Stipe we've not seen for like 3 years. And this is a Stipe that we just don't know what he's got left in the tank at the age of 42. So it's the GOAT against the greatest heavyweight, but at the wrong time. There's 5 years difference between them. 5 years, which isn't massive. I mean, we just watched Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, so 5 years is nothing, but everything's pointing towards Jon Jones. 88% of people on Tapology have gone with Jon Jones. The odds makers have gone with Jon Jones. The bookies have got Jon Jones as like minus 700 favorite, which in MMA is pretty wide. A lot of fights tend to be about minus 150, minus 200, minus 250, that kind of ballpark. So to have minus 700 in UFC is actually quite wide. So this is, it's really difficult. It's a big fight. It's got massive names, but it does feel like it's just coming at the wrong time. It does feel like it's not quite right. It does feel like this should be Jon Jones against Tom Aspinall. That seems to be the fight people want instead. But it's hard to be down on what we're getting. And imagine if Stipe does it. Imagine if Stipe actually manages to get the win. And he's got the tools. He could do it. it's just pretty unlikely that it's going to go that way. So main event is very interesting, very intriguing, really looking forward to it. But there is just this air of, should it have been Jon Jones, Tom Aspinall instead? But they've made it very clear, haven't they? They've made it very, very clear that next it will be Tom Aspinall. L.A. Wheezy Animal said, after last night, I think I've seen enough of influencer boxing. Yeah, big shout out to anyone that joined us yesterday for what was heartbreaking. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think by about round 3, I really felt sad. I genuinely felt sad. And you could tell the mood in the crowds was really flat. Like, I think you could tell with Tyson just doing his kind of side-to-side movement, not really moving forward very much, certainly not throwing very much. I think he threw over the 8 rounds like 97 shots over 8 rounds. I think he only landed 16 punches. It became very apparent very quick that Mike Tyson was not a threat. You know, if Jake had got close and Mike had landed... Do you know, actually, even saying that, there was a tweet that did the rounds that had, you know, at the end when Jake Paul bowed and he kind of had his head down and there was still a few seconds to go, there was a tweet that was trending and it said, Mike Tyson just missed the greatest opportunity in sports history to make himself an even bigger legend. Because what the tweet was implying is if he'd have just cracked Jake whilst Jake was showing that respect, like Mike Tyson would have been an even bigger legend. But I honestly looked at that image and I was like, do you know what? Even if he had, I'm not convinced he would have knocked him out. I'm not convinced. Not with those gloves. Those 14-ounce gloves. I know Tyson can still crack, but nothing Tyson was throwing seemed to really cause Jake any problems. Not that he threw that much. And even if he gave Tyson a free shot, I'm not sure that he would have knocked him out. So that's how far away from a Tyson finish we felt. It to the point where genuinely, if Jake had just put his head out there and said to Tyson, you know, give me a shot, those gloves being 14 ounces, just really took any threat that Tyson did have, I think, away from the contest. So really frustrating night. And as I said, felt genuinely sad by round 3 because it just didn't look right, did it? It really didn't look right. It just looked like a 58-year-old man. Even as he was walking down to the ring, to be perfectly truthful, and we said this during the watch-along, I said during his ring walk, I was like, he looks every part of 58. He had a knee brace on, and you could tell that as he was walking, it wasn't like fluid. He wasn't, you know, he was a little bit rigid. He was 58. He was a 58-year-old guy that's had health problems in the past. And it was just, you so wanted him to be able to overcome all of that. You so wanted him to be able to just go, yeah, that's in the past. I'm back, you know. And everyone wanted that. And then I think by about round 3, everyone realized that's just not how life works. And it was just genuinely really sad. And I don't know what Jake does next. I really don't, because if he faces another MMA fighter, I think the world knows now. I think the world is kind of caught up to... I mean, you got to say well done to Jake because he was ahead of the curve. You know, we can say that he's fought nobody, but people keep buying these fights and keep watching them. Because there's always just enough level of doubt. There's always just enough level of doubt of could this person just find that shot that will knock Jake out, because that's what everyone wants to see. And Jake has kind of, you know, made so much money out of that. But I think last night, the world, 100 and some odd million people saw the truth. And the truth is that Jake is facing people that he is older than, you know, more skillful than when it comes to boxing. You know, if you're facing an MMA fighter, then they have to work on their ground game, they have to work on their kicks, they have to work on the body shots, they have to work on so many different things. How much time do they have to just focus on pure boxing compared to Jake that just works on pure boxing. And so we've seen him beat like so many MMA fighters. I don't know that he can face another MMA fighter unless it's Conor. I don't know that he can face another MMA fighter because the world is, you know, caught up. The world realizes now as to what's going to happen. We've seen it time and time again. If he faces a retired boxer, we've seen it. We just saw him face Mike Tyson. You're not going to find a bigger retired boxing name than Mike Tyson. We just saw it and we saw how bad it was. If he faces someone that's only just retired, that might be interesting rather than someone that retired 20 years ago. But, you know, with each win, he is limiting his options. So I don't know what he does. I don't think that that many people are going to tune in for him doing MMA if that is his plan. I've heard rumors of him going inside the cage, but I just don't know. I mean, he's not going to face anyone of note inside an MMA cage. He'll probably face a boxer in an MMA cage. You know, I wouldn't be shocked at that. I wouldn't be shocked if he faces a boxer in an MMA cage and MMA fighters in a boxing ring. That's very Jake Paul. But he ain't going to face anyone that's got name value. So, I don't know. I don't know what he does, Shamir. I think he's really put himself in a corner. There's going to be options. Maybe next it's going to be the KSI fight, and maybe he just caters to that purely influencer audience, you know? The kids and the boxing purists just won't touch that with a barge pole. But maybe the kids that will be interested, and it'll be like, you know, for the playground. And they'll be interested in KSI Jake Paul. I mean, I'd cover it because there'd still be a lot of interest in it. But I'll tell you now, not a fight I'd care for. Not a fight I'd be interested in watching. I'd do it because of the amount of interest that would be in it, but I wouldn't be bothered by it. Coach Co said, I'm going to say it, Jon Jones is going to win the Rumble in 2025. He might do. I want Jake to call out Wilder. It's just not happening, is it? It's just not happening. He's not going to call out Deontay Wilder because Deontay Wilder can box. He might call out Wilder in an MMA fight, which could be quite interesting because what Jake would have to do then is avoid that big shot and get the fight down to the ground. And if he got Wilder down to the ground, Wilder would be completely lost. So facing boxers in an MMA fight is something he could do. Facing MMA fighters in a boxing ring is something he's done. So, but facing Wilder in a boxing ring, it's not happening. Beterbiyev's issued a challenge to Jake, the current undisputed unified light heavyweight champion of the world, has said, hit me up. That ain't happening. That is where Jake, I think, would like to get to, but I think even Jake knows that he's not at that level. And in all fairness, he's not. I don't think he's even claiming to be at that level. So if he was going around saying he was the best boxer in the world, then, you know, I'd be down for watching Beterbiev humble him, right? But I don't think he is saying that he's the greatest boxer in the world. I think he is, like, you know, in a good place. If you remember the Jake Paul that fought Deji, if you remember the Jake Paul that was facing Nate Robinson, the basketball player, if you remember that early Jake Paul boxer, if you was to say to that guy, you're going to step in the ring with Mike Tyson, like, people would think you're crazy. So the fact that he's been able to kind of work his way up to that level, it's just unfortunately we didn't know quite what that level looked like. And it's poor, and it's really poor. Like, Mike Tyson at 58 was really poor. It actually wasn't that high of a level, but no one quite knew what that level was. But you could have said to Jake when he was facing Deji about facing Mike Tyson, I don't think he would have believed you. I don't think anyone would have believed you. So he has worked his way up to facing Mike Tyson and being the favorite. And even though Tyson was 58, there were still plenty of people that picked him. We did a poll that had over nearly 5,000 votes. 81% of people said Mike Tyson was going to win. So we can't have revisionist history and try and claim that no one thought Mike Tyson was going to win, because that's just not true. Granted, a good chunk of that might have been hope, But the question was, who do you think's going to win? And 81% of people thought it was Mike Tyson. And there was plenty of people jumping in our chat saying Jake doesn't know what he signed up for. Tyson's going to knock him out in the first round. And the truth is that Mike Tyson's name, it means something. It's got value to it. And if you hear Mike Tyson's name, you think, well, one of the baddest men that's ever lived. Rightfully so. That guy's gone. And we found that out yesterday, and it's heartbreaking for a lot of people to know that that guy is not with us anymore. He's not with us anymore. That Mike Tyson from the 80s, he's not with us anymore. The Mike that we saw in there is just a dude. He's just a guy. He's just a guy that's got those memories, you know. Still nothing but respect to that guy, you know. But I think it was just sad. It was just really sad. And you could tell that the whole stadium was just so flat. Apparently there was fights breaking out in the crowd. There was people leaving during the fight. Obviously, we know that Jake was being booed. Plus, then you've got like all the Netflix issues and everything. I mean, the whole thing was just such a sad event. I think Jake's having to do a little bit of kind of crisis management today with trying to, like, you know, spin it. He's already been on social media to say Mike's a legend and all this kind of stuff, you know. He responded to Piers Morgan. Piers was like, you know, don't mock Mike Tyson, and Jake was like, who's mocking him? You know, he's one of the greatest to ever do it. He's an absolute beast. And, you know, he's really paid Mike a lot of compliments today, which kind of feels a bit like crisis management, to be honest. It kind of feels like Jake's seen how the world reacted to that fight and understandably is a bit concerned. So Adam said, I honestly felt embarrassed that so many millions of us tuned in to see that last night. It felt wrong. I didn't feel in the build-up, but as soon as he was making his entrance, it felt wrong. Well, I mean, you're not alone, and also you're not. You know, I tuned in, and I tuned in because, you know, you do get sucked into the hype of it. It's Mike Tyson, and he still has that name. No one's tuning into another Mike Tyson fight, because you tune in to see Mike Tyson because even if you only get a glimpse of that 1980s Mike Tyson, it would have been worth it. I don't even think we got a glimpse. There was a little something in round one. He probably did just enough to maybe just edge it, but there wasn't much there, as we said, and that was as good as it got. Everything after that was a dumpster fight. Everything after that was a disaster. So I really think Jake could have knocked him out. I think if Jake could have really put it on Mike and been throwing those big overhand rights, and if you look at how many times he threw that overhand right, he weren't throwing it all that much. And I really think that he could have got Mike out of there. I mean, he spent the last, 10 seconds standing in the middle of the ring, bowing to Mike Tyson and showing respect to Mike Tyson rather than, you know, getting in there and like really going to town. And yeah, it was a sham, wasn't it? I don't think it was scripted or anything like that. A lot of people are saying it was scripted. I don't think it was scripted because at the age of 58 and with the amount of damage Mike Tyson's took, do you really think Mike Tyson's remembering a script? There was a script that did the rounds. I never saw it until after, but there was a script doing the rounds that was like 5 rounds long. People were tagging me in it. I've never seen such nonsense. I mean, you expect Mike Tyson to remember that. You expect Mike Tyson to remember that script. And, like, it was like round 1, this is what's going to happen. Like, and it was all properly laid out. And it's like, nah, this is a load of nonsense. I don't think it was scripted, but I do think that there was maybe a bit of an agreement that, like, we'll get each other through to the end, you know? Probably not in a contract. I'm not saying that if you read the contract, it'd be in there. But would we be that surprised knowing that Jake and Mike are good friends and there's a lot of respect? Would we be that surprised if they just had a phone call, had a word with each other, got into a room and was like, listen, I won't knock you out. You don't knock me out. We'll give the people their money's worth. This is a big deal for Netflix. So let's just get through the 8 rounds. get through to the end, and, you know, whoever wins on the scorecards wins on the scorecards. And if that conversation had happened, I would not be surprised. I would not be shocked. I just think, certainly if you look at Jake at the end of that fight, he's not even trying to knock Mike out. So, and actually they even interviewed Jake after, and the question was you trying to knock him out? And he didn't say yes or no. He was like, I was just trying to hurt him a bit. Was his I was just trying to hurt him a bit. When do you ever ask a boxer, was you trying to knock your opponent out? And they're like, I was just trying to hurt him a bit. I was trying to hurt him, he was trying to hurt me, I was trying to hurt him a bit. Like, what are you on about? Surely the answer is yes, I was trying to knock him out. That's what I'm here to do. But he couldn't do it, could he? He couldn't do it. Could you imagine how bad it would have been if he'd have knocked Mike Tyson out? Could you imagine how bad that would have been? Could you imagine? Honestly, I would genuinely be worried for Jake's life today. Genuinely, I'm not just saying it. I would genuinely be worried for Jake's life if he'd have knocked out 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Because that image of an old man being dropped after we saw that he just did not belong in that ring. If Jake had done that, there's enough gangsters, right? There's enough people in this world that idolize Mike Tyson that I honestly, I think Jake knew. I think he knew. I can't. And he was right. He was absolutely right. If he'd have dropped Mike Tyson, I genuinely would have been worried for him. People saying Jake has got to fight someone his age, height, name, value, experience, skill level. It's very hard to find that. Not really. I'd say it's very easy to find that, but it is hard to find maybe the name, value bit. Someone his age, his height, his skill level. There's thousands of people in the world. Jake's nothing special. Jake's boxing ability is good. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not. It's good. He has worked hard. And you know what? I want to believe in a world where if you really dedicate yourself to something, you can get somewhere, right? Just like if you spent 4 years working at a craft, I'd like to think that you would get somewhere. Same with myself. If I spent 4 years, 5 years working on something, I'd like to believe that I would get somewhere. And I think Jake genuinely has done that. I think he genuinely has dedicated himself to training, boxing. I think that he is someone that, you know, you hear a lot about these kids that have anger issues and, you know, they get into boxing and it's like a real release for them. I think Jake has found something that really speaks to him. Unfortunately, I think he found it a touch too late. I think if he'd have got into it when he was 18, 17, 18, you know, 4 years in, he'd be, 22 now? That would be interesting. Unfortunately for Jake, he's 27 now. And so I think he's just got into it a touch too late. And it's a shame, really, that you have to have really worked so much stuff out by the time you're 18 or whatever, you know, because really it is hard to jump into certain sports and do certain professions. You know, you can't be a Premier League footballer, decide to do that at the age of 45. You know, you've got to really come through at a younger age, and the same is very true of boxing. So I think he unfortunately jumped into this too late. And, you know, he's doing the best that he can. He's trying to kind of catch up. But, yeah, it's just it's a shame in that regards. But so I would never say that he's not a good boxer. I think he genuinely has put some work in. But I also think that he is nothing special at this stage. He is where you would expect someone after 4 years training to be if they had really dedicated their lives to it. He's kind of where you would expect that person to be. And so can you find someone similar height, similar skill? Thousands of people. Thousands. The problem is none of those people are going to be shifting a load of numbers, are they? You're not going to be getting record buys. So that's where it becomes difficult because his skill level is not the top ranked fighters. That's not his skill level. His skill level is I don't know, top 200. somewhere around that kind of ballpark. But there's a lot of people competing around that kind of level, you know? There's a lot of people that are competing to try and get into that around the world. Plus, as we said, he's 27. Think of all the 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds. Think of all the Olympic boxers around the world. And the other thing as well is that he's fought at cruiserweight, he's fought at heavyweight. So you haven't only got one division, you've got two divisions. Maybe even three with Bridgerweight, and he might get to light heavyweight. I'm not sure. He might be able to get to light heavyweight. I reckon he could. So, you know, you've got a few divisions to look at as well, rather than just one division. So you're dealing with a lot of fighters, but none of them carry any names value. None of them are going to be able to really do a great deal when it comes to pay-per-view buys. But this is where he's got to make a choice. You know, this is where a decision needs to be made. Do you want to be a boxer, like you keep saying, or do you want to keep doing these big nights? Because these big nights are not sustainable. They're not helping you. He did not learn much by stepping in there with Mike Tyson. So, like, he's got to be facing people that are similar to him to improve and keep moving up the ladder, you know? But that just means that he's going to have to take a few fights that aren't going to really do much, like revenue-wise. So, yeah, it's really interesting. Really, really interesting. I think we all just feel a little bit sad today, don't we? Nathan said, Days, I love Shinsuke's new look. He reminds me of Anakin Skywalker. He looks awesome. Adam said, in fighting, you can have a great punch and power is the last to leave, but without your legs, it doesn't matter. And we saw that last night. Nico, shout out to you, my friend. Listen, we'll keep talking, Jake, what's next, and Tyson, and all of that. Obviously, it was a massive, massive event, and a big thank you to everyone that joined us. We did cover Taylor Serrano. We haven't even spoke about Taylor Serrano, but we are in Madison Square Garden for UFC, and so our attention really should be in New York, because this is one of the big shows of the year. We enjoy the UFC monthly pay-per-views, but they're not always the biggest. You know, sometimes the main events can be okay, all right, but there's not really a great deal else there. This one, not a bad card, to be honest. Oh, Chris Weidman, Eric Anders is now off. Fight is cancelled. Yeah. So Chris Weidman, Eric Anders has got a medical issue. I was just listening to see if they were saying what the medical issue was, but it doesn't say. Well, there we go. No, Chris Weidman, Eric Anders. That's a shame. That looked like it was going to be a decent little scrap, that. And a very close fight as well. That was one that looked good. So I don't know what that means in regards to, like, timing. I mean, we have just lost the fight. They're clearly not going to be able to replace it at this stage. So, I don't know. Does that mean this evening just got a little bit shorter? Wrestle with Andy, hello, hope you are well. I think Jake will be even better than Logan as a wrestler, but maybe not in ring, but as a character he will be great. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when he's going to do that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jake go into professional wrestling, but not something that I'm desperate to see, to be honest. I'm looking to get Les Pauls in wrestling, not more. I love the Katy Taylor, but Serrano was screwed, said James. I agree. I think that's pretty much everyone in agreement with that. It was Katy Taylor that got very fortunate. I did watch a YouTube video, actually, and they said that on, I don't know if it was CompuBox, but there is a way that you can score rounds like for those watching at home on like CompuBox or whatever, like who do you think won this round? And apparently on there, it was a draw. The people watching at home scored it a draw. Now, I don't know that there was not a load of Irish on there that was giving Katy the benefit of the doubt. What I do know is I had it scored a bit different to the commentators. I think the commentators, and I'm not talking about Mauro Ranallo, but I think the commentators were quite biased, right? I think they made it seem like Amanda was further ahead than she actually was, because there was, after 4 rounds, I think I had it 2-2, but they had it like 3-1, and they were even arguing about it being 4-0. The woman that was on commentary, I don't know her name, I don't know her. I think she had it 4-0 Serrano after 4 rounds. No way in my mind. I had it 2-2. So I do think that part of the problem there is that the commentary team were making it seem like Serrano was romping away with it. It still doesn't change the fact that I had Serrano, I think, winning by like a round, and then you had the point deduction, so it should have been like a good couple of rounds. So for it to be Katy by a round is a bit of a swing. So it was close, not as close as their first fight. Serrano won it, and it's definitely not the result that should have happened. It should have been a Serrano win. But all these people that think like Serrano won every round, you know, that's just not what happened. So yeah, it was. I think the commentary team did a bit dirty. I don't really like that, actually. I don't really like when the commentators are being as opinionated like that, because I mean they don't know how it's being scored, and I know that they might be scoring it themselves, but these commentators just seem to be wrong a lot of the time. I don't know if you've noticed, but like quite often, like the unofficial scorecards don't bear any resemblance to what the actual scorecards end up being. So it's probably better if they just tell us what's happening rather than what they think is happening and how they think it's being scored. I don't mind an unofficial scorecards. It's interesting to get someone else's opinion, but you do find that the commentary then kind of really takes what they're seeing with the unofficial scorecards to heart, and then, like, you know, it can kind of colour the rest of the commentary. So I did think that kind of spoilt that fight a little bit. But yeah, Amanda should have won. I completely agree. But I do think it was a little closer than some people out there think it was. Days, you can call in golf if you notice a mistake by a golfer. You can call in golf if you notice a mistake by a golfer. I don't know what that means. But then I don't watch golf, so I wouldn't know what that meant. Kim Strain said, I fell asleep. I missed the fight. I saw the highlights. I used the word highlights very loosely. It was a joke. Days, Volk is stepping in for Anders. He probably would as well. He probably would. There's a few fighters that probably would. Stipe Miocic has got the 4th most significant strikes in UFC. And he's being interviewed at the moment by Megan Levy, who looks lovely. She looks a little bit like a waiter. She's got a black tie on and a shirt. And I'm guessing we're doing a bit of talking because of the Chris Weidman fight dropping off. We're probably, rather than just going straight to a fight, we're just delaying things a little bit. If you are just joining us, Chris Weidman against Eric Anders. This fight has been cancelled. Eric Anders with some sort of injury. Haven't seen what it was. Very disappointing, because that would have been a really good fight. As we said, very, very close. And there was question marks as to whether it was going to be the retirement fight. Like, it could have been the end of the road for Chris Weidman. And Chris Weidman, I mean, wow, what a career. Former middleweight champion. He was the guy that ended that amazing run, that winning streak of Anderson Silva's. And still one of my absolute favourite times in MMA was Anderson Silva and his historic run, and then him trolling and dancing away and getting clipped and getting finished by Chris Weidman. So such an amazing moment, that moment. broke my heart because I loved Anderson Silva. But if you are going to showboat like that, then you are opening yourself up to such a moment. Edward, hello. I'm not going to lie. I went back. I watched Taylor Serrano twice. Both times I had Taylor by about 2 or 3 rounds. Her counterpunching and combos and jab. Well, okay. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is that Amanda Serrano over the 10 rounds landed 107 more shots. So, like, the numbers are... I know that you can't... I know that that's over the fight, but, like, if you're scoring it for Taylor because of her jabs and her combos, that would suggest you're scoring it not because of the damage, but you're scoring it because of the volume. Well, the volume was with Amanda Serrano. She was ahead. She landed 107 more shots. She threw a lot more shots as well. Like, if you actually look at the numbers after the fight, it's amazing. Amanda Serrano just dominates on those numbers. She actually tweeted it out earlier. She tweeted it out and she was like, people lie, numbers don't, lol. And she had, like, the numbers from... they showed it after the fight, didn't they? I mean, I think... It was A.B. Jobson said that they also, on CompuBox, they had the round-by-round breakdown. And I think there was only, like, 2 rounds that Katy Taylor outstruck Amanda Serrano. The others, Serrano was just ahead. But, you know, if she's just ahead, it can be really hard to tell. You know, it's really hard to know what's landing, what's not. Hence why we've got, like, you know, so many judges. We haven't just got one judge. It's hard to tell exactly what's landing. But so if it's close, it's close. But apparently there was a few rounds Serrano was significantly ahead. And over the space of the fight, she landed 107 more shots. So it's hard to make an argument for Katy Taylor. But not impossible, clearly, because the judges did it. And I like Katy Taylor. I really like Katy Taylor. I'm a big Katy Taylor fan, so it's hard to kind of sit here and make a case for, like, she lost that fight, because I really like Katy Taylor and I'm really pleased she won. But I can't really make an argument for her winning that fight, personally. John hides under the ring to duck drug tests. Where can we watch the prelims, said Pikachu. Pikachu, they are on UFC Fight Pass, but nothing has started yet. We started a little while ago. We've actually been live for 45 minutes, according to my computer. Or 37. And yeah, I was expecting to have a fight, but we haven't got one because Chris Weidman's fight has been cancelled. So I think they're just delaying things a little bit. So it means that we have just got a little bit of time to kind of break a few things down. If you want to talk about Katy Taylor, Amanda Serrano, if you want to talk Jon Jones against Stipe, if you want to talk Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler, that fight is going to bang, man. That fight is going to bang. So excited for that. That is going to be so... We've seen it once before and it was amazing. So, yeah, really excited for the rematch here. Hello, we've got Dana White. He is doing some little announcement. Oh, the 16 days thing. Is that like the Christmas giveaway thing? He does that, doesn't he? Where, like, each day they give away a major prize. So I think he's just got, like, that being announced. There's next to no one in Madison Square Garden at the moment, though. It's very quiet. I'm going to set up a Wrestling Days boxing cards. At the minute, I've got James versus Edwardinho, William against Kojiko. Contact me if you are interested, said Dortnight. Dortnight, hope you're well. Outlanding someone isn't going to win you a fight. We've seen it time and time again. Outlanding doesn't win a fight. Well, it is a major contributor. I mean, obviously, damage is significant as well. But it's a major factor in winning the fight. So, like, I know that she had the cut above her eye, but that cut was a accidental headbutt, so you can't count that. So I would be... And plus also, Amanda Serrano hit some nasty shots on Katy Taylor. So, I don't know. I have to disagree. I don't see how. I didn't score it as Amanda Serrano losing that fight. It seems like a lot of other people didn't either, but the judges did. The judges had it for Katy Taylor. The volume certainly was with Amanda Serrano. From a damage point of view, outside of the cuts, I can't say that Katy Taylor did anything of significance. Certainly nothing more than what Amanda Serrano did. So I don't know. It's not one that I can agree with. I just don't see it. I don't see it. But it went Katy's way, and so it is what it is. Are you showing them? Jon Jones, the machine is going to have rounds 2 to 3, said Pikachu. We can't show them here because obviously it's on, there's nothing to show. It's on UFC Fight Pass and it hasn't even started. But no, if you used to show UFC Fight Pass on here, there's a reason why it's $9.99 a month. If you used to show it on here, that you'd just get taken down. Where can I stream? On a website, said Kian. Where can you find it on a website? Well, UFC Fight Pass. I mean, illegally, I'm not sure. Because I'm always streaming, so I never know. We get this question every pay-per-view. I mean, I would personally try Watch Wrestling, which is a website that has kind of links to live events on. I think they have UFC. So I would look there. Sometimes Twitch and Rumble can be like the Wild West. I'm not sure, but we know that Uncle Dana's trying to rip these streams down. So I think you might struggle, to be honest, to find these. A lot of people keep saying like Amazon Fire Stick is like, or IPTV or whatever, those kind of things. I think that's where a lot of people kind of watch it. But I honestly don't engage in such because I'm always doing watch-alongs for them. So I'm never actually out looking for them. Are you showing UFC? Are you showing you are? Said Frankie. Frankie, you've joined us before. Days, the jab is the most important punch. If you have more success with the jab, your chance of winning is good. I've experienced it myself just using the jab and it won me the fights. Yeah, well, the jab's the most important punch because it sets everything else up. The jab is the most important punch because it's the punch you'll throw more than any other punch. It's the punch that dictates the range. It's the punch that can control the fight for you. It's not land more jabs you win the fight. The jab is the punch that sets everything up, isn't it? So it doesn't matter. I mean, the jab is just a punch. It's no different to a hook shot. It's no different to an uppercut. A punch is a punch. It's just that you ain't going to throw hooks and uppercuts more than you're going to throw jabs. If you've got a good jab, the jab will set everything up for you. So, I mean, yeah. I don't know where we're going with that conversation. I agree the jab is the most important punch, but it's not like Katy Taylor landed more jabs so she wins the fight. You throw the jab as a way of setting up all your other shots. If you want to watch wrestling illegal, you just watch wrestling, says Tom. Why do the likes of Chandler, Gaethje not use their wrestling more often? Well, I think for Chandler, I think he is someone that loves to entertain. I think the problem with wrestling is that it's a great skill, and it can definitely help you towards victory. But it's also a skill that I think the crowd don't appreciate, because it's quite tight. There's something about a swinging a big shot and knocking someone out, right? It looks so good live, and it gets replayed. And I suppose, in a way, the way I would compare it is, if you played football, would you choose to be a striker that scores goals? Or would you choose to be a defender that prevents them? Because I sort of feel like wrestling is you being a defender. It's good. You need it. It's helpful. It can lead to great things. But rarely are you going to get the praise, Whereas if you're the striker and you're getting all the goals, your posters on kids' walls, you are like the talk of the town. Everyone loves the person that puts the ball in the back of the net. you know, this is where a lot of managers can go a bit wrong, because when they need a goal, they just chuck loads of strikers on. And it's like the rest of the team might not be able to support all these strikers. You know, it's like England have got this problem. They've got loads of great forward players, but actually the middle of the park is really important. Like the engine room, the midfields. And if you haven't got the midfields, you've not got the service to the front line. And so you can keep putting strikers on and you can keep putting forwards on, but that ain't gonna help you actually like create the goals. You need the middle of the park, you need the engine room to kind of help you with that. And I suppose in a way that Michael Chandler loves to entertain. He's kill or be killed. And I suppose the idea for him just to rely on his wrestling and to get wins that way, like that doesn't excite him. And it doesn't really excite the crowds. And it's not really what he wants to do. I think he wants to go forward, put pressure on, swing for the fences, get in a firefight. Like, he wants the crowd to know that when it's a Michael Chandler fight, and the same with Gaethje. Gaethje cut from the exact same cloth, right? Exact same cloth. When it's a Gaethje fight, when it's a Chandler fight, it's unmissable. It's unmissable. You should be excited that Michael Chandler is fighting tonight. It should be a case that you are legitimately excited because you know you're going to see something of significance here. You're gonna watch a really fun encounter. And if he was to just rely on his wrestling, it would just be a little bit drab, to be honest. So yeah, we haven't really spoken, as we said, about Oliveira against Chandler. That is what Michael Chandler's going to bring to the table. Michael Chandler is an all-rounder. He's known for his wrestling, and he will use it, but he is aggressive. He is kill or be killed. He is going to look to, swing away. He's going to look for those big highlight reel moments. But there will be elements of wrestling in there when he feels he needs to go to it. And if he goes to it, it's brilliant that he's got it. But he's a great athlete. He's very fast. He's very powerful. He's very explosive. And Oliveira, wow. The thing with Oliveira is he's actually quite slow as a starter. He's quite slow at getting going. And so there is going to be a real opening for Michael Chandler at the very start of this. So as soon as that bell goes, Chandler, I expect him to go straight over like a bullet out of a gun over to Oliveira, really putting that pressure on. Oliveira wants to get the fight down to the ground. The problem he's got is you always start on the feet. So he's going to have to go through a degree of pain, and he's a bit of a slow starter. And we saw in their first fight, Michael Chandler had Oliveira in trouble. He had him in trouble. And so I think he's going to go through that again. Only can Michael Chandler find the finish this time? I've still got Oliveira winning because I think once he weathers that storm, I think then this is where Oliveira really does kind of come in. We're talking about someone that is amazing on the ground. We're talking about someone that has got good clinch striking, is well-rounded. Obviously, he's got great jiu-jitsu. But, he wants to get the fight down. 21 wins by submission for Charles Oliveira. He's got 34 wins in total, 21 by submission. It shows where he excels. It shows where his game absolutely shines. And it's when we go down to the ground. And so, but the problem is you always start around on the feet, don't you? Always start on the feet and then you get dragged down, and or he's going to try and get it dragged down. He's going to have to go through fire. He had to go through fire last time. The fight almost ended last time. Can Chandler get it done this time? The other thing you've got as well, and it's a really good point that people have made, Michael Chandler has been waiting for Conor McGregor. He's been waiting for Conor, waiting and waiting and waiting. He is going to be like a bullet out of a gun. He is going to be right in the mix straight out of the gates because there is a lot of, pent up aggression. He's lost 2 years of his career waiting for Conor McGregor. He gambled on that Conor fight knowing that it would be a massive deal for him if it came off, and it hasn't come off. And I don't know if it'll ever come off. I don't know if Michael Chandler will ever get to fight Conor McGregor. And so now he's going to be facing Charles Oliveira in this rematch. 5 rounds, co-main event. Chandler comes in as a plus 200 underdog. The inactivity is going to be a real problem for Michael Chandler. He's in great shape, and I don't think it's going to be decisive. But if we start getting late in the fight, it might really become a factor. 2 years without fighting compared to Charles Oliveira, who's had plenty of fights over that time period, it could be a factor. Certainly if you think that Chandler lost their first encounter anyway, you know. So lots to get our teeth into with all of that. Kian said, Days, hope you were doing well. I enjoyed SmackDown. I thought that Mike-Jake fight was god-awful. It was apparently staged. I did enjoy Unseen earlier. I think Paul Heyman's new client could be The Rock. Well, a lot to unpack there, Kian. We don't know that Heyman's got a new client. That's just where I would ideally like that story to go. The theory that there's a lot to talk about in Unseen. We'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, lots going on with that. That was a big show last night that WWE put out as well. And then of course we had Jake and Tyson, and well, that was a big show, but it was in a different way. It was in a depressing way. Thanks, William. Prakir said Oliveira is out. Well, I don't think so. They just previewed the fight. Kabata said, Days, hope you are well. Keep being the change we need. Kabata, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to everyone that is joining us. Yes, there was a fight that was cancelled. Chris Weidman against Eric Anders. Anders is out. And so that means that we are just delaying things a little bit. They're just running through the cards at the moment. I think fairly soon, probably in the next 7 minutes or so, we should get to our first fight. But they are just delaying things at the moment because I think everything's just been kind of pushed back a little bit. Can't wait for UFC to get going, said Kian. When's it starting, said Joshua. Well, we're waiting. It's just a waiting game. It should be that our first fight starts in about 7 minutes or so. They normally give each fight a half an hour slot. So the first half an hour is pretty much done with punditry work. And then we're just moving into the next half an hour. So we should be getting our first fight relatively soon. Days, you usually wear all black. What is up with that flashy red logo? This is also, I think, oh no, it is black. I was going to say I've got some of these that are actually blue, but this one is actually black. So yeah, I don't know. It's nice, isn't it? Actually, it's nice. This is what I got given for Christmas, actually. Normally, if I have to buy any shirts for streaming, I always just buy black shirts from Primark because they're like £5 each. And I can just get loads of black shirts and that's fine. Just grab them, fine. I've said before, I always just buy black shirts because, you know, spoiler, I'm not actually at Noche UFC. This is a green screen. And so you have to be quite careful with what colours you wear. If you wear yellows or blues or greens, then it interferes with it. So I always just wear black because it does kind of pop and stand out a little bit better. But yeah, this one's just got a little logo and I bought it for Christmas. So not one that I would purchase. This is too nice. It's too high quality. Edward said Taylor won with her counter-punching. Every time Amanda went for a big shot, Katy was countering back with combos and landing more of that matter, even though Serrano was landing eye catches. Well, we're just going to go round in circles, Edwards, because you're telling me that she won because she was hitting counter-punching, right? Which kind of implies to me what you're saying is that Amanda's missing her shot and Katy's catching her with a counter instead, right? That's kind of what I'm reading as I'm reading it. You're telling me Katy Taylor won because of her counter-punching ability. So Amanda swings, misses, Katy catches her with a counter, right? You know what I'm going to tell you, though? What I'm going to tell you is that the stats told us that Amanda landed 107 more shots than Katy Taylor did in that fight. And there is data that tells us that Amanda landed more shots in like each round than what Katy Taylor did. So it doesn't matter about counterpunching, right? Counterpunching doesn't mean anything, right? All it means is that you've managed to slip their shot and you've landed a shot back of your own. But if the stats at the end of the day tell us that Amanda Serrano landed more shots, then that doesn't add up, does it? That doesn't work. So I feel like we're just going to keep going round and round in circles. The only argument that's going to work is if you can prove that Katy Taylor landed like better looking shots, like more significant shots that did damage. And I don't think she did. I don't think she did. Not compared to what I saw Amanda Serrano landing on Katy Taylor. You know, apart from that cut, which was an accidental headbutt and so won't count, where was the damage on Serrano's face? Like, I just don't see it. And this is why a lot of people are struggling with that result, because they don't see it either. Right, here's Mourna making her way down. Okay, so we're not starting with that fight. What fight are we starting with? It is Veronica Hardy against Eduarda Mourna. Yes. Right, this is going to be our first fight. Number one, Hardy versus Mourna. Okay, so Veronica Hardy is on a 3-fight win streak, right? She's got the speed advantage. She's well-rounded. She's athletic. She's got good wrestling. She works at a good pace. Excellent Brazilian jiu-jitsu. She's very hard to submit. She's got good footwork. She's got okay takedown defense. She's not got high volume, but her striking defense is okay. Her cardio is okay. She's an accurate striker. She's an accurate striker. Eduarda Mourna is 1-1 in the UFC. She lost her last fight by split decision. Her nickname is Ronda, which gives you an idea of her fighting style. She came through Dana White Contender Series. She's a size bully, right? She's got a bit of size on girls, and she likes to try and impose that. She is 8-0 with her UFC takedown ratio. So she's looking for takedowns. She's got good submissions. Her striking is a bit sloppy. I mean, it's just Ronda, isn't it? Looking for takedowns, looking for submissions, and has got sloppy striking. So Eduarda Mourna making her way in. She's only got 20% of people on Tapology thinking that she can get this done. 80% think Veronica Hardy is going to get this done. And Veronica Hardy actually stepping in as a -160 favorite. Here she comes. Big smile on her face. Veronica Hardy making her way down. It has been a really good run for her. Since she came back, she has been, as we said, on a 3-fight win streak. One of 7 Venezuelan fighters in UFC history. There's Dan Hardy as well, of course. I used to really enjoy his breakdowns, actually. I used to really enjoy his full reptile YouTube channel. He hasn't done it for a while. I haven't seen him do it for a while. I'm looking forward to this. Edward said, I'm saying every time Amanda hit her, she was countering and landing the more significant shots and the combos on Serrano. And that Serrano was landing the more impactful and the eye-catching shots. Okay. I think Edwards were just going to keep going round in circles. The volume was with Amanda, and It doesn't matter if Katy was landing counter punches, jabs. It doesn't make any difference. She didn't have the volume, and I didn't see her landing like the eye-catching shots. I didn't see her landing stuff that really was rocking Amanda Serrano. Not more so than what Amanda was landing on Katy. I can't find an argument that Katy Taylor won that fight. I would love to know what it was that the judges saw, because I had Amanda Serrano, and with a point deduction as well. Don't forget, not only did Amanda Serrano outland Katy Taylor by 107, we haven't even spoke about the fact that Katy Taylor had a point deducted for like headbutting and clinching, excessive clinching and all that. They took a point away. There was a point deduction during that fight, which makes it even more insane. So we'll just keep going around. We'll never agree. You saw it the way you saw it. I respect that. But I just can't. I can't see it. I don't see it. Right. Oh, this has got to a pick'em now. Eduarda Mourna minus 115. Tonight's fights are brought to you by BoobTube, says William. Let's go. Days, West Indies just beat England by 5 wickets, but we still won the series. Did they? We were doing really well. We got 180 odd for 4, and we had plenty of time to go last I saw. All Amanda done was land the more eye-catching shots. That's all Amanda did. Shit, that's... well, you're right. Nah, forget it, you're right. All Amanda did was land the more eye-catching shots. Oh, God. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. And Katy Taylor had a point deducted. Oh, my God. I feel like a fool. I feel like a fool that I scored it for Amanda Serrano if she landed more and they were more eye-catching and Katy Taylor had a point deducted. How could I be so foolish? Thinking that Amanda Serrano had won that fight. Right, here we go. Right, both women come into the middle. We've got Mourna in black. We've got Hardy in yellow. This is in the women's flyweight division. Hardy on the outside, circling rounds. Mourna in the centre. Oh, lovely right hand there by Mourna. Yeah, she really connected with that. I'll tell you what, it's nice to have a fight to get our teeth into here. Okay, so Mourna in the centre, landing a couple of shots early. One of them looking quite nice. You can see a bit of red already on the nose. She must have caught her right on the nose. Veronica Hardy just having a little bit of a warning there. Staying on the outsides. Using her lateral movement. Circling round. Mourna again edging forward as Hardy continues circling. Mourna with a right hand there. Another shot coming in there by Mourna, but it's falls short. Nice little dig into the body there by Hardy. She continues circling around as Mourna is trying to find a way of getting Hardy backed up, but Hardy's doing a really good job, you know, of not getting backed up. She's just constantly circling around, but at such a pace where Mourna can't really do much. Oh, a couple of lovely shots there. Lovely shots by Mourna. And again, standing in the center. She's winning this fight at the moment, so the pressure is really on Hardy. Pressure is really on her to actually do something here because she finds herself behind. At the moment, you can see it is a nice couple of shots there by Hardy. It's 4-3 at the moment. So Mourna is definitely ahead. And she is going to need a little bit more here because Hardy has just had a couple of shots through. Nice, that was good. Step in there by Hardy. 1-2, straight down the middle. Mourna again trying to come forward. Hardy backing up against the cage. Mourna again having a little look. There's a bit of distance between the two of them at the moment. Hardy circling rounds. Mourna. Oh, Hardy trying to find a way forward. She kind of comes in, leads with her right hand, Hardy. She kind of comes in so that the left can follow behind. She's using this as a bit of like a battering ram, really. Stepping forward with the right to sort of as a shield. And then trying to throw like the left behind. At the moment, 6-6 now. Again, trying to come in with that. She's constantly trying to get that left through. Veronica, again, on the outside. Little bit of damage on the nose of Veronica. It looks like there's a bit of blood. That's going to look good to the judges. Mourna, again, putting the pressure on Veronica. Shot coming back there by Hardy. Mourna in the middle. Again, putting that pressure on. As lateral movement by Hardy. She's trying to stay out the way. It's a very... Oh, my God. I was about to say a very close round, but then... Oh, my God. She just hit her with a big right hand there, Mourna. Hit her with a big right hand. Honestly, I think I just saw a soul come out of her body for a split second. That was big. They've got Hardy just ahead, but honestly, Mourna, I think her shots have been more significant. And I think that the damage as well is going to look really good to the judges. When you are like within a few significant strikes, it doesn't make a huge difference. Oh, that was nice though by Hardy. Lovely little kick coming in there. That looked really good. Backing up a little bit. Hook shot coming in there. Mourna trying to get her shots off. Circling round... Again, Hardy as Mourna continuing to put this pressure on. Jab coming in. No joy. Hardy just staying a little bit out of range. Trying to explode forward with her shots. Goes in for a kick. Takedown. Takedown by Mourna. Mourna getting Hardy down on the ground. So she's managed to get her down. She's keeping her down as well. There's not long left in this round. There we go. Not long left in the rounds. I think that's quite hard to score. The volume is with Hardy, but some of the juicy shots were really with Mourna. Let me know which way you think that was. John has got it 1-0 to Mourna. Is this 3 rounds or is it 1 round? No, it's 3 rounds. It's 3 rounds. Let's get back in with the 1-2. Let's touch her to the body a little bit. If you're worried about the takedown, start at the body, then go to the head. Days, how good was Katy Taylor fight last night? The decision was a little bit dodgy though, said Nico. Really good. Really enjoyed it. I think we knew that it was going to be a good fight, and honestly, they needed that fight. They needed it because could you imagine that card if it hadn't had it? Imagine that card if it had been influencers, and then we had to watch Jake Paul, Mike Tyson as the main event after a load of influencer boxing. It needed like something legit. It needed something that was going to be a real war. I missed the rest of the fights actually because I was watching WWE, but I heard the rest of the card looked pretty good. But Mourna 1-0 said Discover Dash. Okay, so we are underway with round number 2. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we are trying to work our way towards getting to 1,000, of course. And right now in a clinch, Mourna is driving. She's managed to get Hardy down again. Hardy is down up against the side of the cage. So look at that. She's managed to get her down chest on the ground. Mourna is all over Veronica Hardy right now. Veronica Hardy, though, doing a good job being able to get back up to her feet. Yeah, she's done well there. We're over by the cage. Mourna again grabbing her, looking to try and get her down to the ground. She's doing well here, Mourna. She's controlling this round. She may have taken the first round, and she's controlling this one. She's doing a really, really good job at the moment, dictating how this plays out. Knee coming in there by Mourna. We're up against the fence. And it's been all Mourna at the moment. She's managed to get it back down to the ground. Jumping onto the back. She's got her leg wrapped around Hardy, making it very difficult. She's took the back. So it's very difficult for Hardy here. So down on the ground, and Mourna is on the side of Hardy. The commentators are just talking about the gloves at the moment because we are down on the ground. Veronica throwing in a back elbow. Mourna all over Veronica. Veronica's got to find a way of getting Mourna off of her here. This is not where Veronica wants to be. She is a good, accurate striker. Her wrestling is okay, but this is not a position that you want to be in. So right now, Mourna all over Veronica Hardy. Shot coming into the side of the head. Hardy still down with Mourna all over her. She's just absolutely smothered her in this round. I mean, you can see the striking has just not moved. I mean, it's 15-11. It's pretty much where we were at the end of round one. And we've only got like less than 2 minutes to go here. Right now, Hardy is on her back with Mourna on top. Again, we're over by the side of the cage. Chest to chest at the moment. And Veronica Hardy is maybe going to be in need of a finish. It really depends how the judges have scored that first round, because this is a Mourna round. 2 minutes 16 control time. She's keeping it down. Shot coming into the side of the head. Elbows there by Hardy. And what I like from Hardy here is that she's not just lying there and accepting this position. So she is throwing in these elbows. She's down on her back, throwing in some elbows here as Mourna is on top of her. And again, Hardy being driven over by the side of the cage. Shot coming in. Both women are working. This could be a lot more dull than it is. Kicks coming in there by Hardy. Elbows there by Hardy as well. Chest to chest at the moment. I do like the fact that Veronica can't get back up from this position, so she's working, she's throwing, she's giving the judges something to think about. Like, I do appreciate that. Mourna is physically stronger here. So, Hardy down on her back, Mourna on top at the moment. This is pretty much where we've been for the whole round. Not the most captivating round, but as we said, I do appreciate the fact that the women haven't just lay there and that there's been elbows. Another elbow coming in. 8 seconds left to go. Shots coming into the side of the head. Little shot coming into the side of the body. Boom. Red Eye Jedi said, yeah, this one's on Fight Pass. Only I think it is a bit shiz if you paid for it. Yeah, this is on Fight Pass. The early prelims are on UFC Fight Pass. Prelims, that'll be like wherever you get your pay-per-view, so... We know her path to victory. We've got to start going to the body a little bit more. That's what they're saying to Veronica Hardy. You're so much better than her. You're faster. This is what Dan Hardy's saying. He's saying you're so much better than her. You're faster. I want you to go round. I want you to feint. Listen, it could be that Mourna is 2 rounds up here. This is actually really an interesting round now. I feel like Veronica Hardy can't take anything for granted, and she might need to find the finish. Final round, round number 3 of our first fight of the evening. Both women come out into the center. They hug. They touch gloves and they hug for some reason. I'll never understand women. And we are underway. Round number 3. Hardy, low in, looking for a leg kick, trying to throw in a leg kick there. She's desperately going to want to keep this on the feet. Mourna, of course, is going to want to try and get this down to the ground. But leg kick, no joy at the moment. Couple of shots coming in there by Veronica. And we can see that at least that significant strike counter has moved a little bit. But yeah, a very interesting round, this one. As we said, it might be that Veronica's going to have to try and find a finish of some description. Both women still on the feet at the moment, and lots of distance between them. Veronica trying to find a way forwards. Mourna just takes a couple of steps back. Another shot coming in there by Veronica. She tries to step over to the side. Mourna standing in the center. Veronica using that lateral movement, trying to find a better entry point, but outside leg kick there by Hardy. Don't know that going for leg kicks and just winning the round is going to be enough. Again, using that lateral movement. Trying to come in, throw in a left hand to the body. Mourna in the center as Hardy is on the outsides. Hardy again outside leg kick. So 6 leg kicks. She is ahead by 5 significant strikes across the whole fight, not just this round. Oh, lovely left hand there by Mourna. But Hardy managed to get a shot in herself. Mourna took a step back. So Mourna just makes her way back to the center. We got 3 minutes to go here. Couple of minutes gone. Oh, lovely kick to the body there by Hardy. That was good. Again, circling rounds. Hardy trying to find another entry point. Mourna switching her stances. Nice kick coming in again there by Hardy. She's throwing these kicks, trying to find an opening, but the opening has not presented itself. Half of this round has gone, and it's just not been good enough at the moment. Mourna again. It's a real difficult puzzle, this, for Hardy to work out. I feel like she's just being too hesitant. Way too hesitant. Sometimes you got to go through the fire to get to where you need to go to, and Hardy just seems to be a bit too hesitant to actually engage. I mean, it's a big indicator that she's actually really fearful of the power of Mourna. It's a big indicator that she doesn't like what she's experienced so far. Again, we got Mourna in the middle with Hardy. Kick coming in. Tries to follow it there with a 1-2 straight down the middle, but falls short. Definitely more activity from Hardy here. She's the one that's been moving around, throwing a bit more. Kick coming into the body there. Of the significant strikes she's thrown, 84 across the fight, 77 from Mourna. Again, Mourna. Mourna looks like she could go another couple of rounds here. Veronica does actually as well. Veronica doesn't look that tired. Steps to the side, tries to find a way forward. No joy. We've only got a minute left to go. Kick coming in there by Mourna. Counter shot coming back there by Hardy. Outside leg kick there by Hardy. Mourna just taking a deep breath there. I wonder if these leg kicks are starting to really have an effect on Mourna. Her movement doesn't look laboured, but there has just been a couple of times where she's took a bit of a deep breath. There's only 40-odd seconds left to go. This is going to be really interesting because that first round was quite tough to score, but I think Mourna got it on damage. Mourna took the second round, and honestly, because of the leg kicks, it could be Hardy in this round. So Joe Rogan just said that Hardy's doing much better in this round. A couple of shots coming back there, but kick to the body. We've only got 8 seconds left to go. Again, trying to find a way forward, trying to throw that left hand. Look, Mourna comes forward. She's like, bring it. But end of the fight, and Hardy puts her hands up. Mourna celebrates. I think it'll go Mourna, but quite close. Quite close. Adam, shout out to you. I think it's 3-0 Mourna. Hardy was working, but didn't land much, said John. I think the leg kicks might have done it for her in the third. I've got it 2-1 Mourna, but yeah, it's going to be tough for Hardy to get the win. That first round's close, though. That first round's close. Edward said, Days, you're talking about a point deduction. Tommy lost the first 3 rounds to KSI. He got a point deduction. He won the last 3 rounds and he won. How does your logic work or make sense? Well, we'd have to have a look at the round-by-round breakdown, wouldn't we? I mean, you're talking about a completely different fight. I mean, you're saying that you're admitting that Amanda Serrano landed more shots. I'm telling you that she landed more in the majority of the rounds. You're also telling me that she had the more eye-catching shots, and Katy Taylor had a point deduction, right? We can't compare that to a different fight because I don't have the stats for that fight, do I? I mean, if you want to do a deep dive into Tommy Fury against Jake Paul, then we can do that. If we want to compare like stats for Katy Taylor and Amanda Serrano 2 to Jake Paul, Tommy Fury, we can do that. I don't think this is the place to do it. Mourna gets her hand raised. She gets it by decision. It's the right decision. It was unanimous decision. So Mourna picking up the victory. Can you imagine if they added an element in UFC to stop the fight ending in a draw? I suggest adding chairs. The first one to stay down after chair shot loses, says Kim Strange. Okay, so Joe Rogan just interviewing Mourna after her victory. Mourna getting the win, and it's the right result. Okay. Next fight, Hafiz against Elliott is coming up next. It sounds like even if the girl had knocked out, the guy would say she had won. Just stop, says Airbrush Aaron. Corners should be up front with their fighters, says A.B. Jobson. I was just listening to what she was saying there. Right, we're moving on to our next fight. This is in the welterweight division. So, Oban Elliott taking on Hafiz. Elliott is 2-0 in the UFC. He has got both of his wins by decision. Came through Dana White's Contender Series. He's got good underhooks. He likes to grind his opponents against the cage. Likes to try and drag them down to the ground. He's got a 72% takedown defense of his own. He is going to be competitive in the wrestling. He has got decent striking. He's very resilient. I fancy him to get the victory here. 73% of people on Tapology think that Oban Elliott will get the victory here. Hafiz is 1-1. He won his last fight by unanimous decision. He's solid. He's a decent wrestler. He is a good jiu-jitsu fighter. He is a bit wild. He swings away. He looks for takedowns as well, but he's going to look to struggle to get those on Elliott, of course. Looks for knockouts on the feet. He's quite durable himself. There is a good chance this fight will go the distance. There is a good chance that this fight will go all the way. And he eats shots as he moves forward. He relies on his durability, Hafiz. But I think that it'll be a decision win for Oban Elliott. I think he's got more paths to victory. There are more places that he can take the fight. And as we said, I think he's got the better striking. He can take it down to the ground. He likes to grind against the cage. His 72% takedown defense is going to be really useful. So, yeah, Oban Elliott's the pick here. The other thing as well is the 6 years difference. Elliott is 6 years younger. He's 26. Hafiz, 32. Normally, it is the younger fighter that has the slight advantage. There's that stat, isn't there, that if it's like 4 or 5 years difference, it's 60% of the time it's the younger fighter that wins. So just another reason why it could be Oban Elliott for me. So I've got Oban Elliott, but should be a good fight, close fight, and looking forward to seeing what they can come up with. Mourna is much improved on the feet, said AB Jobson. Did Hardy win, said Marvin? Sadly not. No, I do like Veronica Hardy. As I said, I used to watch the Full Reptile channel with Dan Hardy. I thought that was a good breakdown channel. And I like Dan Hardy anyway. Stop the fights! So, yeah, I enjoyed his channel, but he doesn't seem to be doing it anymore, unfortunately. I don't know if he's putting his attention into or his time into working with Veronica, but this will be a real setback for them, of course. She was on a 3-fight win streak, and this is a fight I can't say she shouldn't have lost it, but because she did lose it, and she deserved to lose it, but I don't know, like, I definitely think she had the skills to cause Mourna problems here, and then she just, don't know, didn't seem to be quite at the races today for whatever reason. I said sometimes you have to go through a bit of pain, have to go through a bit of fire to kind of get where you need to go. And it really looked like Veronica Hardy was hesitant to kind of go through that to get to where she needed to get to. So, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. She takes the L. Hopefully she can learn from it. And she's not going to get cut for that result, you know. I mean, she's still only, 29? She's still got plenty of time to go. That's her first loss in 4. So hopefully she can learn from it and come back bigger and better. Jon Jones to win by knockout is plus 120. Jon Jones to win by submission is plus 200, which is really interesting. Jon Jones to win by decision is plus 400. Listen, I fancy Jon Jones to win tonight, and I'm sure many of you do as well. So, yeah, submission is definitely something I would be looking at there, plus 200. UFC apparently went to the stock exchange, went and visited the New York Stock Exchange. We're just seeing some footage of that. Matt said, how much Blue Chew would you need for us boomers with even older mothers, William? Chat getting spicy. Lord Henry said, Jones just wants to eye poke with the old gloves. He is the reason they changed them and that they have gone back to the old ones. It's so dumb, said Lord Henry. Well, do you know what? That could be true, but I actually saw an interview with Dana. Dana said the reason that they brought the new gloves in was because they wanted to reduce eye pokes. And the data is saying that eye pokes have not been reduced with the new gloves. So basically they tried to do something and it hasn't worked. It is interesting that we change it when it's Jon Jones's pay-per-view. That is interesting timing, right? We can't ignore that timing. I don't disagree with you. But Dana's saying it's because they wanted to reduce eye pokes. The gloves have not done that. And so they're going back to the old gloves. But they're not just going back to the old gloves for this event. That's it. New gloves are done. The new gloves are the old gloves. And the old gloves are the new gloves. Like, we have made a permanent change. So I don't know if this is for Jon Jones's benefit. Because would they change the gloves forever for Jon Jones's one-off fight? I don't know if they would. That's the only thing that's making me question that they've done it because of Jon. But I do find it interesting. The timing of the change could be because of Jon. So I think that they're probably telling the truth, that the data is showing that the new gloves have not reduced eye pokes, right? I think that's probably true. And I think that they probably were thinking of changing the gloves, because I think it's probably true that the new gloves are, not achieving what they are meant to achieve. And apparently a lot of the fighters have been complaining about the fit and all this kind of stuff. I saw an interview with Dana last night. And so I think that's all true. But it is very interesting that this is the pay-per-view that we make the change on. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jon was the reason that this was where the change was made. But again, I have to stress, I do believe that the change was made because they just it just wasn't achieving what it was meant to achieve. It just didn't do what it was meant to do. Aspinall will beat Jones, said Hustle Bones. Francis will beat Jones. Stipe beats Jones. Days, is the main event basically loser retires? No, actually. If Jon Jones loses, I don't know that he retires. I think Jon Jones wants challenges. I think he wants legacy. And so, he's saying about Alec Pereira is the fight he wants. He doesn't want to face Tom Aspinall because Tom Aspinall doesn't do anything for his legacy. So he wants Alec Pereira. He wants fights that are going to really help his legacy. Well, if he loses to Stipe, is he going to want to walk away? When, to be honest, he's not really ready to walk away. Would he walk away? I don't know. If he loses, he might actually stick around. If he loses, he might actually look for the rematch. So I don't know that it's loser leaves. I mean, look, if Stipe loses, I think Stipe's done. At the age of 42, if Stipe loses, what else is there for him to do? He ain't going to have a load of fights and try and get back to a title fight, is he, at this stage? The guy ain't fought for, 3 years? So, I mean, he's this is not a guy that's, like, super active. I think he's happy with his family. He's doing his fireman stuff, Fair play to him. I don't think the paydays are nice. Of course they are. But, I don't know. Does he need it anymore after this? I don't know. I could see him maybe walking away. I could see him maybe going. Because in all fairness, payday ain't going to be that great next time if he loses. He probably wouldn't be on the main event, but he'd probably be the co-main next time he fights. Because he's already ranked, number 8. So if he loses here, he probably won't go down in the rankings, but who will he get next? Cyril Gahn? Would they do something like that? Would they give him that? Someone like that? Pavlovich? I don't know. I don't know who they would give him, but he ain't going to main event with it. He might main event a fight night, but he ain't going to main event a pay-per-view. And so the money's not going to be as great. So, and he ain't going to want to work his way back to a title. So genuinely could be the last time we see Stipe. And actually, if Jon Jones loses, he might want to do the rematch. If he wins, it might be the last time we see Jon Jones. Because if he wins, we already know he's not going to get the fight that he wants against... he's not going to get the fight he wants against Pereira. Dana White's already come out and said, no, it's Aspinall next. And Jon Jones won't fight Aspinall. He keeps saying it. It's a really interesting situation, actually. It's hard to know exactly what we're going to get. I suppose in a way it's adding to the intrigue of the main event. Like the main event, and Jon Jones is such a name. If you know anything about MMA, you've got to know Jon Jones. You've got to know Jon Jones. I know everyone knows Conor. I'm not saying as many people know Jon Jones as know Conor, but you don't get much bigger. In fact, I'd argue it's Conor. Maybe Habib. I don't know. But really, Jon Jones is right up there. That's what makes this a monster card, So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We always try to get to 1,000. And we are currently on 222. So we definitely could do with a little boost on that if you are watching. We've had 1,347 votes. 61% of you think Jon Jones wins by knockout, technical knockout. 14% of you think Jones by decision. 19% think Stipe by knockout, technical knockout. 6% think Stipe by decision. We are underway with round number 1. Hafiz against Elliott. Oban Elliott, the Welsh gangster. So Elliott is in green. Hafiz is in black. And Elliott is on the outside, throwing in some kicks to Hafiz. Couple of shots coming in. Oban Elliott looking into a clinch. Hafiz driving Elliott back against the side of the cage. Knees coming in there by Hafiz. And forearm coming in there by Hafiz as well. Elliott breaking away. They're going back to the center. Hafiz in the middle. Outside leg kick there by Elliott. Hafiz again just edging forwards. Hafiz backing up a little bit of distance between. There was a lovely right hand as Hafiz just got a little bit close there. There was a lovely shot that came through. Hafiz on the outside, nice kick coming in. Hafiz in the center, another kick there by Elliott. Elliott again on the outside, trying to find a way forwards. Elliott again on the outside as Hafiz continues to put that pressure on. Jab coming in there by Elliott. Kick coming into the body there by Elliott as well. Elliott's edging forward as Hafiz stands his ground. And this thing is just waiting to explode. You can tell that it's kind of building. There's lots of little kicks coming in. They're just still having a little look at each other at the moment. Outside leg kick there by Elliott. Hafiz again edging forward as Elliott backs up a little bit. Elliott circling round. Tries to move into the center. Kick coming in there by Elliott. As Hafiz, that was a lovely left hand by Hafiz. Elliott staying on the outside. Numbers-wise, you can see Elliott doing a really good job, and it's those leg kicks. 5 of the 10 significant strikes coming from leg kicks. Kick coming in there by Elliott. Elliott on the outside as Hafiz continues to put the pressure on. Big overhand right there by Hafiz, but he couldn't land it. Elliott circling round still. Hafiz keeping this pressure on. Another kick, but he pulls it. He doesn't actually land it there, Elliott. Big shot coming in by Hafiz, but again, it doesn't connect. Elliott throwing in a kick. Hafiz in the middle as Elliott stays on the outside. Nice kick coming in there by Elliott. Hafiz takes a few steps back. So at the moment, 13 shots by Elliott. The kicks coming in. A lot of these body shots are kicks as well, you know. Lovely little left hand there by Elliott as Hafiz. Again, keeping the pressure on, switching his stance. Elliott is the one that's over by the cage. There's a lovely left hand that gets through. Hafiz continuing to apply the pressure. Outside leg kick there by Elliott. And again by Elliott. This must be really frustrating for Hafiz. Switching of stance. Elliott taking a step in again, staying on the outside. Bouncing around, throwing in a kick to the body as Elliott throws a kick in. I think Hafiz was just complaining about that potentially being a low blow there. There's a left hand that he throws through, and he tries to get a bit of a combo in. 1, 2, throws in a kick. Kick coming back there by Elliott. Hafiz in the center. Elliott on the outsides. Kick coming in, but it's blocked there by Elliott. Hafiz stepping over to the sides. Switching his stance over. Outside leg kick there by Elliott. So Elliott, 18 significant strikes to Hafiz's 6. Another little kick coming into the body. A lot of this has been kicks. 13 leg kicks. 6 to the body. And again, inside leg kick. Lots of kicks. And Hafiz grabs the leg of Elliott there. Elliott, though, manages to get back up to his feet. Goes right back to those kicks. This is just a really simple strategy for Elliott, and it's working really, really well. He's just throwing in these kicks, and he's getting such success with them. Staying on the outside, we got 4 seconds left to go. He goes up top there with a head kick. Hafiz grabs Elliott, drives him against the cage, but it's too little, too late, and that is an Oban Elliott round. A very comfortable Oban Elliott round. The kick's really working for him. Miss Vicky May said, did you guys watch Tyson Paul last night? We did. We have all had showers today because of how dirty we felt following it. Genuinely, I think it really hurt Jake Paul in the sense of I think a lot of people had their eyes opened last night. I think a lot of people have caught on now, you know. I think a lot of people are aware now. You know, Jake can't get away with facing any more MMA fighters unless it's Conor, right? Jake can't get away with facing any more retired boxers. I mean, he just faced Mike Tyson. There isn't a bigger name. So, you know, if he faces, unless the person just retired, you know, like a couple of years ago, and they're a lot closer in age to Jake, that might be different. But there ain't no one that's going to be willing to watch him take on a legend, is there? There ain't going to be no one wanting to see him take on flipping Lennox Lewis or anything like this. Everyone is fully clued up now. Everyone is on the same page. Age is, you know, a big factor. And I think also as well, people are very aware not to believe training footage. I think that's hopefully a big message that's gone out to a lot of people. You know, those kind of 30-second clips, which are literally just taken in the heat of the moment. Like, first thing, as soon as you get in the gym, go crazy. We'll film a 20-second clip or whatever of you just going crazy on the punching bag. And then we'll have an hour lie down or whatever, you know. And then we'll splice it together or make it look good. Like, I think that fooled a lot of people. I think a lot of people saw that footage and they were like, Mike's back. If you go and look at that footage, you'll see in the comments people saying Mike's back. Mike's back. He never went away, man. Never doubted him. And that's because people wanted to believe it. People were sold a fantasy and they wanted to believe it was true. And I think that's a big message that hopefully has gone out there. Hafiz with a kick and he loses his footing. And people will be clued up now. People are going to be more smarter going forwards. You won't get away with that snake oil trick next time. Shot coming in there by Hafiz. So more of the same here. It's not a very exciting fight. Elliott throwing in a kick to the body, staying on the outside. He's got a strategy and he's sticking to that strategy. And he's right to stick to that strategy. And he's winning because of that strategy. Right now it's 36 significant strikes to 11. Hafiz is switching stances in the middle of the octagon. Elliott throwing an outside leg kick there. Jab coming in, kick coming into the body as well there by Elliott. Hafiz applying the pressure. Let him fight Deontay Wilder. He's retired, said Architect. He wouldn't do it. If he did it, all credit in the world to him. If he faced Deontay Wilder, I'd have a lot of respect for Jake Paul. Because that is a proper, bona fide boxer. Not even the best boxer, to be honest. But, you know, the power he possesses is just, you know, insane. Kick coming in there by Elliott. So if he stepped in with Deontay Wilder, you couldn't have anything but respect for him. He ain't going to do it. I don't even know if Deontay Wilder has proposed it, but I'm sure Deontay would be interested in the numbers, in the money. Hafiz again throwing in a kick to the body. Outside leg kick there by Hafiz. Elliott is keeping the pressure on. I suppose it's how much money would you be willing to make to get knocked out by Deontay Wilder? That's what that fight would come down to, wouldn't it? If Jake Paul gets paid, I don't know, 60 million, is that enough to get knocked out by? Would you get knocked out by Deontay Wilder for 60 million? That's tough, isn't it? Because you don't know what damage it's going to do to you, like on a permanent basis. You don't know the long-lasting effects, so is it worth it for 60 million? I don't know. I don't know. I know it would be one to think about, though. I mean, Jake could go into that saying, listen, I very might get knocked out here, but I'm making the money I'm making, and that's my motivator. He won't do it anyway. He hasn't even mentioned him. Elliott in the centre, throwing in a kick. We got 47 seconds to go. Elliott's still throwing in this kicking game. Another couple of kicks coming in there. A couple of shots coming in by Hafiz, but of course the kicking range is further apart than the striking range, the boxing range. So Hafiz just can't get into that range. He just can't get close enough to land the shots that he wants to land. Couple of shots coming in there by Hafiz, but they miss. Switching the stances there by Elliott. Another outside leg kick there by Elliott. And again, he's circling back as Hafiz tries to get a... She's just getting a bit desperate now, Hafiz. He's trying to launch, like, Superman punches. He's just been, like, chucking himself in the air, trying to throw these Superman punches. Kick coming into the body there by Elliott. And that is the end of round number 2. They're saying to Hafiz, it's close. It could go either way. I mean, Oban Elliott has thrown 115 strikes. Hafiz has thrown 62. Oban Elliott has landed 46. Hafiz has landed 21. From a damage point of view, there's nothing there. There's no damage to speak of. I don't know how you say that's close. I don't know how you say that's close, personally. Vlad, the inhaler, invented the use of a paper bag when someone can't breathe in a club and there is no breathing machine around. Days, who's the better technical boxer, Jake or Ngannou? Well, we haven't seen much of Ngannou, have we? I mean, he pretty much got knocked spark out by Joshua quite early, so we didn't see much. I think it would be Jake. I think Jake is the better boxer, has got the better boxing ability of the two. Ngannou's got the power, of course he does. So, would that be a fight that might do something? Mightn't it? That would be a fight that might do something. I think Jake's got the boxing ability over Ngannou. But Ngannou's absolutely got the power. Would people would tune into that. Down goes Hafiz. Elliott on top of him, hammer fisting away, and the ref stops it. There we go, end of the fight. Hafiz is KO'd. Round 3, it's a win for Oban Elliott. Hafiz, oh my God. He gets back up to his feet and he leans forward, stumbles over, blood all over his face. It looked like he went out and then came back again. We are cut into some of the Welsh fans in the crowd cheering away. Yeah, lots of cheering. So it was a big overhand. It was this right hand, actually, and he hasn't been throwing many shots, many punches. But Oban Elliott with this right hand connected with it as well. Look at this. Boom. It's kind of like a hook, really. It looks like he's throwing an overhand because it comes from all the way back here. It's like you expect him to do that. But actually, he sort of brings it round with this kind of monster hook. Connects and drops. Drops Hafiz. Hafiz goes down and then we've got these big hammer fists raining down by Elliott. Hafiz gets up and stumbles forward, blood all over his nose. Oban Elliott doing some sort of a celebration. I think he's like, I'm the man. He goes over to Bruce Buffer. He's talking to Bruce Buffer. Buffer just wants him to leave him alone and go to the middle. I don't know what he was saying to Bruce Buffer, but Bruce Buffer was like, yeah, you go over there, mate. Yeah. And now he's gone over to Joe Rogan. Does he not know how this works? Look, Bruce Buffer's like, get Oban Elliott in the middle. Flipping hours, dude, never won a fight before. He's just chatting away. He's going around, he's having a chat with this person, get in the middle. Oh, look at this. We went full on Hulkamania. Yes. Winner by knockout, round 3, 40 seconds in. Oban Elliott. Let's go. Imagine if he doesn't say anything now after he's gone around the flipping octagon chatting with everyone. Imagine now he's like, no, I don't want a no interview, thank you. I've been calling for a fight on this card. He wanted to fight. I mean, it is Madison Square Garden. Yeah, lovely. Bang. Yeah, that is beautiful, isn't it? That is... Oh. Bang. Bang. Lovely. Right, I need Diniz to... Wait, is that the next fight? He wanted Buffer's autograph, said Matt. Maybe he did. The world's most famous arena just got to see the world's most dangerous gangster. You can't be the world's most dangerous gangster if you come from Wales. It's not possible. It's not possible. Your singing voice is going to be too good. It is absolutely not possible for the world's most dangerous gangster to come from Wales. I'm not flipping having it. Chicago? Maybe. New York? No problem. I'd even entertain somewhere, you know, a little bit random. Maybe Miami, you know? I don't know. Wales. Lamby Lambo. They've got, like, place names like that, haven't they? Lamby Lamba Lambadufno. Where are you from? Lambadelli. You can't be the world's most dangerous gangster if you come from Lambadelli. Oh, my God. Not having it. Right, fight number 3. Let's go, Queens. He fights from Merthyr Tydfil. Merthyr Tydfil. Is it Mickey Gall now? Is it Mickey Gall? Why is this not changed? Yes, it is. Brahimaj. Okay, next fight coming up. Mickey Gall. Okay, they are previewing. Did we start a bit? I suppose it was a bit of a knockout, wasn't it? I was going to say, are we filling a little bit of time? So, yeah, they're just showing us Stipe, Jon Jones. Brahimaj is coming up next. Brahimaj, I don't know quite how you pronounce it. He's 2-3 in the UFC. He lost his last fight by unanimous decision. He's a great grappler. He doesn't really use it enough, though. He's got decent power and he's got decent strike, and all of his wins have come by submission. So he's definitely someone that knows what he's doing when it gets down to the ground. He will struggle to submit Mickey Gall. He is or was a prospect, but you know, he's 2-3 now, and he is someone which I think we've kind of lost confidence in. I don't really see much for him going forwards. He likes to try and outwork his opponents. He's solid, he's durable. He's very difficult to finish, but he's quite low volume. He does train with Bilal Muhammad, right? And he's taken on Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall, 6-6, lost his last 3. This is a big fight for Mickey Gall. If Mickey Gall loses this, he's done. He's out. It's over. Game over. Mickey Gall needs this win. And I feel sorry for Mickey Gall because Mickey Gall is 7-6 in his MMA career. He's 6-6 in the UFC. Mickey Gall is someone that only knows UFC. He only knows UFC. Like, he is someone that has kind of had to learn whilst being in the UFC, which is mental. That is mental. His overall record, 7-6. His UFC record, 6-6. So the guy has made mistakes and he's lost fights, and it's understandable. And, he's on a 3-fight losing streak now. 32 years old. He's well-rounded. He's tough. He's got the volume advantage. He's got some sneaky power in there. He should land takedowns. He should be more active. He's got a good gas tank himself. This is where I think Brahimaj is going to struggle, because he is going to find it very difficult to drain the gas tank of Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall should still be able to have enough here to get the job done. So I am going Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall, it's a very close fight, this one, though. Odds -115, Mickey Gall -105 for Brahimaj. So, yes, I think Mickey Gall, but it's very, very close. And I can tell you that Tapology have gone with Brahimaj, 69%. Is this show taped as well? I don't believe so. I've not seen spoilers if it is. Billy said, Jesus Christ is Lord's. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. I was just going to read that. I wanted to learn about Jesus. Jesus Christ is Lord, God Almighty. He is the Master Savior. He's all-powerful, all-knowing. Above all, he is the highest power. He is the most high, says Billy Goat. Billy Goat, thank you. Could he beat Jake Paul? That's my question. Could he beat Jake Paul? Because we thought that Mike Tyson was Master Savior, all-powerful. We thought that Mike Tyson was all-knowing and above was the highest power. And it turns out he's just a 58-year-old boomer. So, can you get in touch with Jesus Christ for us, please? Because we need someone to knock Jake Paul out. Cardiff is a suburb in Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia, and has a train station, says Matter. Big Chunga said, why is Bo Nickal fighting another journeyman? He's been talking so much. I think he's doing a disservice. Isn't he a replacement? I don't think Paul Craig was his first option. I think it was a replacement. So, I'm not going to be too down on that, to be honest. I rewatched and I thought that Tyson won the fight, said ST. Well, I'll have to rewatch it as well because definitely close. But I think the judges made the right call in giving it to Jake Paul. But I don't know. I'll have to rewatch it. Maybe I'll agree with you. We need Big Show against Jake Paul, says Michael. Will Mickey Gall win? I've got Mickey Gall winning. Brahimaj is 9 first round finishes. He's finished all 10 wins by submission. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu purple belt. Did you get my email about the WEP for Tuesday? Let me know. I didn't. I do not check my emails, and I need to because people could be sending in their transfers. I would get to them every few days, but no. What with the Tyson fight last night and now UFC tonight, I have not checked emails. Luna said Tyson didn't do anything in the last 5 rounds. No, it is true. I think I did more than Mike Tyson in those last 5 rounds. I agree. Will Jake Paul fight Kamala Harris next? Keeping in line with him boxing people past their prime. Oh. We did have God against Vince, said Nathan. That's true. That is true. It's the big bad UFC tonight, says Michael. Do you know who should be around tonight? Donald Trump. The Donald is expected to be in the house tonight. Former president of the United States, future president of the United States. What a reaction he's going to get, actually. I know there'll be some Democrats here. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm English. So I don't qualify for either. So I don't have a dog in that fight. But I've said before, I think it's really cool that the former president actually shows up to UFC events. I think that's really cool. So I think it's really cool that he's there tonight. Regardless of whether you like him or not, he is the former president. He is the next president. And I think it's cool that he's going to be there. So, yeah, what a reaction, because I would imagine the majority of this crowd is going to be made up of Republicans. Well, I would think so. We're in New York, and I think New York's a blue state. So, actually, now I've said that, but a lot of people will have travelled in, of course. I think a lot of MMA fans might be Republican. But New York, I think, is a blue state. I don't know now. Now I've said that. I think he's going to get an amazing response. But if this was typical New Yorkers, he might not get a great response, because I think a lot of them voted for Kamala. Here's Mickey Gall, by the way. Thank you all. All is good. Let's enjoy the fights together, said Bob. What happened to our Jesus friend? What happened to Billy? Billy was telling us all about Jesus and how amazing Jesus is. Logan is fighting Trump and Paul is going to take on Biden. Do you know what? Jake Paul taking on Biden makes so much sense, doesn't it? Doesn't that just make a lot? Biden's going to be out of a job soon. He could have one last big payday. People would definitely tune into it, wouldn't they? Jake Paul against former president of the current president of the United States. You know? People would tune into it. There'd be a lot of people that would be wanting to see Biden get knocked out as well, I'd imagine. New York is Democratic, but MMA crowd do seem to be disproportionately Republican, said Luna. Yes. Well, listen, I hope he gets a great reaction, to be honest. I hope he gets a great reaction because, as I said, I'm not Democrat or Republican because I'm English, so I don't mean, it ain't my fight. But if I was there, I would applaud. I think it's really cool that the president, past president, future president, is engaged in with the UFC products. I think that's great. Just like if Kamala had won and she was there, I would feel the exact same way. Right, here is Kevin McDonald. He is the ref for this one. Biden will be in I'm a Celebrity next year, said James. Doing a Bush Tucker trial. That'd be awesome. Right, let's go, Kings. Let's go. Okay, this is one, as we said, that Mickey Gall really does need to get a result in. Mickey Gall really needs to get some out. This is in black. Let's get it, Mickey Gall, said Theo Von. Brahimaj is edging forwards. Oh, there was a lovely right hand there by Brahimaj. Mickey Gall, of course, for WWE fans, the fighter that CM Punk faced. Nice right hand there by Mickey Gall. Backing up a little bit as Brahimaj is applying the pressure. You've got to know this is probably it, says Joe Rogan. Certainly if Mickey Gall loses, he's on a 3-fight losing streak. If he loses this, he'll be on a 4-fight losing streak, and you definitely don't want to be in that position. Brahimaj again moving forward, trying to throw in a shot kick coming into the body there by Brahimaj. Jab coming in there by Mickey Gall, backing away. Nice outside leg kick there by Brahimaj. Jab, solid. Oh, and again. Shot coming back there by Mickey Gall. Oh, lovely work there by Brahimaj. Needs coming into the midsection there. Oh, slip. Brahimaj doing well at the moment. He is throwing a lot. There was a little slip there from him. Knee coming into the midsection. We're seeing Gall on the outside circling rounds. Gall, the taller fighter. I believe the longer fighter as well. Trying to throw in these jabs, but look at that. Into the Muay Thai clinch. Brahimaj with some knees. Throwing them in, getting that Muay Thai going. Goes back to the center. Here we got Mickey Gall letting his hands go. Staying on the outside as Brahimaj throws a straight lefts. Yeah, Mickey Gall staying on the outside. It's 22-19. It's quite close, actually. Quite close when it comes to... yeah, nice jab coming in there. Oh, a couple of shots there by Brahimaj. When it comes to the significant strikes, as we said, quite close at the moment. Right now, we've got Mickey Gall backing up as Brahimaj continues to keep that pressure on. He's backing up a little bit. Lovely swing. Oh, Mickey Gall down! Mickey Gall down! Brahimaj catches him! Oh, wow! Wow! It was tit for tat. Mickey Gall is done, mate. He is done. He gets caught in the first round. It's a first round finish. Brahimaj gets it done. Mickey Gall gets clipped. Oh, hello. Look at those guys. They've got, was that Kofi Mania shirts they had on there? There was definitely WrestleMania shirts that they had. Some boomers in the crowd all wearing the same top. Looked like it said Kofi Mania. Why would you wear that to UFC 309? There was 3 of them wearing the same top. And it was the WrestleMania logo. I think it was WrestleMania 35. And I think it said Kofi Mania on it, which is WrestleMania 35. Yeah, lovely finish there by Brahimaj. Getting that. Look at this. Here, look, we got Mickey Gall swinging away. Boom, boom. But he gets clipped, man. Gets dropped over by the corner, by the fence. Bang, bang. There it is. Boom. Lovely hook shot. Hook shot. Right hook shot coming in. Not really too much behind it. I mean, Brahimaj has got a bit of power, but good power. Nothing biblical. Nothing seismic. But yeah, little hook shot. Boom. Down he went. Down he went. Why doesn't Jake Paul fight an up-and-comer? Well, he should fight an up-and-comer, but I don't know that he is interested. Because the problem with up-and-comers is they might win. It's better to fight old-and-goers. Isn't it? Old-and-goers than up-and-comers. Big Chungus. As soon as Day said Ramiz trains with Bilal, I thought Mickey is done. Yeah, it wasn't the wrestling that killed him, actually. It was the knockout, round 1. But you still got to the right result. Look at that. Brahimaj puts a little traditional hat on Joe Rogan, and that is quite a look. He looks like an eraser. He looks a bit like a Smurf. It's like some sort of white dome that has just been placed. It could be an eraser. You know, the kind of eraser you get on the end of a pencil on the other end. It looks a little bit like that. I feel like that may be a meme. I feel like that might become a meme. He looks like a stylus. That's what he looks like. The way he looks is like the soft bit on the end of it. Have I got one, actually? I might have something stylus-ish. Oh, actually, saying that, I don't think I have such a fine pen. I thought I might have like a really fine pen, but I don't possess such a thing, unfortunately. I just have cheap biros by the looks of it. No styluses here. This is a stylus-free world that I live in. But he does look like a stylus. It's amazing. If you bet on Mickey, you should stop watching UFC, said Big Chungus. I did. I thought that he was going to pull it out the fire. I think it was hope, because he had lost his last 3. But he is well-rounded. He has shown some skills in the past. And it was very close on the odds, but it wasn't to be. But we got a wonderful image out of it. Mo, shout out to you. Toby Rob said, I'm in. AB Jobson says 1 and 2. Not doing very well this week, AB Jobson. Hello, Steve. Hope you are well. You didn't bet on him, did you? Oh, no, I didn't bet on him. I didn't bet on him. I just looked at it. It was quite close. Mickey Gall has got, a few little things in his game, but yeah, he got murked. He got murked. No, I didn't bet on it, but check the flipping caption. It says no copyright. Says Tom. Tom, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. As well, that's going to have sunk our battleship a little bit. Although, good news, it means the prelims are next. So that was the early prelims done. Right? Obviously, there was meant to be 4, but we only ended up with 3. Anyone that's just joining us, don't know if you've heard, but the Chris Weidman fight, he's not dead, but he is facing Eric Anders. Eric Anders has fallen ill earlier today, apparently, and so we found out at the start of this thing that fight is now cancelled. So, unfortunately, we don't have Chris Weidman against Eric Anders to look forward to. So that just meant that there was a little bit delay with getting things started, but that's okay. That's okay. And we are working our way towards the prelims. If you are just joining us, a big shout out to you. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate people sharing their thoughts, comments, what they're excited for, who they think's going to win. Like, put it all in there. Let the world know. Get your thoughts and comments. And we've also got the poll going at the moment. So the poll at the moment, who wins and how? We've had nearly 2,000 votes, which isn't bad, considering we're only at the end of the early prelims. 2,000 votes. Jon Jones, knockout, technical knockout, 62%. Jones by decision, 14%. Stipe by knockout, technical knockout, 18%. Stipe by decision, 6%. That means that Jones winning, 76% of you think that it's going to go that way, with the vast majority thinking that it's going to be knockout, technical knockout. And it absolutely could be. I've got Jones winning in that main event. He is a very, very firm favourite. I think he's coming in about minus 700 favourite. If we look over on Tapology as well, we can see that he is a very big favourite there also. Tapology have got him as 88% favourite to win. So Tapology are firmly behind him. Stipe just 12%. Stipe Miocic's last win was 4 years ago. 4 years ago for Stipe. So not looking very good. But yes, we are moving on. I don't know what's next. Tybora coming up next. What's next is going to be our first prelim. But we are a little bit away from that because that obviously was a first round finish. So we do have a little bit of time to kill. Real Madrid had offered 50 million for Santa, said Dortnight. But they want Trent, don't they? Trent Alexander-Arnold. He keeps turning Liverpool down, apparently. So it looks like he's quite tempted to go. So Liverpool might be losing Trent. And they're probably going to lose Salah as well. It's going to be a real big summer for Liverpool. Because I think they're going to have to do some serious rebuild. But so far, so good for them this season. They're doing well this season. Right, Matt has said, who is Jake going to fight in PFL? I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to PFL. It could be his next move. I think it would be ridiculous. We all know that Jake is just trying to make as much money as possible. And he's doing it with a facade of becoming world champion. And this is where it gets really annoying because I think if he wants to be world champion, then what I'm seeing him doing is not getting him there. You know, I'm seeing him face Mike Tyson at the age of 58. How is that going to help him beat people that are active boxers? What did he learn about facing Mike Tyson? You can say it was a big stage and all that, but he's been on a big stage. It's not like he's, like, you know, never been in front of a big crowd before. Maybe this was bigger. Maybe you can say he got that experience. But actually, boxing-wise, in the ring, what did he learn from facing Mike Tyson? Other than the confidence of he can stand opposite Mike Tyson and survive. But it's a 58-year-old Mike Tyson that was very slow, very laboured, and was basically just Mike Tyson in name. I just don't know what he would have got from it. I don't know what he would have got from it. So, and now he's talking about going and fighting in the PFL. How are you going to be a boxing world champion if your next move is to go into MMA? And if it's not going to be that, it's going to face KSI. How are you going to be a boxing world champion if one of your next moves is going to be to fight an influencer that's not on your level? Jake Paul is miles ahead of KSI. I've watched KSI fights. I've watched Jake Paul fights. Jake Paul is miles ahead of KSI. KSI has got one move, one punch. It's like the overhand right that he bounces back and forth with and then crashes forward with it, right? That's it. Now, maybe he's added to his game since I saw him in that Tommy Fury fight, but that's all he had. Took Tommy a little bit of time to work that out, but once Tommy worked that out, that was it. That was it. KSI had nothing else. There was no plan B. There was nothing else. So really frustrating watching that fight because really, it was limited, and you know that it's going to be limited. I don't think you can watch influencer boxing and then complain about it being limited, really. But I did hope to see more out of KSI than what I saw. So I just don't get it. Him going to PFL, him fighting KSI, it's just all nonsense. It's all just, how can we make money? People want to see me get hurt, so let's go to the PFL and make it seem like I'm going to get hurt. People want to see me get knocked out. Let's go in an MMA fight, and he knows what the real appeal is. No one's watching it. Well, I can't say no one, but most people aren't watching him because we're all rooting for him. We're not all starting a let's get Jake Paul to world champion campaign, are we? People are getting and watching his fights because they want to see him get knocked out, and he knows. So can he just keep putting himself in situations where it seems like he's going to get knocked out, or there's a chance he's going to get knocked out? And if he can keep doing that, he'll keep making bank. He'll keep making money. And all the while, he can be like, yeah, I want to be world champ, want to be world champ. But the fights he takes does not back up that he wants to be world champion. But he should be now getting stuck into some of those ranked fighters. Or he should be getting stuck into fighters, that are going to help him actually get somewhere in the rankings. The only frustrating thing is, right, money speaks louder than anything else in the world. And it would not surprise me if at some point, Beterbiev has already said, the light heavyweight champion of the world, the unified, undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, has already said, hit me up. I'm here for negotiations, right? The sad fact is that Jake does not have to go the path of other fighters because he brings something to the table that they can't, and that is he brings attention, he brings eyeballs, he brings pay-per-view buys, he brings numbers. And so Beterbiev's looked at that and gone, okay, I'm here when you want to talk. So really, whenever Jake wants a title fight, I don't know that it would be a title fight. I don't know that it could be sanctioned, but if he was to face Beterbiev and win, which wouldn't happen, but if he was to face Beterbiev and win, then surely there would have to be a title fight. I don't know. I don't really know how that works, but like he's got everyone's attention, hasn't he? There's people that are looking at that payday, and that opens doors. So I don't know. He can do a lot of things. There are a lot of options on the table. The problem he's got is what is going to get the most views, what is going to get the most attention. How do you go bigger than Mike Tyson? That's going to be really hard. Being in the PFL won't do it, because as you said, who's he going to fight over there? What names have they got? I mean, you can't just face a nobody MMA fighter. It's got to be someone that's got a name. It ain't going to be Ngannou. So if he gets in there with some boomer flipping no one's ever heard of, do you know what I mean? Like, who's going to tune into that? I don't even care about seeing Jake Paul in MMA. Not interested. If he loses an MMA fight, it doesn't affect his boxing records. And it's boxing that we've been watching. This would be like Jake Paul stepping away to go and do flipping chess. Also, do you know what I mean? Like, if he loses in MMA, he still walks around gloating about how he's the best boxer. So a loss in MMA doesn't affect anything. I mean, granted, if he gets knocked out, that'll look good. That'll play well on social media, but there's no guarantee he's going to get knocked out, is there? There's no guarantee that's what's going to happen. So it's frustrating, because you can see the scam, you can see the play, you can see what they're doing and why they're doing it, and you can see it's working. And it's just quite frustrating to watch. And, you know, I am part of the problem because I do the watch-alongs for them. But I do it because the interest is there. If I did it or didn't do it, it wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. So, you know, it's one of those, if you can't beat them, join them. But, like, I tune in to watch Jake Paul get knocked out, as does 99% of everyone that flipping tunes him. But they always find opponents that are just that level behind. They always find people that are just close enough where you go, could they? And they never do. And I think people are onto it now that they never will. They will always find people that are just that step behind. The team that he's got that help identify the next opponents are very good. They are very good. You know, they go and they get dangerous people. You know, your Nate Diaz's of the world, your Mike Tyson's of the world. You know, they go and get these people that have got some name value, that have got some striking ability. Anderson Silva, right? They go and get these people, but they know where Jake's at, and they know what Jake can do, and they know what level Jake's at, and they know this is a level below. And people, I think, are onto it now. People are onto it. I don't know what Jake in PFL does numbers-wise. I really don't. I don't think it does great numbers. Him against KSI would do great numbers, but that would be with a certain market. Wouldn't be with the sports market. It would be with the playground market. It would be with the school market. It would be with the same kids that buy Lunchly market. Yeah. But it would still do great numbers, of course. But he is getting more limited for options, isn't he? It is getting harder for him to find opponents now. Days Mustafa Ali has opened up a wrestling school. Oh, that's good. It's good for him. Are they showing him calling out Stipe now? They're showing just a little video package about our main event. Jon Jones is got the most title fight wins in UFC history. He's on 15. George St. Pierre on 13, Demetrius Johnson on 12, Anderson Silva and Amanda Nunes on 11. Look at that lineup. I mean, that really is a list of what is regarded as the GOATs. Amanda Nunes, Anderson Silva, Demetrius Johnson, George St. Pierre, Jon Jones. I mean, that is really the GOATs of MMA. That is a big stat, actually, to have a championship and defend a championship that many times. It really gets you into that level, doesn't it? It really gets you into that level. You've got to have beaten some people to be amongst those names. Days, if you could only watch one fight on repeat for the rest of your life, what fight are you picking? That is such a fantastic question. I really feel like you are going to want a fight that goes the distance, because if you can only watch it for the rest of your life, you're going to want as much action to unpack as possible. The thing with boxing is that boxing can go 30 odd minutes. So, you know, you could watch that, like a 12-round fight, maybe like Wilder against Fury. They're not the first. The first one was amazing, of course, with Fury getting up in the 12th. But their follow-up fights were absolute bangers. I mean, they were some of the best heavyweight fights I've ever seen. I think you would want something that went the distance if you had to watch it for the rest of your life. And in the heavyweight division, I think the Fury-Wilder fights are about as good as what I've ever seen. Really enjoyed those. To be honest with you, though, how much action are you getting there? You're getting, what, 36 minutes? You could try and find a wrestling fight that goes longer than that. If you can only watch it for the rest of your life, you're going to want as much action as possible, aren't you? So my honest answer might be that I would look to pro wrestling, and I'd look to anything that went for an hour. And I might look for something along those lines, like maybe one of the Ric Flair kind of Ricky Steamboat matches, or Ric Flair against Sting matches, or some people might watch the MJF had an hour match, Iron Man match. That's the word I was looking for. Iron Man match recently, which I heard was, I never saw it, but I heard it was fantastic. I remember Kenny Omega in Japan having some amazing matches for that length of time. And there's no point for the rest of your life only being able to watch like some knockout, you know? I feel like you'd soon get bored of that, unless the knockout came right at the end of a really long contest, you know? But I don't know, you could go with just a classic fight like the Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner. You know, that's often cited as the most important MMA fight because that was the final of The Ultimate Fighter. And, you know, that was really the fight that saved UFC. That was the fight where it was so incredible. People were calling up their mates saying, change the channel. You need to see what's going down right now. And that fight is, you know, it's a fight that even Dana says is maybe the fight. So if you want to look back in UFC history, then Bonner and Forrest Griffin might be the one. That one goes quite a distance. I suppose it just depends what you're after, really. If you're after UFC, you know, there's plenty of great options. Do you know what else was great, actually? I really enjoyed Joanna against Zhang Weili. I love that fight. It's the best women's fight I've ever seen. Joanna against Zhang Weili, I think, is an amazing fight. I flipping love that fight. Jiri against Tajira a few years ago was incredible. There's been loads of amazing UFC fights, but some great boxing fights, of course, throughout history. Some amazing pro wrestling fights. But my honest answer is, if I could only watch one, I would want something that went for quite a bit of time. Robbie Lawler and Rory McDonald was great, said Wrestle with Andy. Definitely. Yep. I completely agree. There's loads of amazing options on the table. Dan Henderson and Shogun Rua, said Travis. Yep. Undertaker and Angle was an epic fight, said Steve. Did Nickal lose? We haven't got to the Bo Nickal fight yet, but I could watch Khabib McGregor for eternity, said Dort Knights. Yeah, I mean, that for the spectacle, I mean, it's just a bit short in the sense that, is it third or fourth round that we get the finish? I think, is it? I don't know, can't remember now. Third or fourth round. I know it doesn't go the distance. Obviously, Khabib gets it done, but the spectacle of it, the size of it, I mean, if you want to talk about the biggest UFC fight ever, then it's undeniable that it was that. So I can see the appeal. Right, people are jumping in because the prelims have started. So we are at the UFC prelims now. And obviously we've just got, they're going to break it down. What we've got tonight, there was just a little bit of time to kill there because, of course, this event is like pushed back because there was a fight cancelled. So if you are just joining us, Chris Weidman fight is axed. It's not happening. So as a result, we kind of had to wait a little bit for our first fight, and it sort of meant that we were kind of sitting around a little bit. But that was all right. It's been good. We've been chatting about last night. We've been chatting about Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. We've been chatting about Jon Jones and Stipe. We haven't really touched on Oliveira, Chandler, but we did talk about it a little bit earlier. LDTV, hello. Shout out to you. Martin as well says, respect from Birmingham. Brum. LDTV said, I'm definitely clocking tonight. I'm so proud to be out here listening to these historic events. Sorry, I couldn't get us to a Diddy White party, said LDTV. Well, LDTV, I know you as a regular at those Diddy parties, and I'm all right with you having not been able to get me in on this very public forum, live on the internet. I just want to say it's absolutely fine that you was never able to get me to a Diddy party. That's fine. But I know that you went to many, and I know you had a wonderful time. And listen, you do you. You do you, my friends. Sadly, I think those days are over. Tybura against Diniz coming up next. We are moving on to that. No one wants to fight McGregor because he will keep them waiting too long, said Jimmy. That is true. Oh, Max Holloway, Gaethje, said Clint. That is a great shout. That is a great shout. Yeah, that is a great shout. That one went the distance and was an absolute banger. UFC-wise, that is right up there, yes. But I look a little bit like Jesus, says Matter. Callum said, does anyone fancy a reach around? Callum, that is such a lovely offer. I'm a little bit busy right now, but there'll probably be some people in the chat that would take you up on that. But Sonny said, I did see God in a... Why is everyone talking about God? I did see God in a dream once. He was wearing a grey robe. His white one must have been in the wash. Or perhaps he put his white one in with a black one. Perhaps he's got a black robe for when he's feeling a bit spicy. And it resulted in it being grey. He had a grey beard and grey hair and blue eyes. I don't know why he would have a grey beard. Should God age? That's an interesting one, isn't it? Why would God have? Why would God, that can create any image of himself that he wants to, why would he choose to have a grey beard? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would he do that? Are you sure it wasn't white? Just a pure white beard? That would make sense. I don't think anyone would choose to have a grey beard. So, and I can't imagine that he's flipping affected by the signs of aging. Why would God have wrinkles? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I mean, I know he's old, but I don't think aging affects him the same way it affects us, you know? Because to be honest, if he's looking old now, how's he going to look in a million years, you know? What, is he going to be in a wheelchair at some point? Listen, I'm just saying. God is not a man, said Sheriff. He can create any image of himself, surely. I can't imagine that there's any rules that affect God. So, I don't know. I don't know why he would do such a thing. Maybe he can create any image and he can create anything, but perhaps there's a beautiful irony that he can't control his own appearance. Imagine that. Imagine he can create anything in the world and he can do anything and he can prevent anything or he can cause anything and he's the all-seer, all-creator, but the irony is he can't control his own image. Imagine that. Oh, deep. Why would God do that? Someone answer Days, for God's sake. God was seen in Boots getting some anti-wrinkle cream. Imagine people getting that God for Christmas. Every year he just gets like skincare products. God bless. If you know, it's all love, yeah? I don't want to get struck down with anything, right? which is, I think God would be all right with us having some bants, right? I believe in his gods, and his name is Roman Reigns. I once saw the Easter Bunny. It was an 8-foot rabbit, said Kim's Trains. Would Jesus give God a reach around, said Sheepus. Oh, I mean, it depends if he asks, I would imagine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they've ever got up to such activity. Isn't it father and son? I wouldn't think so. Jesus is God, said Soldier of Gods. Oh my God. If we talk about God so much, do we attract like a lot of like Christians? Is that what happens? Does the algorithm just find Christians for us? I feel like the more that we've spoke about God, the more God has featured in the chat. Do you know what? We've let him in. We've flipping let him in. And that's all right. I'm not down on that. I would say the vast majority of us probably need saving that are in here anyway, so might as well kill two birds with one stone, really. Watch the UFC and also have our spirits saved, so... Right, here we go. Anyway, we can't worry about saving our spirit at the moment. We'll have to do that later. We have got Deniz taking on Tybura. Deniz against Tybura plus... I was going to read that. That plus 6-year age advantage normally does count for quite a bit. Tybura is going to need to wrestle. He's certainly not going to want to stand and exchange with Deniz. Deniz has got a kickboxing win over Elliott Pereira. He is big, he is athletic, he is powerful, he looks for knockouts. Tybura needs to get this fight down to the ground, but is his wrestling good enough to get the win? And also, he's going to have to really get through a storm. As we said, Deniz looks for finishes, looks for knockouts. Here we go. 61% think that Deniz is going to get the victory. He's 2-0 in the UFC. 39% think it's going to be Tybura. Tybura is 6 years older. This is in the heavyweight division. Deniz is... Oh, head kick coming in there by Deniz. Tybura is ranked number 9 in the heavyweight division. Tybura trying to charge forward, but Deniz gets him down. Tybura is down on the ground. Deniz has got his forearm and is grinding it into the side of the head of Tybura. So Tybura down at the moment. Pricey, hello, my friends. Days, I'm back. I've not been here for 5 months. I'm sorry. I don't mind, but I think the fact that you've come back is lovely. Oh, hammer fist here by Deniz. Right now, Tybura's managed to grab a hold of the leg. Deniz is trying to prevent any kind of heel hook or knee bar. Tybura jumps on top of Deniz. I tell you what, it's really fun stuff. We're down on the ground at the moment. Lots of hammer fists. Coming in by Deniz, who's on his back. Tybura's on top. This is where Tybura wanted to be, because he did not want to stand and strike with Deniz. So Deniz finds himself in a situation now which isn't terrible, but is not where he wants to be. He doesn't want to be on his back with Tybura on top of him. I think fight IQ-wise, this was a really bad move from Deniz. But right now, it is Deniz on his back, Tybura on top. Couple of hammer fists coming in by Deniz. Tybura is all over him at the moment, and he's keeping him grounded. So he's got half guard, Tybura at the moment. Couple of shots raining down. Chest to chest at the moment. This is our first fight on the prelims. Little bit slow, good open, but right now this fight has gone to a bit of a stalemate because, as we said, they're both down on the ground, chest to chest. Tybura on top of Deniz. Shot coming into the side of the body there by Tybura. And again, Tybura's the one that's getting the better of this at the moment. Not by much, but he's in a controlling position. It doesn't really make a difference unless you're doing something, but he is doing something. Throwing in some shots to the side of the head, throwing in some shots to the side of the body. And as we said, he's all over Deniz at the moment, chest to chest. He's got his hand over the mouth as well. That was something that Logan spoke about when he faced Mayweather. Apparently, when he faced Mayweather, Mayweather put his hand over Logan's mouth. And Logan couldn't breathe for a bit. And when he was gasping for air after, he realised, like, oh my God, I missed a couple of breaths there. Like, he just literally starved my body of oxygen for a bit. And he found himself sort of gasping a little bit. And he was like, that's like an old boxing trick, that. Which was really interesting comments that I saw in the build-up to last night's fight. Talking about what it's like to be in there with a veteran and some of those veteran tricks. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Tybura. Tybura chest to chest on Deniz. Really good work this by Tybura. He's done a really good job of taking the sting out of this fight. The problem he's got is the numbers don't look very good. Total strikes are fine, but significant strikes is what judges like the look of. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Tybura. And as we said, he's all over Deniz at the moment. He's fully mounted him, though. He's managed to get from full guard into half guard into full mount. Right now, he's got a bit of ground and pound going. We've got 50-odd seconds left to go. So he's all over him again. Shots coming into the side of the head. And right now, he's got his forearm. He's kind of grinding it over the face of Deniz. I really feel like Tybura needed more here than what he's done, because I don't think he's took much out of Deniz, and the problem is round 2 is going to be on the feet, and I don't think Deniz is going to make this same mistake again. Deniz has learned a lesson here that if he is on his back with Tybura on top, he ain't getting back up. Tybura is the bigger man. And, yeah, he's shown that if it stays on the ground, he can keep him there. Yeah, I mean, it is true. Like, his ground and pound is just not there. Tybura needed to unload on the ground and pounds, and he got himself fully mounted, and he didn't even put much pressure on Deniz. That's really disappointing from Tybura. Really disappointing. In the chat, which way do you think that went? Do you think the control time did swing it for Tybura? I mean, he didn't do a great deal. He had nearly 4 minutes control time, but 4 significant strikes to show for it. Deniz, 9 significant strikes. I think that was very frustrating from Tybura. Maybe because of the sheer amount of control time, they might give him that round. But he was largely not doing a great deal. He did do a lot when it came to total strikes, I will give him that. But significant tends to be what the judges like the look of, because damage is king. Right, round number 2 coming up. Jan against Figueiredo on Saturday, November 23rd. That's a great fight. That's a great fight. Jan against Figueiredo. I tell you what, they've really improved the quality of the fight nights, haven't they? The main events of the fight nights are getting so much better. We went through a period where fight nights look so bland. Just really skippable. There feels to me like there's been a real effort to make fight nights a lot better. Could go either way depending on the judges, said Steve. Hello, Metal Mama. Hope you are well. Right, we are underway with round number 2. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's really appreciated. We are trying to get to 1,000. We always try to get to 1,000 when it comes to these big pay-per-view streams. It does help. It does make a difference. It does help with the search. So if you are enjoying hanging with us, the likes are very much appreciated. As this fight stays on the feet at the moment, but not a lot of activity. Kick coming in there by Tybura, as there's a hook shot coming back there by Deniz. Good footwork by Deniz. I really like that left hand by Tybura. Oh, that's better by Deniz. This is where Tybura doesn't want to be. There was a couple of swinging shots that came in there by Deniz. Oh, lovely. Lovely left hand there by Tybura. Tybura not looking completely lost on the feet. It's just that Deniz is going to be the better of the two fighters. Again, he's keeping that pressure on. Tybura trying to throw a left hand, but some nasty shots coming back by Deniz. Tybura takes a few steps backwards. Tybura drives Deniz up against the cage. He's got him up against the cage and he's managed to get him in a... Oh, picks him up, takes him down. Tybura manages to get Deniz down. And is in half guards. This is where Tybura needs to make this count now. This is where he needs to make this count. Deniz is just showing a bit of inexperience here. He's only 8-0 in his career, 2-0 in the UFC. He is definitely showing some inexperience. It's hard for him, though, because he's 33. Came through Dana White's Contender Series. I suppose it's not that old for a heavyweight, but I don't know. He's still got a long way to go. I feel like he's being a bit fast-tracked. I mean, he's already taken on number 9 in the heavyweight division, and this is looking like a bit of a bridge too far for him right now. He's been taken down and he's getting control. We got just over 2 minutes to go. Right now, Tybura is in half guards. So he's all over Deniz. If we look at the numbers, we can see that gap's still not closing when it comes to significant strikes. I mean, we are seeing some serious control time, but... he's managed to very easily get fully mounted. Now, he got into this position before, and he just never got going with his ground and pounds. Tybura needs to really start unloading here. That was nice. He's managed to get the one arm out the way. He's fully mounted Deniz. He's trying to get his ground and pound going. Oh, that was a lovely elbow by Tybura. But just landing one elbow is not going to be enough. He needs to find a way. He's trying to get really high. He's trying to pin down the arms, actually. I really feel like Tybura is trying to get in the absolute perfect position, right? And that is just going to be so hard to do. Sometimes you've got to make the most of the position you're in if it's a good position. Instead, he's trying to get like the arms down. He's trying to get higher. By the time he's doing all that, you're running out of time. You're in a really good position. You should be able to make this work for you. And he's really struggling at the moment. He's getting the odd shot off, but Deniz is constantly moving, getting his arms in the way. He's doing whatever he can to defend. Tybura on top of Deniz. This is exactly where you would want to be, fully mounted. You only got the arms to worry about. You're keeping him pinned down with your body weight. Forearm coming down there by Tybura. And again, oh, that's nice. He is getting some shots through. Looks like there is a mark coming. Oh, and another one as well. This is, oh my God, he's busted him. Here we go. Here we go. Deniz is busted. Oh, the blood. The blood. It's brutal. That's better. He found an opening and then he starts spamming it. End of the round. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is pouring out of his face. Oh my God, it is everywhere. He is in big trouble. He is pretty much out. He was like this as he got up and went, oh my God, mate, he is a mess. Oh, he is a mess. There are cuts everywhere. We've got a nasty cut here. They might not go to the thirds. They might not. There's a broken nose, I'm sure. He's got blood coming down the bridge of his nose. The eye is busted open. Bang! Bang! Like it was raining elbows. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Look at this. Right with that is honestly. If ever you're like, oh, I think I could do MMA. Look at this moment here. And just think about how fortunate you are. that you don't, because that is horrific. That is horrific. Part of me wonders if I would even wish that on Jake Paul, but I absolutely would. Part of me is like, do I wish that was Jake Paul? And the answer is yes. Yes, I do. They're trying to check on him. They're asking him some questions. The blood is pouring down his face. I don't know. I don't think you can let this go. They're asking him, can you see? And I think he says he can. I don't think you let this go. If we're being honest, the doctor looks concerned. It's done. It's done. It's the right call. The crowd aren't happy, but it's the right call. Yeah, Joe Rogan said, I think it's a good stoppage. I do as well. His face is a mess. The cut above his eye is horrific. Yeah, look, the doctor he's made his decision. The fight's been called. Deniz is absolutely pleading. Deniz is not happy, but... yeah, it's been called. And it should be called. It is absolutely pouring out his face. Yeah, Joe Rogan said if Herb Dean had stopped that fight with like a second to go, I don't think anyone would have had a complaint. So he's actually really fortunate that he even survived the rounds. He did survive the rounds, but his corner were not able to repair his face to get him ready for the next rounds. It's a little bit like the Amanda Serrano fight, to be honest. I was amazed that that continued after the fight, after the cut she had, you know? Look, we're having a look here. Look, the corner gets him up, and he does kind of stumble a bit. Look, he's got his head up. He doesn't, like, his head's back. He doesn't seem to quite know where he is. Wobbly legs is apparently what the doctor is saying. Oh, it was brutal, mate. That was worth watching, this fight. Well, this whole event was worth it just for that. Absolutely brutal. Those, you know, we were quite critical of Tybura because he was getting in some really good positions and he just wasn't doing that. And then right at the end, he does. And it felt like it might be a touch too late because Deniz did get through the round, but the damage was done. Serrano totally deserved to get that win last night, said Luna. Do you think Tybura or Deniz is going to win this, said Stocky. Stocky, that's a great question. I'm going to go with Tybura getting the win. I think he gets it by... well, yeah, I think it's going to be a stoppage. I think it'll probably be a case that Deniz won't be able to come out for the third round. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But that's my prediction, but... where was the doctor for Tyson, says Matter. Well, to be honest, I mean, it's funny because... well, it's not funny. But we all looked at that Mike Tyson fight and, you know, there was concerns. You can go to a lot of channels that did predictions and there was concerns. People saying, like, he's 50. Did you know there was a van that was actually driving around the AT&T Centre that said, shame on you, Jake Paul. And at the back it said, he's 58. There was a van that was driving around. Tony Bellew broke into the press conference, didn't he? I don't know if you saw that. Broke in with, like, an old guy, right, who had a couple of boxing gloves on. And Tony Bellew brought his own microphone and he was like, Jake, I've got your next opponent. This one's actually got 2 working hips. I mean, it's not revisionist history to say that there was a lot of people concerned that Mike should not even have been allowed to have had that fight. But he was allowed. And I don't know, is there a question to be answered as to why commissions allowed it? I mean, at the end of the day, they allowed it for money, didn't they? We know why they flipping allowed it. They allowed it for money. But, yeah, it's one of those that's just a bit unfortunate, isn't it? That money talks louder than people's health. And, you know, if Jake had really gone for it, I think he could have put Mike away towards the end of that fight. Thankfully, Jake is not a complete idiot. and did kind of take his foot off the gas a little bit. Even just bowing for the last 10 seconds rather than even fighting at all. But, as I said earlier, imagine if he had knocked him out. Oof. There'd be a hit. There'd be a hit on Jake Paul today. So you do look at some of these fights and wonder how they get sanctioned. But I think that's a good call by the doctor, personally. Netflix announced that 60 million people watched the Tyson fight. 50 watched the women's fight. That must be in America. That can't be around the world. I heard it was in the hundreds, 100 and something million. So that must be America. 60 million watched the Tyson fight, 50 million watched the women fight, so an extra 10 million tuned in. Well, actually, it'll be even more because there was plenty of people that said that they were going to tune out, and I believe that many did. So it might be that 5 million tuned out and an extra 15 million tuned in. Just got an advert on the screens at the moment. There's an advert for, I think is it WrestleMania or Survivor Series? I couldn't quite see. There's certainly a WWE advert on the screens. And I think now there's an advert for Gladiator 2, which looks all right, actually. I've not seen the reviews for Gladiator 2, but it looks all right. I don't know that I will go to the cinema to watch it, but I think it might be an all right film, you know. Not like the new Rock movie that's about Christmas, the red one thing. That thing's got like 30%, I think, on Rotten Tomatoes. That one, I think, sucks. But, yeah, apparently the Gladiator film should be all right. Adam said, I heard it was only Texas that would have a commission that would have allowed Tyson to fight. That's interesting. And you know what? That's a really interesting point because actually we've seen this before where, you know, the British Boxing Commission won't commission a fight and so they get a commission from flipping Turkey or something like this. Like, I suppose you can always get a fight commissioned because there's enough commissions out there. You just go to one of the commissions. Someone will do it. As you said, someone will do it. Even if it is some flipping country that never has any real boxing fights, they'll commission it. And as long as you give them enough money. So I suppose you'll always be able... It doesn't really matter where the fight is staged. It's the fact it's being shown on Netflix that's the most important thing. So if we have to go to the flipping Canary Islands, then we'll do it, you know. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter about the live crowds. I mean, they made a pretty penny. I think they made 17 million on the gate. And that's certainly, you know, not anything to roll your eyes at. But Jake made 40 million. Do you know what I mean? Tyson made 20 million. I mean, 17 million is, you know, good. But it wasn't like where the real money was coming from. The real money, I think, was being put up by Netflix themselves. So you could have run it pretty much anywhere. There'll be a commission somewhere that will always commission these things. 10-9 Tybura Deniz did not do enough, said AB Jobson. How many fights before the main event, please, said JD. JD, that is so lovely. Do you know what, JD? I don't get enough pleases. And so shout out to you and the way that you was raised. I will tell you, my friends. So on the main cards, we have got 5 fights on the main cards. On the prelims, we've got another 3 fights. So 8 fights in total. That means that we've got 7 fights to get through till we get to Jon Jones' fight. Each fight tends to get about half an hour time slot. Main card will start at 3 a.m. in the UK. So main card will start in an hour and a half. So then probably 2 hours after that we'll be at the main fight. So I reckon about 3.5 hours. And then we'll be at the Jon Jones fight, which is a bit of time. I'm not going to lie. It is, you know, it's going to be a bit of a walk to get there. But if you think about in about 4 hours' time, we will be completely done. That's, you know, that's kind of where we are. We've already been live for over 3 hours. So, or just coming up to 3 hours. So we're probably getting to about the halfway point now. What did we think of Oban Elliott? Thought he was good. Yeah, thought he was good. Good kicks. Thought he had a good game plan. Good strategy. Worked well. Stuck to it. And obviously got a very impressive finish. I think he was good. I just don't think you can go around calling yourself the world's #1 gangster when you come from Wales. That's the only thing that I would pick him up on. I mean, you know, not in person. I'm not an idiot. I'd send him an email. Right, we've got next fight. This one is Romero versus Onama. So, Romero against Onama coming up next. This fight, I don't know if this was added late, but this actually wasn't on my research. Like, I went through all the fights that had been announced, and this was not one of them. I did catch it, though, yesterday, and so I did manage to get a bit of research done on it. I can tell you that, I mean, David Onama, we know a bit about. We've seen him 6 times. He's 4-2 in the UFC. He is going to look to win by finish. He throws combos. He's got a good size to him. He's very good with his takedown defense. He's going to want this to stay on the feet. He has got a lot of power when he's in the pocket, and he's coming in with 6 first-round finishes, back-to-back wins as well. So very impressive, like, numbers behind David Onama. He has lost a couple of times. But volume, if you look, 5.04 significant strikes landed per minute, which is, you know, good. That is good output from David Onama. So David Onama is definitely the pick here. I can tell you that 96% of people on Tapology had picked David Onama to get the victory. So David Onama, definitely the pick. He's taken on Roberto Romero, who is making his UFC debut. He won his last fight, is well-rounded, primarily a boxer. He's got lots of jabs, wild hooks, works the body well. He's got a good head kick as well, so worth keeping an eye out for that. A few questions around his cardio, though. He is someone that can fade. And again, you know, he is making his UFC debut. He's 6 years younger, but that 6 years is good if you are like 32 to 26, 33 to 27. This is 30 to 24. I do just worry that 24 is a little too young. We've seen younger, and we've seen people that can come in younger and do a job in UFC. I just don't know that that is Roberto Romero. So I have got David Onama getting the victory. And I think most people will as well. So David Onama is the pick. What do you think that CM Punk could be joining OG Bloodline for War Games, said Daniel. I don't think it's going to go that way, but... I just got here, said King's Crutch. Do we think that Jones wins by knockout? I think I am leaning towards... I think I'm leaning towards it being a rear naked choke, actually. I can see him swarming Stipe, driving Stipe back against the cage, and then getting a rear naked choke or some sort of choke. David Onama is minus, get ready for this, 1,350 favorite. 1,300. This is going to be good. How often do we see someone that's a minus 1,350 favorite? This is going to be good. Let's go. Okay, here we go then. We're about to get underway. Romero has got a real job on his hands here. So Onama comes into the center. Romero in green. Nice switching a stance there by Onama. Definitely do not take your eyes off this. Onama looks for finishes, and I think he should get one in this fight. Not sure when it comes. You can see the blood on the mat, by the way. That blood, Dennis blood on the mats. As Romero moves around from side to side. Onama with a kick. And Romero kicking on the outsides. Onama, nice kick coming back there. So we've got the stats up on screen, and we are underway with our second fight on the prelims. I tell you what, Romero hammering the leg kicks here. Romero's game. I really like this strategy of like really implying the leg kick game. Yeah. No, you can't slip up with Onama. He's got wonderful striking, but I like the fact that Romero has come in with a plan. And his plan is to really chip away at the kicks. He tries to grab the leg of Onama there. Tries to grab the leg. And right now we've got Romero, and he's backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Onama. Couple of jabs coming in by Romero. Nice kick coming in there by Romero. Kick coming back there by Onama. Both fighters in the middle. Heavy leg kick. These leg kicks by Romero are very impressive. They're really heavy. They're really taking the base away from Onama. Onama does not have a foundation, or the foundation that he needs. Kick coming there by Onama. Romero moving around. Couple of jabs coming in. At the moment, those leg kicks are probably making up the difference here. You can see 10 for Romero. They are heavy. They are chopping. They are really not allowing Onama to get settled. It's very hard for him to throw anything with power if his legs are constantly being chipped away at, and that feels like it is the strategy. Romero is giving Onama a few problems here. Onama has not quite worked this problem out yet. Leg kick coming in again. The other good thing is that when Romero is throwing in a... Oh, Onama goes down! Oh my God! Romero jumps round the back of Onama and he's looking for a choke. It's on the chin. That's not under the chin. It's on the chin. Onama is defending. Can you imagine if a minus 1,350 guy... Right now, there is a load of people desperately pouring money onto Romero. Right now, there is a lot of people picking up the phone to their bookmakers, screaming down the phone. Oh my God. This dude is minus 1,350. I didn't even see what Romero was. He must be +7, +800. Oh my God. That means if you put $100 on Romero, you get $700, $800 back. Don't do it because he hasn't won, right? But I'm just saying that right now he's having an amazing first round. Knees coming in by Romero. Oh my, Romero is so good, said Wrestling Prouds. He's come in with an amazing strategy. Onama trying to grab a hold of Romero. He's got a lovely choke applied here. But I don't think he's going to find a finish from it, no. And Romero drives Onama up against the fence. Elbow coming into the side of the head. Onama knows now that he's in a fight here. Onama knows that this is now actually a real challenge and that this is a real problem and this is a real fight and he needs a real game plan, because going in and thinking that you're just going to outschool this kid, that ain't going to work. This is now... I said it was an interesting fight, don't blink. It's just got more interesting. A couple of shots coming in there by Romero. Onama goes back to the center. Leg kick coming in. But Onama manages to get his leg out the way. Oh, that was lovely. Right hand there by Onama. If he can get some of these shots through, if he can get Romero to just taste the power that... Oh, there he was! There it was! Boom! Left hand. That will make Romero a bit more hesitant. Now he's pouring it on. Romero goes down. Hammer fists by Onama. He's got 5 seconds. Oh my God, he's going to survive. He does. What a round. What a round. So good. It went this way. It went that way. Oh my God. He needed Romero to feel his power, because Romero was showing no respect, no regard for what Onama could do. It was just Onama couldn't get through with anything. He did right at the end. He ended up dropping Romero. That is going to be interesting to see how Romero reacts now, because Romero knows that he can't be quite as reckless, because if he gets clipped, there's a chance he's going down. So good. What a round. Oh my God. UFC is amazing. This is minus 1,350 favorite Onama. Oh my God. What's this kid going to do in the second round? I hope he doesn't fade. I hope he comes out. He's got a game plan. I don't think there's going to be a plan B. But I want to see this kid come out. Bite down on that mouthpiece. I think he's going to have to go through the storm. He's going to have to go through the fire. He's going to have to take some of these moments. Here we go. Round number 2. The crowd are so into this. Big roar. Onama in red. Romero in green. Romero standing in the middle. And he's keeping it very covered. He needs to go back to those leg kicks, Romero. That was his. That was the keys that kind of opened everything, and he does try to get back to those. Throws in a leg kick. Jab comes back there by Onama. Onama on the outside, trying to find a way forwards. Romero taking a few steps back. Uppercut just misses there by Onama. Spin kick to the midsection there by Romero. Outside leg kick there by Romero. Knee coming in. Shot coming in. 1-2 straight down the middle. Oh, lovely shot there by Onama. Onama backing up, circling round Romero, keeping the pressure on. He is showing a little bit more hesitancy for me. He is not really outputting as much as he was in the first. He needs to be working those leg kicks more. Those leg kicks were a big path to victory for him. And right now, Onama is keeping the distance a little bit more now. He's making it harder for Romero to leg kick him. You can see the gap between them. It's very wide. Romero just struggling to get those leg kicks off as a result. Tries to jab into the body. Tries to use some head movement. Kick coming into the body. Backs up a little bit. Romero trying to throw in a right hand. Overhand there by Romero, but it doesn't connect. Romero in the middle. There's a lovely jab that comes back there by Onama. Onama on the outside. Looked like he was going to throw a kick. Goes for a kick on the outside. Inside kick coming in there by Romero. Onama backing up as Romero goes straight down the middle. Onama again just putting out his hand, looking for a bit of a rangefinder. Does throw a jab. They both jab at the same time. Nice head movement there by Romero. Good body work. Moving out the way, backing up as Onama comes forward. Lets his hands go, swinging for the fences. Good work by Romero. Getting his head out the way. Ducking out the way, moving forwards. And it's Onama that's backing up against the cage at the moment as Romero continues to put that pressure on. Nice heavy leg kick there by Romero halfway through the second round. Onama backing up as Romero continues to move forwards. Both go into the center. This fight is all over the octagon. There was a lovely little right hook there by Onama. That seemed to get through on Romero. Romero not having as much success with the leg kicks. We're not seeing quite the same amount of volume, and we are seeing a bit of damage on the face of Romero. Romero is busted. There is blood coming down his face. Onama using that lateral movement. Nice, going to the body. Hard to see where that cut is coming from. I don't know if it's coming from the nose or if it's coming from the cheek. Oh, 1-2. Bang, bang. Lovely work by Onama. Going to the body, going upstairs. I think he just clipped Romero, and Romero looks like he's fading to me. It doesn't look like he is giving as much output as what we saw in the first. Oh, and he goes down. Romero goes down. Onama on top of him. I feel like Romero has given about as much as he's probably going to give in this fight. He really seemed to be tiring, and then he ended up getting clipped. He ended up going down. Right now, we've got Onama on top of Romero, and Romero finds himself on his back right now. Onama on top. He's in full guards at the moment. Romero is... This is still all right for Romero. Onama is someone you don't want to be on the feet with. I mean, to be honest, is someone you don't want to be in the cage with. Is this the main card? This is the prelims. Who's winning so far? I think that this is an Onama round. You could make an argument for the first round being Romero. I think the first round was close. This round, I feel, is a Onama round. Round 2 significant strikes back that up. We've just had them on screen. 35 significant strikes to 26 for Romero. So it could be 2-0. It could be 1-1. I don't know. I think it's really difficult. I don't think either can go into round 3 with total confidence. I think that they'll both need round 3. Right, Onama is allowing Romero to get back up to his feet. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. People then and now said, I hope that Romero loses. He doesn't deserve to win. Both cheek and nose, said wrestler. Is that where the blood's coming from? Cheek and nose. Can you rinse and repeat what you just did in that last round? That's what they're saying to Onama. Can you just give us more of what you've just done? Good round for Onama, that. Good rounds. It puts him ahead on significant strikes, 71-65. At 75% Jones, 25% Stipe catches home and wins Jones. Submission round 2, said JB Fitness. Submission round 2, I can go with that. Yes, I can go with that. Okay, here we go. Round 3. This has been such a compelling fight. It has been so good. It has been so interesting. It's been a real pleasure to watch, actually. And I can't wait to see how round 3 is going to go. I do get the feeling that Romero is fading. I do get the feeling that his best round was round 1. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to match that in round 3. Onama seems to have grown into the fight. I expect Onama to go on to get this now. Kick coming in there by Onama, but we're going to have to wait and see. We'll see what Romero has got. This is a massive opportunity for him. A real underdog in his UFC debut. Outside leg kick misses there by Romero. Kick coming in down the middle there by Onama. A couple of jabs coming in. Outside leg kick there by Romero. Kick coming in to the body. Mike Malott said, what a crazy war this is. Adrian said, throw in absolute heaters. Billy Q said, these boys are cracking. Kicks coming into the body there by Romero. Not really much behind them. Nice left hand there by Onama. Onama going upstairs, then digging into the body. And we're seeing Romero trying to throw an overhand right there. Didn't really get much of it through. Couple of shots. Oh, lovely shot there by Onama. Lovely. Seems to be open palm. I'm sure he just was hitting him with open palm. And kick coming back there by Romero. And yeah, he is kind of... We're doing a little bit of this. Nice jab there. Oh, big heavy kick by Romero. And that took Onama's legs away from underneath him. He manages to get back up to his feet, though. Romero moving forward. Onama backing up a little bit as Romero continues putting the pressure on. Heavy leg kick took the legs away from Onama. So he has still got something about him here, Romero. 3 minutes left to go. He's still moving forward. He's still putting the pressure on Onama. Onama on the outside, Romero right in front of him. Jab straight down the middle there by Romero. Onama edging forward. I feel like we need more out of Onama here. Nice kick coming in there by Onama. Kick comes back by Romero. Couldn't land it. Jab coming in there by Onama. Head kick, but it's caught there by Onama. He tries to charge over to Romero. Romero gets thrown into the side of the cage. And Onama doing a great job. And he's trying to drag Romero down. Romero is down on the ground. Onama on top. And he can control the fight from here. So Onama has done a really good job. He's actually fully mounted Romero. That was such an interesting takedown. He managed to get him in a clinch. He then wrapped his leg around to kind of trip him. And as he tripped him, he wrapped his other leg around so that when they went down, he was already on top of him. So he is now fully mounted him. It was a really good takedown. It was a really innovative, interesting takedown. and it's allowed him to be fully mounted immediately. So he's on top of Romero. We are over by the side of the cage. Romero just made quite an explosive movement, which means that Onama now is back in full guards. So all of that work has just been completely undone. But yeah, Romero down on the ground. I think this is probably going to give it to Onama. Onama is laying down some ground and pounds. We're just having a look at the significant strikes by rounds. Romero won the first. Onama won the second. And so far in the third, it is 23-10 in favor of Onama. Onama raining these shots down. Romero on his back. Onama standing over him and doing a really good job at the moment of seeing this fight out. We got a minute left to go. It was never meant to be this hard. I'm not sure this is the fight that Onama was expecting. It's been a really good fight, though. Really enjoyed it. And raining down some big shots. Onama all over Romero. He's trying to get away here. But Romero grabbing him, keeping him close. And chest to chest. I don't know why Romero doesn't want to allow Onama to get back up, because Romero can't really do a great deal from here. And he's certainly not winning this fight, so I don't see what's in it for Romero by doing that. But Onama raining down some big shots, big blows. 15 seconds left to go in this fight. It's going to be a decision victory for Onama. But Romero, with that first round, did an absolutely fantastic job. Onama is raining it down, and they go the distance. Referee seemed to jump in a bit quick there. I didn't know if he'd actually stopped it with like a second to go, but I think we have actually gone to a decision. He seemed to stop it before we actually got the official bell, because Onama was raining some shots down. And yeah, I think it's gone the distance. So we'll see what the judges say. Good, though. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Come on, Onama, said Sunny Wolf. Yeah, really good. If you are joining us, I hope you enjoyed that. Also, if you've not left a like, leave a like. We always try to get to 1,000. We know we're on track if by the end of the prelims we're around 500. Well, we're currently on 409. So we're doing okay. We got an hour to go. We need to find 91. So that's kind of the target that we always set ourselves. So we're doing okay, but we could definitely do with a boost. So if you are feeling generous this evening, then very much appreciate it. We've had 3,000 votes. And I can tell you that Jon Jones by knockout, 61% of you think it's going to go that way. Jon Jones by decision, 14%. Stipe by knockout, 20%. Stipe by decision, 5%. 75% think Jon Jones is winning our main event. 25% think it's going to be Stipe Miocic. Okay, here we go. Decision time. Let's see which way this one has gone. All three judges. 30-27? Wow. So David Onama gets it. All three judges went 30-27. All three judges gave him the first round. I think there's an argument for Onama for the first rounds. Onama landed more and got a knockdown. It was close, though, because Onama got a knockdown as well. But that is very interesting. Days, have you been to UFC before? I've never actually been, no. The one that I really wanted to go to, the one that I regret not going to, was when Anderson Silva faced Bisping. That was in London, in the UK. I love Bisping. And I love Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva's my favourite fighter, actually. And that is an amazing fight. That's the fight where Anderson Silva thought that Bisping was out. And, like, the referee, it's the end of the rounds. So the referee goes, that's it. Because the round has ended. Bisping is slumped in the corner right? Anderson Silva thinks that the fight's over and that he's won, goes off and starts celebrating, flipping jumps on the cage and he's like this to the crowds. And like this corner are like, no, we've got another round. Another few rounds, actually. And he's like, what? It's like, yeah, that was the end of the rounds. And he's like, oh my God. And so he has to, like, he obviously misses out on quite a bit of prep time for the next round. Bisping then comes back and Bisping wins the fight. It's amazing. It's an amazing fight with two of my favorite fighters. And that is one that I, even at the time, like, really wanted to go to, but couldn't make it work, didn't end up going, and I have always regretted it. But outside of that, I can't say that I've ever really come close to going to any. I mean, we don't get that many in the UK. Although they are coming back next March. They have announced that they'll be in London next March. The problem is now I do the streams, don't I? And I'd much rather sit here with you guys doing this than actually, you know, go to the actual shows. So... But yeah, it is good. It's something that I would like to go to. If anyone in the chat has been to any of the UFC shows, let us know. What did you go to? Was it a good experience? I'd imagine it was. I can't see how it wouldn't be. If Stipe said he's injured, would we get Jones-Aspinall fight today? Well, I think Aspinall's meant to be the backup fighter, but I've not really heard a great deal about it. Jon Jones has said that he isn't interested in fighting Aspinall, but word on the street was that Aspinall was the backup fighter, but it's all been very hush-hush. So he's there. Apparently, he wanted to get into the cage after, and UFC have... he's waiting to hear back if UFC would allow it. So, and do you know what? That's actually a real big talking point, because Jon Jones has said he's not interested in fighting Tom Aspinall, right? He's not interested. And he was obviously shocked at the press conference when Dana was asked the question, what would be next for the winner? And he categorically was like, it'll be Tom Aspinall. And I think Jon Jones was shocked, because I think Jon Jones's mentality is, do you want to see me fight one more time against an Alec Pereira, or do you just want to see me retire? Because if you want me to fight against Aspinall, I'm just going to retire. It's not a fight I'm interested in. And so I think Jon Jones's mindset was, there's no way Dana's going to want to see me walk away. I can call the shots here. I think Dana's mindset is, no, I call the shots here, not you. I'm not going to be backed into a corner, and I'm not going to be told as to who you're fighting, right? And so I think there is this, like, power struggle, if you will. Jon Jones thinks he can call the shots for who he fights next. Dana thinks he calls the shots as to who fights next. And there's only going to be one winner there. If Dana wants to put his foot down, that's it, innit? I mean, listen, if Jon Jones is going to walk away, take his ball and go home, then so be it. But what's really interesting is Tom Aspinall has come out and said, can I get in the cage after the fight? And apparently he's not heard back from UFC. So what happens if UFC say yes? What happens if Tom Aspinall is allowed in the cage after Jon Jones wins? I can only imagine Jon Jones just walks out the cage. That's all I can imagine happening. All I can imagine happening is Jon Jones walks out the cage. If Jon Jones has been playing us and Jon Jones accepts the fight with Aspinall after the fight tonight, that'll be huge. That will be massive. They've already made that fight a much bigger fight than it ever would have been. That fight would be absolutely massive now. So if that was the plan, if that was the play, if that was the game, was to make this fight bigger than it was going to be, and they've done it by Jon Jones saying, no, I don't want it, no, I don't want it, no, I don't want it. And then Aspinall gets in the cage tonight and Jon is like, let's go, right? Jon's like, I've had enough of you. I'm sick of hearing about this. I'll see you in March or whatever it might be. That fight's going to be monstrous. That fight will be huge. That fight could sell. I'm going to say something that I think, is it controversial? I don't even know. Could that fight sell out Wembley? I think it could. I think it could. I think that fight would sell Wembley. I think if you was to put Tom Aspinall going for the actual UFC Heavyweight Championship, trying to become the UK's first UFC Heavyweight Champion against Jon Bones Jones. I think it sells Wembley. We love over here combat sports. We love UFC. We love boxing. I mean, we're a proud boxing nation. We've boxing, you know, is in our blood. You know, you've only got to look at the heavyweight division with the amount of like Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury. You know, there's loads of British heavyweights around. Chisora, Fisher, Joe Joyce. You know, so we love boxing, and obviously Wembley's had some big boxing nights. We know that Dana's not bothered about doing stadium shows. He's not interested in stadium shows. He likes to do arenas because of the atmosphere, but, oh, come on, man. The opportunity to sell out Wembley. The opportunity to be telling the truth. Wrestler Andy said Aspinall is going to jump Stipe backstage before the fight, WWE style. Good. What if we say that it's going to be Stipe and the music hits, but it's actually Aspinall that comes walking out as like a real dramatic switch? What a moment. What an amazing moment that would be. Right, talking of amazing, here is Jim Miller. He's got the second most finishes in UFC history. What a guy. What a guy. This is someone that has competed at UFC 100, UFC 200, UFC 300. He'll probably be there for UFC 400, but he probably won't. And honestly, there's even a few people wondering if this might be the last time we see him. He's 41 years old. 41. He did lose his last fight. His UFC records, not his MMA records, his UFC records is 26 wins, 17 losses. That is like people's normal records. That's more than people's normal. That's more than Damon Jackson's normal record. Damon Jackson's got 23 wins in his career. Jim Miller's got 26 in UFC. Damon Jackson's got 7 losses. Jim Miller's got 17 just in UFC. His numbers are incredible. Good fighter as well. And you know what? He's only a short underdog. He's plus 110 here. 74% of people think that he might get the victory. I don't know, actually, when UFC 400 would be. I don't think Jim Miller gets there. But there is a chance that he could win this fight. If he fights like once a year, which is not out the question, could he get there? Could he get there? It depends if he keeps losing, doesn't it? What do you think about Elliott Pereira against Jon Jones, said Zishan? Well, it's the fight that a lot of people really, really want to see. Like, a lot of people really want to see that fight, and I understand that. But I don't know. I kind of agree that you should clean out your division, really, before you start doing... There's been a lot of this jumping around weight classes. There's a lot of people that just want the big fights, you know, and they don't want the mandatory challengers. And I kind of feel like there's plenty of fights for Elliott Pereira at light heavyweight. For him to jump up and try and do it in light heavyweight as well, like, I don't know, part of me admires it. Part of me admires the fact that there's people willing to take those risks. But I sort of feel like we are also going a little bit quick at times as well. And I would much rather we give Aspinall his fight over Pereira. A great fight, though, if we're just talking about Jon Jones Pereira. I mean, great fight. I'm guessing that would be at heavyweight. It's hard to know how it would go because I haven't seen Pereira at heavyweight and I've hardly seen Jon Jones at heavyweight, so it's really hard to know how it would play out. I mean, there'd be a lot of intrigue there, definitely, but yeah, I'd want to see Aspinall first. Okay, Jackson has got Miller and he's driven him up against the side of the cage, so we are just 50 minutes away from getting to our main show. 50 minutes from the main show. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're 39 away. We're in not a bad spot, actually. Considering we've still got 50 minutes to go, not a bad spot. Jackson charging forward and unloading on Miller. So at the moment, you can see that Jackson just slightly ahead on significant strikes. Both guys in the center. Jackson looking for a kick. No joy, though. Backs up a little bit as Miller continues to put that pressure on. Couple of shots coming in there by Miller. Jackson, again, trying to find a way forward as Miller continues to move forward. Throws out a right hand. Didn't land with it, though, as Jackson takes a few steps back. Kick coming in there by Jackson. Miller, again, having a look. There's a right hand coming in there by Jackson. Miller bouncing back as Jackson. Oh, nice heavy kick coming in there by Jackson. Kick coming in again by Jackson. Miller charging forward. Outside leg kick there by Miller. Kick coming back there by Jackson. Miller backing up a little bit as Jackson continues to move forward. There was a lovely shot that came in there by Miller. Lovely left hands. Jackson, again, putting this pressure on. Oh, ducking underneath. Grabbing a hold of Miller. Looking for a takedown. Gets the takedown. But there's a guillotine. That looks tight. Oh, he taps him. Oh, my God. That guillotine was tight. Miller gets it. Wow. Wow. So he manages to get him down, but by taking him down, Miller gets that guillotine on. It looked good. It looked tight. It was good. It was tight. Jim Miller. Win number 27 in the UFC. Came in as an underdog. Bang, look at that. Yeah, it's so tight. I actually thought that it was a takedown that Jackson had applied. It isn't. It's actually Miller that actually gets the guillotine and then jumps down and so wraps his legs around. In the moment, it looked like he'd gone for the takedown and Miller had snatched the guillotine, but it was actually Miller that had put the guillotine on. Yeah, and he's really got the head arched over as well, hasn't he? That's so good. It is really tight. Really tight. Really impressive. Miller time, said Steve. Nathan, shout out to you, my friends. Really impressive stuff. Jim Miller. Well, people were wondering if he might retire, but I can't see him flipping retiring after such a victory, you know? First round finish. Why would you look to retire? Unless you're thinking of retiring anyway. It was good. It was tight. That's what she said Big Chungus. Not when I'm around. Henry said, I'm mates with Oban and he is going places. I think the connections he has, he is the next big thing, says Henry. He was really impressive. Really impressive. I thought it was a brilliant performance from him. And I'm very excited to see what he can do next, to be honest, because yeah, I agree with you. I think he is very much going places. 3-0 now in the UFC. So yeah, I don't know what's next for him in the welterweight division, but I wish him all the best. I thought it was a very impressive performance. Right, we've gone to commercial break. Jim Miller just won me some money, said Lol Snaps. Oh, well done, Lol Snaps. Always love to hear people getting one over the bookies. Very good. Do we remember when Jermaine was the women's champ and refused to fight Cyborg? Yes. Cyborg. God, that was a time, wasn't it? I want to hear this interview with Jim Miller. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to hear what Jim Miller's got to say. Jim Miller getting the job done, getting his hand raised. If you are just joining us, it's a first round finish. Guillotine by Jim Miller. No gloves have come off, by the way. What a career. extends his UFC record to 27 wins. We need justice for Peanut. Let's go. Justice for Peanut. So they're just showing the guillotine's second most submissions in UFC history with 13, just behind Charles Oliveira, who's in our co-main event tonight. Amazing. UFC 309 is way better than Paul. Oh, God, it's not even flipping close, is it? I have a bit of a different approach to my grip. It took me a few years to figure it out, says Jim. How much longer? This was 45. That's a really, really good comment. That is so good. He said that he has had fight number 45 tonight. Let's see if I can get to 50, right? I love the fact that, oh, hello, gloves have been left. Are they Damon Jackson's gloves? Are they Damon Jackson's gloves? Oh, yeah, I think Damon Jackson may have just... I mean, he is 36. I think Damon Jackson may have just left his gloves in the octagon. But yeah, he said Anthony Cleedus is there from Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's cool. That's really cool. So, yeah, he just said that that was fight number 45. Let's see if I can get to 50. And the comment that really caught my ear was, he said, do you know what? I'm not even in the top 10 for most decision wins in lightweight history. Like, he was saying that, you know, he's always coming in, he's always looking for a finish. And considering how many fights he's had, the fact that he's not even in the top 10 for decision victories is quite impressive, actually. Considering that was victory number 27, and he's not even in the top 10 in the light heavyweight division for decision wins in the history of UFC. That shows how much he goes in there looking for a finish. I thought that was an excellent comment from Jim Miller, and I'm really pleased to hear that he's going on. So that was number 45. He wants to get to 50. I would love for him to get to UFC 400, but I'm not sure what year that is. I'm not sure how possible that is. It's probably not possible. It's probably not possible. I think he probably knows it's not possible, which is why he's setting his sights on fight number 50 rather than anything else. But that's another win, and that win will give him some breathing room. Because really, you need to lose 3 in a row, don't you? 4 in a row before UFC. And I'm sure Jim Miller gets a little bit of extra leeway, you know. Jim Miller, I'm pretty sure the UFC aren't going to part ways with him as quick as they would maybe some other people. So I think he's probably got a little bit more wiggle room than the average bear. So, yeah, great. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased he got that. Right, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I just saw a Red Hot Chili Peppers comment. Yes, Anthony Cleedus is there, which is really cool. Right now, we're just looking at a video package. Oh, here we go. Nathan said Smashing Pumpkins and Red Hot Chili Peppers were my favourite alternative bands. Is Nirvana an alternative band? They must be, surely. They'll be Nirvana for me. I went to UFC 98 in London, said Adam Cox, and Vegas for 3 events in a week. Ultimate Fight Final, UFC Fight Night, UFC 300, all in Vegas. Fight Week in 2016. Met a lot of fighters, and I had a drink with the Diaz brothers too. Show off much, do we, Adam? Eh? You could have just said, yeah, I've been to some. Jesus. Some of us haven't been to any. And you had drink with the Diaz brothers. That's the cherry on top, innit? Very cool. Matt said, I hate the pumpkins. Who is going to win this? What, Miller against Jackson? Probably leaning Miller. I'm going to lean Miller. I'm going to say first round submission. Right, let's go to our next fight. This is this I'm thinking this is the main event now of our prelims. Martinez against McGee. This is going to be amazing, guys. This fight is going to be absolutely flipping amazing. I'm so excited for this. Martinez against McGee is gonna bang. This is going to be a fight which I think is going to really surprise a few people, because these are not the biggest of names, in all fairness, but you know, I think if you watch UFC, they are. But if you don't really watch UFC, I could understand these being names that don't really resonate. But if you look at Martinez, 4.5 significant strikes landed per minute. McGee, 5.4 significant strikes landed a minute. Like, volume-wise, that is pretty good. Accuracy-wise, both around 50%. You know, these are people that are looking to throw powerful shots. McGee in particular is 3-0. Won his last fight in January. He's a really good striker. He's really powerful. He's got one-punch knockouts. He's got really good footwork. He is hittable, but he is also well-rounded. And he's amazing because he made his MMA debut in 2020. He is 34. He started at the age of 30, but he is undefeated in UFC. He is 9-1 overall. But he's someone that I think is going to really struggle to get to a title match. But this is going to be fire. This is going to be a lot of fun. McGee is someone that sets a pace. He's good with his boxing. All of his wins have come by stoppage. Really good striker, really powerful. One-punch knockouts, really good takedowns. Slick submissions as well if he needs them. Slick submissions. So, you know, McGee is really coming in with plenty of assets that are going to allow him to find a way to victory. I do have McGee winning. 46% of people have got McGee. I am going with the... He's not even the underdog because he's actually the bookie's favourite. Is -120. Martinez, 10-4. He lost to Jose Aldo back in May. Lots of leg kicks. Manages his distance well. Couple of question marks around his chin. He has been knocked down. He has been knocked out. He's got some really good submissions of his own. 10-4 in the UFC. He's very good with his striking. He's got good volume, good accuracy. His takedown accuracy is okay. 35% is better than Marcus McGee. So he can get takedowns. Not very good with submissions. You can see his submission average is just 0.08. He's really getting people down for control time and ground and pound. He's not looking for submissions. But, you know, he has got some good jiu-jitsu down there. And as we said, you know, he is going to be coming in with some striking as well. He's got volume. I'm really looking forward to this. Marcus McGee, 4 first-round finishes in only 9 fights. So this is going to be a fun fight. This is going to be fun. So this is going to be our main event at the prelims as well, because we've only got 1 fight left to go. Until we get to the main cards. We are getting ever closer to Jon Jones against Stipe Miocic. We are getting closer to Charles Oliveira in action. He's going to be taking on Michael Chandler. That match is going to bang as well. It's a really good card, actually. Once you get past that, like, there's not like loads, but Rufy is going to be really good to watch. Bo Nickal is going to be really good to watch. I think, like, Bo Nickal should win quite comfortably. I think that Rufy should win comfortably. You know, Carini Silva against Araujo, that'll be okay. It'll probably be a little bit one-sided. I expect Carini Silva. In fact, the 3 fights on the main cards, before we get to those big fights are probably quite one-sided. I expect Karini Silva to win comfortably. I expect Bo Nickal to win comfortably. I expect Rufy to win comfortably. And then we get to Charles Oliveira, and then we get to Jon Bones Jones. And in all fairness, I expect Jon Jones to win comfortably. And I don't know, Oliveira Chandler's probably the closest fight, to be honest. I've got Oliveira winning, but it's probably the closest fight. But fun. I mean, it's just a fun card, really. Even though some of these fights feel a little one-sided, they're still competitive in the sense of, well, you know, you can never rule out Michael Chandler, you know. Stipe is a name, is a legend. Araujo, you know, she's an underdog, but not by loads. She's only plus 225. I mean, it's not a massive number. Paul Craig's plus 650. James Lontop is plus 525. So some of them are a little bit wide, but yeah, this next one's going to be really fun. Right, we're only 5 away from 500. We always try to get there by the start of the main cards. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It is so appreciated. We're trying to get to 1,000, and our little markers that we try and hit is we try to get to 500 by the start of the main card. So we're doing really well. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's a big night tonight. We've just been talking about the main card, kind of breaking it down a little bit, and it should be good. Really looking forward to it. I'm pulling for Stipe, said Sylvester, but at 42 and almost 4 years out, it is likely going to be Jones in round 1. Who will retire out of Stipe or Jon today, said Kai. Well, I don't think Jon wants to retire. I think Jon has already said that he wants to add to his legacy. So I don't think he wants to retire. But the other thing is he's not interested in Aspinall. I said this earlier, but we have been streaming for like, you know, nearly 4 hours. I don't think he's scared of Aspinall. I think there is a bit of a misconception. I think it's fun to think that he's scared of Aspinall, but I do agree with Jon that Aspinall hasn't really done anything, you know? He's won the interim title, he's beaten some good fighters, but we're not talking about someone that's been, you know, champion, had loads of title defenses. Do you know what I mean? This is someone that's making his name, is on the rise. There's a lot of excitement and hype around Tom Aspinall, but he's not someone that's gonna really add to Jon's legacy. Maybe Aspinall goes on to achieve some big stuff after Jones retires, and it's maybe a win that looks good in retrospect. But as of right now, as of where we are right now, Tom Aspinall, I think in Jones's eyes, it doesn't really do much for him. Not compared to an Alec Pereira, you know? Not compared to something like that. And so that's the fight he wants. It is hard, isn't it, to be like down on Jon Jones wanting to fight Alec Pereira. Like that would be an amazing fight. That would be an amazing fight. And there'd be plenty of question marks there. I mean, I'm guessing it would be heavyweight. And as we said, we haven't seen either at heavyweight, so it's hard to know which way it plays out. Jones has got a more well-rounded game. Of course he does. But, you know, Alex Pereira is a real threat with his kicks, of course, with that kickboxing background. You know, from a striking point of view, Alex would have the kicking advantage. Jones probably would have the boxing, but, you know, the ground game I would give to Jones as well. The fight IQ I would give to Jones. Just overall MMA I would give to Jones. But it would be a really intriguing fight. But I don't know. I mean, he doesn't want the Aspinall fight, and it seems like Dana is going to make him have the Aspinall fight. And that could result in Jones walking away, but I don't get the impression that he wants to. If he walks away, I don't know what his contract is, but if he walked away, could he have fights in PFL? Could he have, like, fights outside of UFC? I'm not sure what his contract deal is. I don't get the impression that he's done fighting. I don't get the impression that he wants to just be done. So, yeah, I think Stipe, I'm not sure. Stipe, we haven't seen in 3-4 years. Stipe, I don't get the impression is, like, living for fighting anymore. Because if he was, he'd be a hell of a lot more active, wouldn't he? If Stipe was interested in fighting, he would fight. And he hasn't been fighting. So I don't think he's interested. So if Stipe loses, I think he retires. If Stipe loses, he retires. If Jones wins, I think Dana's going to make him fight Aspinall, and I don't think he wants to. If Stipe loses, they might both retire, is the honest answer. If Stipe loses, if Jones wins, they might both retire at the same time. Because Jones just does not want to fight Aspinall. He wants to fight Pereira, and unless Dana's going to back down, Jones might walk away. But Aspinall has said he's asked to get into the octagon. And if he gets into the octagon, what does that lead to? It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Spartacrow said, my wife hates you days because I spend more time with you and not her, said Spartacrow. Well, Spartacrow, I think you've got the right priorities. We all know that women are terrible and they're really bad for your soul. So you're in the right place, my friends. And please tell your wife I hate her as well. Kim Strain said, please drop a like, people. We know it's the right thing to do. Kim Strains, thank you. And actually, we've gone past that 500 mark, which is so appreciated. It really is, because obviously there's so many people doing watch-alongs, and there's so many great watch-alongs as well. We just try to do our own little thing. We've got our own little corner. And I just appreciate people just hanging with us for a bit as we watch the fights and enjoy talking about what's going down. So we're just trying to carve our own little corner. That's all we're doing. So it is very much appreciated. Watching Aspinall's interview with Guru exposed everything, said Irish Sam. Mitchell said, days, pretty happy today. My girlfriend and I coach a rec league volleyball team. We got our first win today. I don't know what rec league is. My girlfriend hasn't even gotten a win as a coach, so I was super happy for her. Well, I'm very pleased for you, my friend. I don't know what a rec league is. Is that like recreational or something? Is that like boomers that go to work and then they want to do something over weekends? Is it something like that? I don't know. Is that like beach volleyball with women? Is that why you coach it? Oh, God. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine you go to work all week and then on a weekend, your part-time job is to be a manager of a women's beach volleyball team. Oh, my God. I bet there's someone in the world doing that. And it's not me. Ah, is that what you're doing, Mitchell? That is goated, isn't it? Is that not the greatest idea you've ever heard? You go to work all week, putting in a shift, coming home, watching a bit of TV, having something to eat. You're basically just living for the weekend. And so what do you do at the weekend? You manage a women's beach volleyball team. Jesus Christ. And look at us boomers sat here watching fights. It's only when someone points out how much they're winning in life that you really realise how much you're losing, isn't it? Right, both of these fighters are inside the octagon. Let's go. We need Reverend Devon to host the New Day anniversary, said Melissa. That would be fun. Metal Mama said you would fit right in. Well, I would certainly try to. Mitchell said, Days, it's 15, 17-year-olds. They're kids. Okay, well, I didn't know that, did I? I didn't know that. I was not talking about that. I was talking about women's. I clearly said women's. Yeah. Who would want to work all week and then go and teach kids volleyball over weekends? You're doing it wrong. There's women's volleyball out there. Dude, you're so close. You're so close. You've just gone a little bit wrong. What's happening? So is he saying that his nails are too long? So I think he was saying that Martinez's nails, his toenails were too long. I actually heard Herb Dean say, I'm not going to clip those now. So what, if we had a bit more time, would he have clipped his nails? I think Herb Dean's got like a foot fetish. Let's go. Oh, I don't need to see that. I haven't tuned in to UFC 309 to see Herb Dean clipping some fighters' toenails. Maybe some of you pervs have, but that wasn't on my bingo cards. Kicks coming into the midsection there by McGee. Oh, man, if I'm McGee now, I'm going to be making, like, so much noise about, like, how his nails are too long. Ah! Oh, my guy stabbed me. Kick coming back there by McGee. This one getting off to a little bit of a slower start. Oh, a couple of little shots coming in there by McGee. McGee in black. I tell you what, we're getting to this. Well, I suppose it's about time. Outside leg kick there by McGee. Kick coming back there by Martinez. Couple of shots coming in there by McGee. Martinez is ranked 13th, making him clip his nails. Couldn't they have done this back in the dressing room? Why is Herb Dean looking at that situation now? Why did an official not check that before they came out? I have never seen that, thought of that, heard of that, ever. It's amazing. I love it. What I want now is when we do the tail of the tape with height and reach and all of, I want nail length to be on there. I want that to be a stat that we look into. Takedown defense, striking accuracy, length of toenails. Couple of minutes in so far, and Marcus McGee is having more success, but no fireworks, to be honest. We're just talking about kicks, really. 4 leg kicks, and a couple of kicks coming into the body. Marcus McGee just employing a kicking game. This one, again, just feels like we're waiting for it to explode into life. Outside leg kick again there by McGee. Lovely left hand there by McGee. A couple of jabs coming in there by McGee as well as he backs up a little bit. Martinez moving forwards. McGee is, again, backing up, going over to the side. Outside leg kick there by McGee. McGee bouncing around. Couple of jabs coming in there by McGee. And again, we've got McGee edging forward. We got Martinez standing in the center. And McGee backing up as Martinez stands in the center. Real inactivity here by Martinez, you know, considering he's got such good volume output. Really frustrating. Really wanted to see more here. Coach Go said, clip those nails. Touch those nails. Looks like all the foot fetish fans are coming out right now. A little bit like earlier when we were talking about God and we had a load of Christians jump in. I feel like the algorithm has heard me talking about feet and foot fetishes. And now we've got all of them weirdos coming out of the cracks. All of those pervs are jumping into the chat now. We're about to be inundated with foot fetish fans. Talking of which, hello, Carl. Hope you're doing well. Carl said, I'll call Dana to change the rules. Let's go. Carl loves it. Inside leg kick there by McGee. So significant, strikes 19-2. And I got to tell you, Martinez, I can only imagine that his toenails are too long and they keep getting stuck in the mat. Because his movement is slow and labored. His output is just, I mean, look at it. McGee letting his hands go. 23 significant shots from McGee. 3 from Martinez. It's honestly quite stunning. I don't know what Martinez's plan is here. Whatever it is, it's not working. Outside leg kick there by McGee. Couple of shots going in upstairs. SoCal said those toenails could slice him open. Kieran, hello. Shout out to you. AB Jobson said they should have checked the nails in the back. That's true. Couple of shots coming in. End of the round. That is an easy McGee round. And honestly, I'm stunned. It was largely one-way traffic, and it was not the exciting back and forth that I was looking for. We do not have anyone clipping his toenails right now. We gotta start fighting. That's what they've just said. Right, breathe, have some water. I've just got a little bit of advice for you. I really want you to take this on board. We've got to start fighting. Right, we've got to start fighting. What you did in round 1 was you wasn't fighting. So what I need from you in round 2 is I need you to start fighting. Just think about it. It's a wild concept. I appreciate, but I do need you to do... You've seen fighting, haven't you? I think we watched some tapes of fighting. I think we tried practicing fighting. Well, I need you to bring that into the octagon right now. So, round number 2, let's see if Martinez can remember how to fight. Because 5 significant strikes. I feel like my grandma could have achieved that, and she died 12 years ago. Kick coming in there by Martinez. Kick coming back there by McGee. Couple of shots going in upstairs. Jab coming into the body there by McGee. And the output, it's just one-way traffic, man. It's one-way traffic. McGee bouncing back. Couple of shots coming in there by McGee. Kick coming into the midsection. Jab coming in there by McGee. Martinez stepping into the middle. Nice! A leg kick by Martinez. I feel like every time he lands something, his corner should applaud. It's a little bit like when a dog does something right, you give it a treat. I feel like this would encourage him to do more of it. Martinez landing a leg kick, so he has managed to do something in the first minute. Shot coming back there by McGee. Martinez, again, edging forwards. McGee, if I'm McGee, I'm just confused. If I'm McGee, I'm just endlessly confused. I'm like, what's happening? Just punch him. He wants to be knocked out. He must want to lose. He's just literally like, it's like Mike Tyson. It's like Tyson yesterday. Tyson was like keeping it quite tight and like weaving and moving forward, but he wasn't really throwing a great deal. Apparently he landed 16 shots. Shot there by McGee. Couple of strikes coming in there by McGee. Body shot coming in to the midsection. Outside leg kick there by McGee. Body shot there by McGee. Joe Rogan said Martinez looks hypnotized. What if that happened? What if that happened? What if instead of the person that cuts nails, actually what McGee's done is he's sent a hypnotist into Martinez's dressing room, and that hypnotist didn't cut his nails and actually did hypnotize Martinez. Because right now Martinez, oh, okay, little spinning back fist, but it was blocked by McGee. So far in about 7.5 minutes, he has landed 9 shots. Knee strike there. Jab, though, by Martinez. Outside leg kick. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Here we go. Here we go. He was playing possum. That's what he was doing. He was lulling us all into a false sense of security. McGee on the outside. So 48-9 is where we are on significant strikes right now. 51-11. 51-11. Dexter, hello. Hope you are well. Days, hope all is well. It's a great show of sportsmanship that Tyson fights. Martinez, he definitely does not look like the aggressive guy we're used to. Something's wrong, isn't it? Something's wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong. He seems broken. He seems lost. He seems hesitant. Joe Rogan says he seems hypnotized. The crowd seems shocked. I'm shocked. Kick coming in there by McGee, and flurry of shots coming in. It's 54-11 right now. Again, another shot there by McGee. Body shot coming in. Martinez is kind of throwing and coming forward, but he's just so out of range. Nothing, it's not landing. He's kind of like doing all of this. I mean, like he is making, he's not just standing there. He is making movements. He is throwing, but it's just so, he's out of range. Nothing's getting through. They're saying that McGee looks like he's slowing a little bit. Oh, okay, he tries with a left hand there. Overhand left kick comes back by McGee. Nice kick coming in there by Martinez. Kick coming back there by McGee. Couple of jabs coming in. Left hand there by Martinez. Got 38 seconds left. So round 1, 27-5 for McGee. This round, 35-13. So we have seen an increase, but it is still McGee that is well ahead. And Martinez is going to need a finish if he's going to get anything from this. So Martinez in the middle, outside leg kick there by McGee. Jab there by McGee as well. McGee is over by the cage. Martinez, jab coming in there by McGee. Outside leg kick there by Martinez. And McGee backing up. There we go, end of the round. It's a McGee round. A lot of frustration. Understandably so as well. That is definitely not what we were hoping for from this fight. One more round to go, though. Right, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're coming up to 4,000. It would be good to see that get a little boost. If you are watching and you want to vote away. So Jones, knockout, technical knockouts, 61%. Jones by decision, 14%. Stipe by knockout, technical knockout, 20%. Stipe by decision, 5%. So I probably should have worded that better, actually. Jones by stoppage, Stipe by stoppage. Of course, it could be submission as well. 61% have gone with Jones getting that stoppage, though. 14% said Jones by decision. That means that 75% of you think that Jones is getting the win. I really hope that Jones loses tonight, said Mike. Stipe seemed to be overlooked in the hoopla this week. It would be great if he knocked Jones out. That is true. Stipe, you are right. Stipe has been really disrespected. Everyone's asking about what's next for Jones. What's next? Will you fight Aspinall next? And blooming Stipe's just sat there with his fire helmet. With his helmet in his hands. Just sat there. As people continue to disrespect him. But he is probably losing, so it's also understandable. McGee with some hook shots. MMA lab fighters are really effing slick strikers, said AB. McGee is serious top contender. Jonathan is very overrated. It turns out if he doesn't land his left kick, says AB Jobson. Couple of shots coming back there by McGee. I like AB Jobson's comments, very knowledgeable about MMA. Here we got Martinez edging forward. Kick coming back there by McGee. McGee backing up a little bit. Martinez knows that he needs that finish. I don't think he finds it, though. Couple of shots coming back there by McGee. Martinez in the middle. We got 3 minutes 30 odd to go. There's really no threat. Oh! Just as I said that, we do have a problem. Heavy leg kicks coming in, and Martinez is getting through with these leg kicks. McGee's leg just really buckled. That leg kick was heavy, and McGee was like, whoa, really compromised. Really compromised. So, that's really woke the crowd up as well, you know. You know, Martinez needs to get those leg kicks in. McGee has switched his stance. It looks like it's that right leg that buckled. Martinez drives McGee back against the cage. This might be a long 2 minutes 40 for McGee. This might be a long 2 minutes 40. That was so interesting. I was like, it doesn't even look like anything's going to happen. And then he landed this leg kick and McGee's leg buckled. Really interesting. Right now we're up against the cage. Martinez with McGee. Time is ticking though. He needs to do more than this. He's in a good position, but he's got to do more than this. Rufy or Lontop? It's got to be Rufy, innit? Rufy 1-0 in the UFC. Lontop 0-2. Rufy, 98% of people on Tapology have gone with him. He's a -750 favourite. Fighting nerds. What else do you need to say? Fighting nerds have been on absolute fire this year. Martinez with McGee up against the side of the cage, but they break apart. They break apart. 2-0 McGee, but I wouldn't be surprised if the judges give that one to Martinez. Judges see significant strikes, can sway their decision if a round looks close. I tell you what, another kick. That is causing big problems. McGee is uncomfortable here. Martinez throwing in some leg kicks. And McGee, his legs are getting compromised. If I'm McGee, I really need to stay away from Martinez's kicking range. You know, I'm a bit more getting to the pocket if I'm McGee. I'm either getting out of kicking range, which means I'm really far away, or I'm getting really close. I ain't staying at kicking range, because the only problem McGee has had in this fight has been those leg kicks. And you can see his right leg is red. And you can see the power that Martinez kicks with as well. Like, when he kicks, he really is swinging those kicks in. These kicks are monstrous, you know. These kicks are absolutely huge. Right now, we've got McGee backing up with Martinez, continuing to put this pressure on. Here we've got McGee trying to come forwards, throwing a... Oh, lovely. Lovely straight right there by McGee. He's got to be careful of these kicks, though. Oh, just got clipped with the right hands. Easily the best rounds. I don't know what Martinez's plan was, whether it was like stay patient and then just unload in the third round. Easily been the best round this last round. 5 seconds left to go. He's going to run out of time. Another leg kick comes in. We got 2 seconds left to go. End of the fight. End of the fight. And McGee shows respect to Martinez. And the two of them exchanging a few words there. That was weird, but also entertaining towards the end. It was weirdly entertaining. We're going to go to decision. I think it's going to be McGee that gets it 2-1. Let's wait and see. How does Rufy win, do you think? Well, I think he hits hard. I think he is more technical with his striking. He throws combos. I think we could be looking at a finish, and I think that we could be looking at a knockout. Isn't his nickname like One Shot? So, yeah, I think that we're going to be looking at the power, the technical ability in the striking department, meaning that he will get the finish. I mean, Lontop just cannot afford to stay in striking range in that fight. So, I expect to finish. I don't think it will go the distance. 29-28, McGee said AB. Of course, it's going to be McGee said add it. I just got here. Has Chandler fought yet, said Michael. Not yet, buds. We haven't even got to the main card yet. We're still 8 minutes away. 8 minutes from the main cards. Here we go, though. We're about to get the decision on this one. Which way is this gone? Surely, McGee. Surely. Here we go. Judges. All three. 29-28. All three. Unanimous decision. So Marcus McGee gets it. Marcus McGee gets it. It is a victory for Marcus McGee. All three judges scored it 29-20. I think it was 29-28, was it? It's a unanimous decision. Yeah. 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. Lovely. He looks good, doesn't he? Marcus McGee. 29-28, Marcus McGee. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a split, though. The second round was close. I need to stop hitting the heart button, says Matta. Yes. You hit the like button once, and you've done your job, right? Then just know that you've brought a little bit of happiness to the world. Too little, too late for Martinez, said Steve. Absolutely. Right, so we are approaching 4,000 votes. Again, if you've not voted, it would be good to get more votes to see if that changes at all. At the moment, it's 75% of you think Jon Jones is going to get the victory tonight. 25% think that Stipe is going to get the victory. And this is a really big fight. It's a really big fight. I do think it is kind of heavily weighted for Jon Jones. But, you know, no disrespect to Stipe. Stipe, I mean, what a resume, what a history, what an amazing fighter. Got a victory over Ngannou. You know, this is someone that Adam Ross is there in the crowds. Deontay Wilder is there in the crowds. There's normally someone from WWE because of the TKO connection. We've seen Randy Orton and we've seen Rey Mysterio. And we've got the Donalds! The Donalds! There he is! And Elon Musk! Oh my God! It's the trifecta! It's the Donald that's coming walking out with Elon Musk and Kid Rock! Oh my God! Dana White, Elon Musk, Kid Rock, the Donalds! Wow. It is loud. It is loud. Oh my God, it's like Conor McGregor has just come walking out. Making his way down. Elon's in the background. I don't even know if people are recognizing. Is that Rag and Bone Man? Who's that? Jelly Roll. Who's that? I think it's Jelly Roll. John Anik goes over. Oh, Donald Trump has gone over and said a word to Joe Rogan there. Oh, well, look at that. Look, he's gone over to speak to Daniel Cormier. The Donald's causing all kinds of carnage, man. The Donald really thanking Joe Rogan. Really thanking Joe Rogan. Having some lovely words for Joe Rogan there and coming over, having a word with Cormier. Having a word with John Anik. We've got USA flags in the crowds. It's a great scene. It's lovely. It's really lovely. I mean, if he turns out to be terrible and, you know, sends the world to World War III, maybe we'll look back on this slightly different. But as of right now, he hasn't done that. And these people are going crazy. Get him in there. Get him in there. If Jon Jones is going to relinquish the heavyweight title, put it on the Donalds. Put it on the Donalds. That's what these fans want. Donald Trump, Tom Aspinall. You know, everyone's on their feet. Such a great reaction, great response. Video package. They've got a Donald Trump video package playing on the screens. Wow, this is scenes, man. This is scenes. This is like a Donald Trump promotional video. It's like he's about to fight. They're playing a Donald Trump video package on the big screens in Madison Square Garden. God spared my life for a reason, to restore America and to make it great again. And then we've got a big 47 on the screen. Wow. Wow, Trump loves it. It's awesome. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's a great advert for him as well, you know. The booze made my day. I genuinely, I've said I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm English. I genuinely don't have a dog in this fight. I didn't hear boos. If you're telling me there were some, then I believe you, but that just seemed to be a brilliant reaction for him. Make America great again. Is that the slogan again, is it? Make America great again? I think America's always been great. Jon Jones against Stipe. Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler. Nickal against Paul Craig. Arujo against Karine Silva. Rufi against Lontop. That is our main cards, and our main card is coming up real soon. It's a party in MSG. It really was. Vibes, mate. Vibes. Kevin said F every country but America. Yeah! Yeah, America should nuke every country except itself, of course, and just be on its own. Yeah! Let's go. Hello, LUA. I think Reagan used that slogan. Oh, well, my political history knowledge is not quite where it should be. When was America great? When did Frasier start? Whenever Frasier started, whenever season 1 of Frasier began is when America was great, yeah? And then it ran for like 11 seasons. And maybe at that point it stopped being great, but then they brought it back. So it's great again. Do you know what I mean? We can map the success and the greatness of America by the exact moments that Frasier Crane was on TV. When he was on TV during Cheaters, America was great. And then they have a little wobble, and then he comes back for 11 years, then he goes off TV, and now he's back again. And that really is, I think, the widely accepted measuring stick, to be honest. I think that's how most people measure it. That's how I measure it. Why do politics make people act so stupid? And live and let live, people said so, Cal. America was great when Meatloaf was on top, said John. Joe said it was when The Simpsons started. That's true as well. That's true as well. It was 1989 when The Simpsons began. Melissa said, what are your thoughts on yesterday's fight? I think that was the moment America stopped being great. I think America stopped being great for a period of about 20 minutes yesterday. There was definitely a blip. If we looked at the heart monitor of America, right, it's kind of like going up and down as heart monitors do, but it's great, 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 great. Everything's great, right? There was a spell of about 20 minutes yesterday where America flatlined. There was 20 minutes yesterday where things really were not that great. And I think we all felt a bit sad. We were all questioning our life choices. And, you know, we are where we are. So, yeah, that's probably the best way I can sum it up, really. I've seen better. Kamala Harris voters, please exit the stream, said Zachary. That is not my official stance. My official stance is Kamala Harris voters, you are welcome here. Donald Trump voters, you are welcome here. But that was cool. Even if that was Kamala Harris that had just come out and they'd given her that, you know, seeing the garden going crazy and... Listen, I think America should be excited for its future. It's better to be excited for your future than not be excited for your future. So whoever wins, you know, okay, it's not gone the way you want, some of you, but, you know, come together, unite, be excited, try and be positive. And, you know, there was a party there then. That was good. Listen, that just went out around the world. I'm sat here in the UK. That looked cool to me. Be it Trump, be it Kamala, be it the woman that's in charge of the Green Party and I don't even know her name. Yeah. I mean, if it was Joe Biden that had come out, he still wouldn't have made it to the ring at this point. So let's just be thankful that it's not Joe Biden that won re-election, because we'd still be sat here waiting for him to find his way to the... even if you're Democrat, I think you can agree, yeah, that it wouldn't have the same vibe if Joe Biden had come out then, right? I get the feeling if Joe Biden had just come out, he would have looked around all sort of confused, like trying to wonder why so many people were in this room at the same time. And they were all cheering and everything for him. And he'd be like, I don't actually know what's going on here right now. And then it would take him a while to get to the octagon. But a lovely guy. He seems like a lovely guy. I have nothing against him. Don't forget about Beavis and Buttheads. Let's go. Welcome, everyone that's joining us. Please, if you've not left a like, if you are, Joe Biden's entrance would be slower than Undertaker. If you are a Donald Trump fan, leave a like. You are in the right place. If you are a Kamala Harris Democrat fan, leave a like. You are in the right place. Because we don't pick sides. We just look for good vibes. And we should have plenty of good vibes on the main card tonight. Jon Jones takes on Stipe Miocic in our main events. Imagine if China or Russia did this. Americans are the kings of projections. I think Russia would do that, wouldn't they? Russia would have Putin come out to one of their sporting events with like a big kind of fat. That would definitely happen. Big Pharma stocks tanked over RFK, said Tommy. But I mean, crypto market's gone mental, isn't it? Crypto market's gone insane. Mega, make England great again. Ah, we're too far gone, mate. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on. I don't think we can work miracles. Make England great again. Do you know how much it would take to make England great again? More money than the Saudis have got. Said, you said Tom Aspinall hasn't done much, but what about Dominic Reyes? He was a kind of up-and-comer making his name when he fought Jones. What do you think is different about Jones's mindset? Well, it's a brilliant point, and I think it's just timing. I think Jones is at the point of his career where he knows he's only got a few fights left. He's 38. And I think he knows that he's not going to be doing this for much longer. So I think in his mind he's thinking, I don't know, 2 fights, 3 fights, something like that. What are the biggest names I can face? What are going to be my legacy fights? What are going to be the fights that I can look back on and be really proud about? Like what's going to make the most money? What's going to really, what is going to really satisfy me to get that win? And listen, he's not dodging Tom Aspinall because he wants to fight, you know, nobodies. He's saying, I don't want to fight Tom Aspinall because I want to fight Alec Pereira. Anyone that wants to fight Alec Pereira deserves respect. So I know that there is this kind of meme doing the rounds. I know there's this kind of mindset doing the rounds that John's, you know, dodging the tough challenge. And listen, Aspinall would be a tough challenge. But he's only dodging him so he can take on Alec Pereira, which you can't tell me that's not a tough challenge. So I genuinely think in John's mind, he's not interested in these up-and-comers. He's not interested in these people that have got more to gain than he has. If he faces Aspinall's got everything to gain. What does John gain by beating Aspinall? It's just that, you know, really a lot of people would turn around and say, oh, we thought Aspinall was the one, but he's not. And so does John gain a great deal from that? I do sort of get where John's coming from. I do sort of understand. You know, it's one of those where a load of people thought Mike Tyson was going to beat Jake Paul. And of course, as soon as you see the fight and after the fight, everyone's like, oh, it was a disgrace. It never should have happened. But listen, I did a poll that had loads of thousands of votes. And I think it was something like 81% of people thought Tyson was going to win. So it's one of those situations where I think John is smart, where he knows people might be calling Aspinall's name now. If John chokes him out in round 1, everyone afterwards will be like, well, yeah, he just wasn't as good as we thought, or nah, never thought he had a chance. All of a sudden, all these minds change. Like, yeah, nah, I didn't think he had much of a chance. And I think Jon's like, I just don't need that. I don't need to use one of my last remaining fights on something like that. I would much rather face like someone like Elliott Pereira. So I think he's come out and he's set his stall. And I think, but the problem he's got is that Dana's turned around and gone, well, yeah, you don't call the shots. The next person is Tom Aspinall. And so now Jon Jones finds himself in a bit of a tricky situation where he's kind of gone quite hard at saying, I ain't facing Aspinall. And the only option on the table is Aspinall. And so he's kind of backed into a corner, isn't he? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that fight happens. I don't know if he's going to back down. I hope he does. I hope he does. I mean, listen, I'm English. I love Tom Aspinall. I so want Tom Aspinall to get that fight. This isn't about me saying that he doesn't deserve it and he's not next in line. He absolutely does, and he absolutely is. But I'm just trying to look at it from Jon's point of view. And I think the general consensus is he's ducking Tom Aspinall. And there could be a degree of truth there. But I do also think if you're ducking Tom Aspinall to have a fight with Elliott Pereira, it doesn't quite add up in my mind. You're turning down a tough challenge to take on another tough challenge. So, if he was ducking him so that he could take on flipping Tai Tuivasa, or take on someone that's a much lower ranked heavyweight, then maybe there would be something to that. But Elliott Pereira's a beast. Elliott Pereira's a real problem. So, yeah, it's really interesting. I think that's the difference. I think it's just the timing and where he is in this stage in his career. I think that's the difference. Paul Craig is the GOAT, said B-Boy. Matthew said, we've got loads of toy stores in Ohio. I was so disappointed when they stopped making those UFC figures. Really felt like that was quite a fun little collectible. I am someone that likes little collectibles. I don't know why. I love merch. I love collectibles. And you can get some really good UFC bits and bobs, but they're all so expensive. Even like getting a signed poster's like 100 and some odd pounds. If you want it framed, it's another £100 on top. I was looking at the Amanda Hebus Thug Rose poster. It's £80, but if you want it like framed, it's like £250. It's okay, but I mean, like, it's just expensive, isn't it? Everything's so expensive. You can get a shirt and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't mind like little figures or stuff that you can put in a case and have on display and look quite nice. So I was a bit disappointed when they stopped doing those. Champ Daddy said, I don't think Jon is going to win by knockout. I think he'll win by submission. Thanks, Genzays. I really appreciate the commentary. Champ Daddy, shout out to you, sir. Really appreciate the support as always, my friends. Really appreciate everyone joining us. And yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? This is a real big one. These kind of Madison Square Garden shows are just historic for being like some of the biggest cards of the year. And I think they've delivered here with obviously Jon Jones, Stipe, Charles Oliveira, Michael Chandler. We've got some big names. And then those fights, the 3 fights before, because we've only got 5 fights left. The 3 fights before are a bit one-sided, but still interesting. We're going to see some real talent. Lots of excitement around Bo Nickal. Lots of excitement around Rufy. Karine Silva, I think, is... I don't know if there's the same level of excitement around her, but she's a firm favourite to win. So I think we've got pretty straightforward winners, and then we get to what should be one of the fights of the year. Charles Oliveira, Michael Chandler. Oh, my God. Neither of them are going to take a backward step. Both of them are pressure fighters. Both of them are going to be looking for finishes, going to be looking to put their opponent away. And Michael Chandler is going to want to avenge his loss that he suffered in the first fight. So, and also he's frustrated because he was meant to be facing Conor McGregor, and that fight, of course, fell through. So, yeah, we're just looking at all the people. It's Triple H. Stephanie and Triple H are in the background. So Stephanie McMahon, Triple H have arrived at Madison Square Garden to take their seats. They were just catching up with a few people. They were just like hugging a few people in the background. I bet they haven't got seats as good as the Donalds. He is sat right next to the ring. Proctor Dill said America was at its greatest during the Boston Tea Party. I love the show days, but you guys knew 3 cents a pound was fighting words. Proctor Dill, shout out to you, my friend. I am so pleased that that moment continues to bring you such joy. And as I've said, it's not a moment that really means a great deal to me. But if ever there was any slander when it came to beans on toast, that's when we get into a different conversation. Right, Daze, you said you feel Bo Nickal will comfortably win against Paul Craig, and I do agree. But what about Craig's wrestling and the fact that he fights well off his back? He did beat Ankalaev. Yeah, no, he carries the threat. It definitely carries the threat. But that threat is only going to get you so far, isn't it, you know? It's a little bit like Deontay Wilder in the sense of, you know, he's got that big punch. But just because he's got that big punch, it doesn't mean that he's not beatable. And we've actually seen him get beaten quite often now. Even though he's still got that punch, people have kind of found workarounds for it. And they found a way of neutralizing it. We all know about the triangle chokes that Paul Craig has got. We all know about the submission game that he's got. But we all know as well that his record is not the greatest of records in the UFC. 9 wins, 8 defeats. He's someone that, you know, people have worked out. And if you've got someone as good as Bo Nickal, I think he works him out. So I think Tapology have got 91% for Bo Nickal, 9% for Paul Craig. Does he deserve a bit more of a chance than that? A bit more respect than that? Maybe. You know, everyone's percentage is going to be different. But it's one of those, in it, you run this fight 10 times. How many times does Paul Craig win it? Once? Twice? Bo Nickal gets it the majority of times, though. But yeah, to say that Paul Craig doesn't come in with any chance or any ability would be just outright disrespectful. And that's not my game. Right, here we go. Round fight number 8. Rufi against Lontop. Rufi versus Lontop. This should be a really good fight, actually. Rufi is someone that there is real excitement for. He is 98% of people on Tapology have gone with Rufi getting the win here. 2% have gone with Lontop. This is pretty one-sided. Rufi is a big prospect. 1-0 in the UFC. He beat Jamie Malarkey in his debut by a knockout in round 1. Right. In fact, I'm really surprised that they haven't put 6 fights on the main cards. They normally put 6 fights on the card when they expect a knockout, right? If ever they've got someone that's like they quite fancy getting an early finish, they'll put 6 fights on because the one fight won't go very long. I really think this is that fight. I really think that Rufi stands a great chance of finding that finish early. He hits hard, he's fast, he's a striker, he throws combos, he carries his power late as well. It's not that he's going to fade. He's got a wide stance, he's got good footwork, he's got 10 wins, 10 stoppages, right? This guy is serious. There is flying knees in there as well. Fighting nerds. You know, he trains with the fighting nerds. He comes out of that place and they are just on fire this year. So, yeah, he should absolutely dominate this. He's got really good counter right hands as well. Lontop is 0-2. He's a bit slow. He's a bit one-dimensional. He is well-rounded. He's got some decent grappling. But, yeah, he's going to try and keep the fight on the feet. He's got an okay get-up game. Good body work. Like, he's definitely bringing something. But, listen, on Tapology, they give him 2% chance of winning this. 2% chance of winning. 98% chance for Rufi. I've got the words one-sided written down here, and this just feels like a showcase for Rufi. This just feels like this is UFC wanting you to see this guy and to not forget his name. They're opening the show, this massive card, this MSG card, with someone that's got 1 win, and that's it. He is 1-0 in the UFC, and he is opening this card. They want you to see him. They want you to know his name. And can he show you something that will maybe make you remember his name? I think he will. I think he will. In the chats, which way do you think this is going to go? Steve said gonads. Really? Gonads? Why are we talking about gonads, Steve? Do you think we could see Logan Mike Tyson at WrestleMania 41? Nah. I don't want to see Mike Tyson in any rings anymore. Tyson threw 90 punches. That's 20 less than when my car door is jammed shut, said the single guy. He landed, apparently, was it 16? Threw 90, landed 97, landed 16. Why has TNT just switched to rugby, said Damo. Don't know. This is, do you know what? This is such a big event. We've got to pay for it in the UK. We never normally have to pay for these, but we've had to pay for this one, which is really flipping unusual. This is not the kind of thing we normally have to do. So, yeah, really big card tonight. Madison Square Garden. We've already had Donald Trump come walking out. And fight number 1 on the main card, just moments away. Charles said, that's like Oliveira back in 2019. He's now a completely different fighter. Roofy in 1 said, lol snapped. If this doesn't go right, there is something fishy going on. If this one doesn't go right, there is something fishy going on, said AB. I refuse to pay for this one, said King Hoddle. Adam said we paid for the last one. Did we pay for the last one? Did we pay for 308? We have paid for a couple, but I don't know if it was the last one. We got the Sphere show free, didn't we? That was 306. So I can't remember what I've paid for, what I haven't paid for. I know I've paid for this one. Melissa said, what's planned for the WEP episodes? WEP's Got Talent, which I don't even think I've had any entries for yet. Is co-main event 5 rounds? It is, Metal Mama, yes. Who's Tom Aspinall, said Legend Football. He's a interim UFC heavyweight fighter. He's the champ when the champ's not around. When is Paul Craig fighting? I don't think it's next. I think it's the fight after that. So probably looking in about 45 minutes to an hour. Because about 45 minutes, yeah. Because we'll do this fight, then we'll do the Carini Silva fight, and then I think it'll be Paul Craig. Ian, hello, shout out to you. AB said, I've gone with Roofy at minus 900. He has got a kooky inverted atomic drop. Let's go. Roofy shall block the victory. Mount Kerr, shout out to you, my friends. MT Kerr, appreciate it. Adam said, Aspinall's a YouTube great. I recommend it, says Adam. I want to see Mike Tyson in WWE. His boxing days are done, said Marcus. Yeah, I don't want to see him boxing Logan. I don't even know if there would be a commission that would sign. Some commission would. I've got to think the vast majority wouldn't. Okay, Roofy is minus 900 favourites. 48 hours ago, he was minus 750 favourite, but more money has been coming in on him now, so let's go. Right. Here we go. Boom, boom. We are coming up to 5,000 votes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, we're trying to get to 1,000. We're on 658. So we do need a little push there. We do need a little boost. Okay, here we go then. We are about to get underway with our first fight on the main card. You can see Jelly Roll in the background. Massive smile on his face, clapping away like a little schoolgirl. Right, here we go. We are underway. Both fighters come out into the center. We got Roofy in yellow. We got Lontop in red. We got Roofy in the middle. And as we said, don't blink on this one because he comes in with 10 wins. All of them are finishes. Yeah, he has got a really wide stance. It is very Conor-esque in his stance, and he's edging forwards as Lontop's getting backed up a little bit. Kick coming in there by Lontop. The only problem with that stance is your lead leg is right out there. Jab coming in there by Lontop. Counter in Rufi. Yeah, he's not rushing. He's not being hassled. Rufi again just edging forwards. Jab coming into the body there by Rufi. Outside leg kick there by Rufi as well. Backing up a little bit as Lontop comes into the center. Again, Rufi backing away a little bit. So he's just trying to download some information here. Switching of stances there by Rufi. Lontop, but jab coming in there by Rufi. Love his tattoo on his back, Rufi. Can't quite make out what it is, but it's a very detailed back piece on the left-hand side. Jab coming in. And again, there by Lontop. Shot coming into the body. Missed with a leg kick there, Lontop. Jab coming back there by Rufi. Outside leg kick there by Rufi. Both guys in the center. We've had around about a minute and 45. Not loads of activity. Oh, there it was. Oh, my God. Jesus. That right hand. Absolutely huge. Didn't land it. If he did, I'm pretty sure Lontop's head would have gone flying into the back row. That shot was absolutely monstrous. Outside leg kick there by Rufi. Backs up a little bit as Lontop is in the center. And Rufi, again, in the middle, Lontop throwing out a jab. I want to see him throw that big right hand again because that was so good. Jab coming in there by Rufi. I wonder if the fighters have been told not to jump the cage and go over to Donald Trump. I don't know. I don't know how Trump feels about it. What with, like, the assassination attempts and everything, they might have been told in the fighter meetings, like, don't do it. His security are going to be with him, and they will not think twice of putting you down. Good luck, though. Good luck if Jon Jones wants to. Yeah, goodbye, Lontop there. Couple of shots coming in. Inside leg kick. Jab coming back there by Rufi. Rufi in the middle. Outside leg kick there by Rufi. And again. These are heavy leg kicks, you know. Heavy leg kicks. Lontop, though, is not allowing... Oh, that was a lovely right hand by Lontop. Boom. I tell you what, Rufi's not been able to really stamp his authority on this like we were expecting. Little bit cautious here by... as Lontop comes in, he throws a beautiful left hook. He just couldn't quite land it as clean as he wanted. But a beautiful left hook there by Rufi as Lontop was stepping in. Lontop again tries to come forward. Rufi back up against the side of the cage. Kick coming in straight down the middle there by Lontop. Little left hand hook shot coming in there by Rufi. If we look at the numbers, Lontop's actually ahead. It's just the output, to be honest. I mean, Lontop's thrown 44. Rufi's thrown 23. He has been busy. Oh, that was a lovely shot there by Rufi. Oh, and again. He seems to have measured the... Oh, look at that right hand. Beautiful by Rufi. Don't know why he did that. That was a bit wild. He landed a beautiful shot on Lontop. Then he tried to do some spin kick, which just ended up him getting into trouble. Oh, my God. Rufi stepped to the side, bounced back with an elbow. Poof, like this. Catches a leg. Oh, mate. Oh, spin kick to the midsection. Beautiful by Rufi. He got a bit over-ambitious there. He created an opening, and I think he wanted to have, like, a real flashy finish. So he kind of got a bit too wild. He got a bit too carried away. But there was a lovely moment where he, like, jumped to the side and came crashing back with an elbow. And I tell you what, there was some beautiful openings there. I mean, I feel actually that's a roofie round because even though it was 24-21, even though there was 3 significant strikes in it, like the damage is definitely on Roofy's side. Like he has busted Lontop open. You could see at the end of the round blood coming down his face. Yeah, there's some really good stuff there from Roofy in the end. Look at that. Big right hand by Roofy. I want to see the stupid kick he tries to follow up with though. I mean, that was a lovely right hand. And do you know what? Lontop took it really well. Lontop took it really well. Roofy and Lontop sound like some weird Boomer Kids TV show, like Roofy the dog and Lontop the giraffe. Oh my God, it should be. You're so right. Right, here we go. Round number 2. Kick coming in there by Lontop. We got Roofy backing up as Lontop continues, putting the pressure on. Kick coming in there by Lontop. Kick coming back there by Roofy. Lontop in the middle. Jab coming into the midsection. Roofy backing up a little bit as Lontop continues to apply pressure. Roofy on the outside. Leg kick coming in there by Lontop. Lontop again throwing in another kick. Lontop starting round 2 where he ended round 1. He is very much still applying pressure. He is still volume. Spinning back fist, but didn't fully commit to it there, Roofy. So he tried for a spinning back fist. Jab coming into the body there by Lontop, trying to go upstairs, driving Roofy back. Roofy up against the side of the cage. Another jab coming in there by Lontop. Kick misses by Lontop. He's got Roofy back against the cage. Roofy moving around. Lontop has got Roofy backed up against the cage. What can he do here? It's a good position this for Lontop. There's no room for Roofy to work into a clinch. Yeah, that was. Oh, down goes Lontop. Oh my God, he didn't even really commit to that. It looked like it was a little left hook as he was kind of exiting. Was it a check left? Might have been a check left hook, but either way, it drops Lontop. Lontop, though, gets back up to his feet, and he manages to grab Roofy, drive Roofy up against the side of the cage. Yeah, just a little left hook shot, just dropped Lontop there. It shows the power that Roofy has got, where it didn't even feel like he fully connected with something. His left eye is a mess. You can see that Lontop's left eye is really swollen, and this is going to make it really hard for him to see what's coming now. I love that back piece. It looks like a skull that's kind of looking upwards. Looks really good on Roofy's back. Backing up a little bit as Lontop throws in a kick. It's like a dismantle him, really. Just seeing that replay. Jab coming. Oh my God, that left eye is really swelling shut for Lontop, you know. We're starting to see how bad that actually is now that it's swelling. It's really bad. It's really bad. Jab coming in there by Roofy. Lontop in the middle. He's applying the pressure. He's driving Roofy back. Kick coming in there by Lontop. Misses with it. Roofy getting backed up against the side of the cage. And kick coming into the body there by Lontop. Roofy in the middle, outside leg kick. Roofy is well ahead in this. Not when it comes to the amount of shots, but the damage that he's caused. He's managed to get that knockdown as well, of course. Couple of jabs coming in here by Roofy. Oh, and he rocks him again. Lovely right hand there by Roofy. Lontop gets wobbled, but he stays on his feet. Lontop showing some real durability, you know. He's been hit hard and quite often, but he is showing some real durability here. So impressive from Lontop. Really impressive by Roofy. This just feels like the Roofy show like we thought it was going to be. Lontop giving a good account of himself, though. He's working hard. It's just that Roofy is finding those moments that are really just causing massive problems for Lontop. I mean, you could imagine just panic stations inside Lontop's head right now. He has got an eye that's swelling shut. There's blood pouring down his face. Kick coming in. I mean, it's constant output. They're both 40-40. Lontop's thrown 117 shots. Rufi has thrown 61 shots. So, I mean, the amount of volume of what they've thrown is drastically different. But the amount of damage is drastically different as well. The success that Rufi has had compared to the success that Lontop has had has been drastically different. Both guys in the middle. Big right hand there by Rufi. Oof. And again, we got Lontop in the middle, jabbing away. Rufi, again, having a look, keeping that pressure on, trying to find a way forward. Outside leg kick there by Rufi. Swing and a miss by Rufi as well. Lontop with an outside leg kick. Kick coming into the body. Couple of jabs coming in there by Lontop, but he couldn't land them. Rufi on the outside, getting backed up against the side of the cage. Moves out the way. End of the round. Really fun stuff. Really fun fight. Really good. Look at that. I love those slow-mo replays. They look really good. Eric said, I'm so happy to be here. Rosie Perez, Roy Jones were next to impossible to listen to. Her accent makes her sound like she's going deaf, said Eric. I think, is that her name? I don't know her name. But she apparently gave the first 4 rounds to Amanda Serrano, which I also disagreed with. I do think some of the commentary was getting a little bit carried away. It was... yeah, you do find that with commentary sometimes. There's been plenty of criticism for, like, UFC commentary as well. Look at that eye. Jesus Christ. Honestly. Someone just said that might be a broken orbital bone. I don't know who said that. But you could be correct. Luna. Could it be a broken orbital fracture? It could be. I mean, it looks a real mess. It's all swelling up. It does not look good at all. Blood coming down his nose as well. I don't think it's enough to stop the fight, though. Right, here we go. Round number 3 of our opening fight on the prelims. We've got Elon Musk and Donald Trump sat next to each other, watching the action. Lontop in the center, and big right hand there by Lontop. Rufi. Kick coming in there by Lontop. Rufi is backing up, is up against the side of the cage. Lontop again moving forwards. Manages to grab a hold of Rufi. He's got Rufi up against the fence. Stomp coming in there by Lontop, using the shoulder jabs. And there we've got Lontop coming away from the side of the fence. I think everyone wants a finish here. Rufi has landed some cracking shots. It would be great to see a finish. Body shots, though, by Lontop. He's still game. Throwing a few blows forwards. He's got Rufi up against the cage. Another couple of shots coming in. Rufi goes back. Another body shot there by Lontop. Do you know what? He has took such punishment. I know we keep saying it, but Lontop is so impressive. He has been cracked hard, like, quite a few times, and he is still bringing the fight to Rufi. He is still moving forward. He is still working hard. I don't know, like, where he's getting this from, but it is very impressive. It is really impressive. He has got Rufi right now up against the cage, throwing in those shoulder shots. He's managed to get him into the middle. Oh, my God, he just gets hit in the face. Oh, and again, big blows by Rufi. Big right, left shot. Lontop eats it, throws a kick out. Kick coming in there by Lontop. And again, moving forward, Rufi going back. Lovely hook shot on the back foot there by Rufi. His face is a mess. Lontop's face is a mess. Backing up again, steps to the sides. Lontop again continuing to put that pressure on. Here we've got Rufi circling rounds. Lontop, so impressive. He's still moving forward, mate. It is so impressive. He's still... Rufi must wonder what the hell's in front of him. He must wonder if it's death itself. There's just no stopping this guy. He doesn't even look tired. He doesn't even look tired. He's still like moving around. He's still bouncing and got energy, moving forward, feinting, throwing. Look at him. What's going on? He's been possessed. Rufy is just got to get through the fight. Rufy will win it on decision, but to be honest with you, I can't even be too down on there not being a finish because like, there's just no stopping Lontop. Oh, knee coming into the midsection there by Lontop. I feel like I can see the confusion in Rufy's face. I feel like I can look at Rufy and I can see him going, who's this? What's this? I didn't know we were fighting mythical creatures. Another shot coming in there by Lontop. Lontop putting the pressure on round 3. Significant strikes, 24-9 to Lontop. Stomp coming in there by Lontop. He's like the guy in Austin Powers that just won't die, said Wrestle with Andy. It's amazing, isn't it? Not winded and resilient, said Steve. Right now we got Rufy up against the side of the cage. Lontop, his output, 203 strikes compared to 103 from Rufy. In fact, Lontop's landed more as well. Overall in this fight. It's just that Rufy has done way more damage. Rufy backing up. Kick coming in there by Lontop. What a showing from this guy. What a showing. They wanted you to remember Rufy's name. I think you might remember Lontop's. 30-odd seconds left to go. Lontop sounds like a Bond villain. He could be. He looks like one with his blonde hair as well, actually. Jab coming in. Oh, lovely. Boom. Lovely left hand. Coming up. Right on the chin. Lontop stumbles. Rufy looking for that opening. Trying to exploit it. No, into a clinch. Oh, my God. Lontop's my spirit animal. What a fight. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. That was amazing from Lontop. That was amazing. I think Rufy is going to get it. Rufy jumps on the top of the cage, has a couple of words for Donald Trump. Donald Trump looks up with a smile on his face. And they're telling him to come down. Again, he's saying a few words to Donald Trump. Dana White is sat there as well. We've got a Donald Trump can. There's a camera right on Donald Trump and Elon Musk. We've got a Donald Trump Musk can. Let's go. Amazing. Amazing. Maybe his name could be Blonde Top, but it's spelled Lontop. I'm going to go 29-28 Rufy. Super impressive from Lontop, though, said Luna. I agree. I would agree with that score, and I would agree with that statement as well. Very impressive performance, and actually a really fun fight. I didn't know that it was going to go that long. A really fun fight. Well done, sir. Is that what he said to him? I mean, it was all smiles, so it all seemed to be good. Surprised Rufy hasn't thrown a single front kick to the gut, said A.B. Jobson. Trump can't hear what he's saying. No, he probably can't, in all fairness. He's probably loud in there as well, so all you can do is look up and smile. Wow, fight stats. 48 significant headshots to 32 for Rufy, but 36-6 to the body for Lontop. 18-7 leg kicks for Lontop as well, but Rufy did get that knockdown. Lontop thinks he might have got it. He's got his hand raised. Here we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Which way is this gonna go? It's got to be Rufy. There we go. We got the fighting nerds glasses on. All three. 29-28. Yeah. Rufy gets it. He's got the glasses on, the fighting nerds. Lontop looks really disappointed there. Lontop is tougher and better than I thought, said AB Jobson. Yeah, winner by unanimous decision. Roofy gets it done. That 360 cam is fire, said Between Two. It's really good, isn't it? How it like shoot like that, you can like see all the way around. It's really good. Lontop really thinks he won. He's concussed, said Charles. He won my heart. That's what he won. TF says Trump. The janitor said gonna knock out a 3D with those glasses. Trump can't hear what he's saying. He's too deaf. Oh, dude's not even speaking English. Hang on, so Roofy can't speak English. So he's just gone over and he's gone and yelled a load of stuff at Trump, but he doesn't even speak English. Please, learn about God. Learn about Jesus. That's what Roofy wants you to know. Okay, so Roofy is victorious. They're just doing the interview. Obviously, we're going to be moving on to our next fight. That one going the distance. So it means that our next fight shouldn't be too far away. And I think it's the women next. I think it's going to be Araujo. It is strange that this one's on the main card, to be honest. With all the fights that we've had, this one doesn't quite feel like it belongs on the main cards. But here we are. Araujo against Karine Silva. Silva is ranked 11th, 4-0 in the UFC. She is undefeated in the UFC. She won her last fight by unanimous decision. Well-rounded, good wrestling. She is faster. She's got really good front kicks, tight squeezes, nasty subs. She's going to have the grappling advantage. I think she gets it by decision. She's quite big for the division as well. She can be a dangerous finisher, but I'm not sure that's going to be on here. She's taken on Araujo, 6-5 in the UFC. Lost her last fight back in February. She is going to struggle against the speed of Silva. And she is someone that's got a bit of power on the feet. Her gas tank, there's a few question marks around that. Her conditioning is going to be a problem, but she is going to have volume. That is something that Araujo is going to bring. I can tell you that Silva, 93% of people on Tapology think that she is going to get this. 7% think that Araujo is going to get this. And it's number 9 against number 11 in the women's flyweight division. So that's got what we've got coming up. That should be our next fight. Chick fight, said Metal Mama. Who's going to win out of Craig and Bo Nickal? It's surely going to be Bo Nickal. I'd be surprised if it's not Bo Nickal. He's been killing it, hasn't he? Bo Nickal. Absolutely killing it in the UFC. 3-0 in the UFC. 6-0 overall. Right, if you are just joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. It really is. We are on 728 likes. We need to get that to 1,000. We always try to get to 1,000. The quicker we get there, the better. And we're on 728, and it really does help. It makes a big difference, and it really is appreciated for everyone that's joining us. And having a good evening. There we go. The women's stats are on screen. So, again, if you are just joining us. Right, we are at commercial break. We'll be getting the video package soon. We'll be getting the breakdown of this next fight, which we've just done. And we are moving on. Jones against Stipe, getting ever closer, of course. That's our main event tonight. I think Jon Jones is going to get it. What happens after that, we don't know. Aspinall has said that he is interested in getting into the cage after. And I haven't heard what UFC have said about that, if they're going to allow it or if they're not going to allow it. And then in our co-main event, we got Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler, who's been waiting for Conor McGregor, waiting a long time for Conor McGregor. And I don't know that Chandler and his inactivity can get back in there and get a win over Charles Oliveira, someone that he's faced before and lost to before. That inactivity is not a good thing. And I think Charles has got the edge as a result. You know, it's a fight we've seen before, and as a result, we already have a good idea of how it's going to go. So I've got Charles Oliveira winning that, but Michael Chandler is definitely going to be bringing something to that fight. It's going to be an amazing fight. Here we've got Jon Jones, the UFC Heavyweight Champion, arriving. Jon Jones in the corridors, in the back areas of Madison Square Garden. And there is Stipe. Stipe looking really sharp, really good. Look at that tailored suit. Stipe looking amazing. So, former two-time UFC champion, Stipe has arrived. And his record, 20 wins, just 4 defeats. Some very impressive victories on that record, of course. And 2025, we've got the upcoming event schedule. So the first event back is going to be on January 11th. That's going to be a fight night. It's going to be at the Apex. Then we've got UFC 11 after that. UFC 313 on March 8th. That's going to be at the T-Mobile Arena. So we've got like the dates coming up for 2025. Very good. Jones in 2 rounds, says John. Did you see that Jones walked in and out of that interview with the UK interviewer? I did, yeah. He turned around to it. It was Adam, wasn't it? Adam Cattrall. He said, I know that you're good friends with Tom Aspinall, so no offense, but I sort of know what your questions are going to be, and I'm just not interested. And so he walked straight back out. If I was Adam Cattrall, I would have turned around and said, listen, how about I don't ask you any, Tom, how about I don't mention him? It'd be great to have a chat. I think if he'd have said that, he could have still got the interview. But obviously, in that moment, John was just gone. I don't think in that moment the interviewer quite knew why Jon Jones was leaving, so he didn't really have an opportunity to say that. But I did see them actually later. They bumped into each other, and Jones went over and he explained. And the interviewer's response was, listen, it's cool. Like, you go talk to who you want to talk to. You could tell he was gutted because, of course, he wanted an interview with Jon Jones. That's, really what this is about, isn't it? If you're an interviewer and you're building up towards this big event, then, the big prize that you want is an interview with Jon Jones. And he didn't get it. Because he's friends with Tom Aspinall and he knew what the questions were going to be. So it is quite pathetic, really, like some of the stuff that Jones has been doing. But he just really does not want to engage in any conversation about Tom Aspinall. He really didn't appreciate the fans chanting Aspinall's name during the press conference as well. It'll be so funny if Jon Jones wins and the Madison Square Garden are chanting Tom Aspinall's name at the end. And blooming Jon Jones is standing there as Tom Aspinall's name is ringing out. That would be awesome. I hope that happens. The real question is, will Jones come out to the Diddy music? He usually does. I'm Coming Home in Madison Square Garden. Well, I hope so. I hope so. It'll be very emotional if he does. What do you think of Shavkat against Gary in a 5-round? Yeah. Do you know what? Respect to Ian Gary, because he's took that fight on short notice, hasn't he? Like, he's took that fight like it's not that far away. And I saw an interview with Ian Gary, and he was like, "No one can say that I'm not the dog. I'm not the man. I'm taking on the boogeyman that no one wants to fight, and I'm gonna beat him as well." I mean, I think he might struggle. I'm definitely leaning Shavkat, but I do love that fight. And I do have a lot of respect for Ian Gary for taking it. I mean, if he gets that win, that'll do him a lot of goods. He'll go up in a lot of people's standings, so... Charles said, Days, 100% the fans are going to troll Jon. I hope so. The more that you make out that you don't want or appreciate something, the more people are going to do it. I mean, that's just human psychology. So, yeah, it would be, if I was there, it would be on my mind. If I was there and Jon Jones wins, the first thing I'm thinking is I'm chanting Tom Aspinall. They haven't shown Tom Aspinall, to be honest. So, I mean, what if UFC do Jon Jones dirty? What if when Jon Jones wins, UFC put Tom Aspinall's face on the screen? If he's there, what if UFC put a camera on Tom Aspinall? That'll get the crowd reacting as well. Like, UFC could be a bit dirty about this, but I don't know if they want to do Jon Jones dirty. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so intrigued. That is definitely something which is adding to the main event for me. You know, because not only is it Jon Jones against the greatest heavyweight we've ever seen, but there is this kind of sub-story that is there as well. So it's really interesting. Really interesting. Days, hopefully the place my workers want me to go at will be myself and not hide my tarot cards. I'm sure they just want you to be happy and healthy, but so I can't see why they would make you do that. I'm the best, said AB Jobson. Predictions, 6 of 12 winners, 3 perfect, 340 points. I'm tied for a 1,403rd. Well done. Well done. What do you think about Colby against Buckley, said Mr. OG. I haven't actually heard about Colby against Buckley. Is that a fight that is made? I haven't actually heard about it. Oh, is this recent? Is it 12 hours ago? Colby said he was going to call Hunter to ask for a fight against Shavkat. It appears the promotion has got other plans. He will fight Buckley at UFC on ESPN 63. Oh, no, I didn't see this. So, it's Buckley against Colby on UFC ESPN 6. Oh, and Amanda Hebus is in action as well as against Mackenzie Dern. Well, I mean, I would personally be going with Colby Covington there. I think Colby Covington is... it's hard, isn't it? I mean, for me, when it comes to that welterweight division, he is right up there. But he's just always seems to be just that little bit short of, you know, championship material. Against someone like Buckley, I'd expect him to get the job done. So I'd be leaning Colby Covington on that, but I hadn't actually seen that fight announced. So that's interesting. Right, both of these women are inside the octagon. Again, if you are just joining us, then get your scores in, get your likes in. The UFC banned Tom from attending. Oh, have they? But he asked them about being in the octagon, and he last I saw, he was waiting for an answer. And that wasn't that long ago, so I don't think he knew. I mean, if he was banned from going, I'm confused by that. I'm confused by that because the last I saw, which about 24 hours ago, he said that he asked if he could step into the octagon after the fight and he was waiting to hear back from UFC. And Dana has made it very, very clear that Tom's next. So if Tom is next, why would they ban him? Why would they not allow him in Madison Square Garden? In all fairness, they haven't shown him so far tonight, so... Arujo is pacing back and forth. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Like the stream. If you're on mobile, hit the X to see the thumbs up to tap it. Oh. Hit the X to see the thumbs up on a mobile. I've never actually watched a stream on a mobile. I'm going to look at that right now. Arujo getting her entrance. Or her announcements. I can't even find it. Here we go then. We're about to be underway. Round number 1. There we go. Oh, I see what you mean. If you press the X, you get rid of the chat, don't you? I see what you mean. Yeah, a lot of people saying that last night's Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight was sad. They are correct. It was horrific. Right, here we go. Araujo in yellow, Silva in black. Silva is the real deal. It's great to see her in this spot as she continues to rise. Silva is the Charles Oliveira of the women's division. She is a huge rising contender. Yeah, I've got a winning, and a lot of people have got a winning. Silva in the middle, throwing out a kick. We've got Araujo on the outside. A couple of shots coming in there by Araujo. Silva continuing to apply pressure. Kick coming in there by Silva. Silva ranked 11th in this division. Araujo ranked number 9. Silva trying to climb her way through the rankings in the flyweight division. Silva again keeping it quite tight, but already Araujo has found a way straight down the middle through that guard. And right now we got Araujo backing up a little bit as Silva. Following her around. Kick coming in there by Silva. Araujo backing up a little bit as Silva continues to move forward. Throws out a jab. Oh, shot coming into the side of the head there by Silva. Araujo continuing to circle round. Kick coming in there by Silva. She tries to grab a hold of Araujo. Kick coming in there by Silva. Araujo backing away as Silva continues moving forwards. Kick coming in there by Silva. Araujo backing up. Another kick. Oh, big right hand there by Araujo. Silva definitely the one that's applying the pressure though. And again, leg kick coming in. Araujo's just constantly moving from side to side as Silva continues to apply the pressure. Kick coming in there by Silva. Araujo again backing up, trying to throw a couple of shots in. She's got good lateral movement here, actually, circling rounds. Silva again moving forward or letting the hands go. She just can't close this distance. It's really hard to pin Araujo down. Leg kick coming in there by Silva. Shot coming in there by Silva as well. Araujo circling round. There's a big shot there by Silva. Araujo coming into the middle. Kick coming into the midsection there by Silva. It's very close when we look at the significant strikes. It's 6-5 in favour of Silva. Araujo on the outside. As Silva, again, just takes a step forward. There's a right hand there by Silva. Couple of kicks coming in there by Silva as Araujo again backs up a little bit. Heavy leg kick there by Silva. Araujo again circling round, tries to come forward, tries to get a big shot off. Silva again trying to throw out a jab, but Araujo staying out of striking range. It's 8-7. Araujo has got a game plan here. She really doesn't want to get close to Silva. Silva trying to explode forward, trying to get a single leg. No joy. Araujo again backing up. There's a jab there by Silva. A couple of kicks coming in there by Silva. Jab comes back there by Araujo. Outside leg kick by Araujo. Again, she circles rounds. Kick coming in there by Silva. She's working hard here, Silva. I mean, without even looking at the numbers, you can tell that she is firing a lot more stuff. She's got a lot more outputs. 43 shots thrown by Silva. 26 by Araujo. Araujo again circling around, backing up a little bit as Silva continues to apply the pressure. Araujo using that lateral movement. She just can't find a way forwards. Kick coming in there by Silva. Araujo. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Catches her twice. Couple of big shots there by Silva. Muay Thai clinch. Looking to drive the knees in. No. Heavy kick coming in there by Silva. So a couple of shots that Silva managed to get through. Lovely moments for Silva, but Araujo with a lovely counter shot coming back. That nice front kick there. She tried it. Silva. Inside leg kick there. Silva. Araujo backing up a little bit as Silva continues to move forward. Kick coming in there by Silva. Oh, don't know what that seemed to be quite late. She exploded forward, Silva, right as the round ended. Referee was right in there, but it seemed like something happened after the bell. There's blood coming down the nose of Araujo, and it seemed to be from whatever happened at the end. Was there a shot after the bell? There's blood coming down the nose. They're saying very good defensive work. It was a very even round is what they're saying to Araujo. It's a Silva round for me. Yeah, I don't know what happened at the end of that bell. I don't know what happened at the end. It was a good round. It was a Silva round, but... Okay, interesting. Well, we move on. When is Jones fighting, says Max. When is Jones fighting? He's in the main event. So we've got 2 more fights to go after this. We got Bo Nickal's fight next. And then we've got Charles Oliveira. So we've still got a couple of fights to go until we get to the Jon Jones fight. It's coming up, though. It'll soon be here. We're not that far away. Kick coming in there by Silva, but she left herself a little bit on... Oh! Araujo with a lovely uppercut. Lovely. She couldn't follow it up with anything, and Silva is back on the front foot. Again, jab coming in there by Silva. Araujo circling round on the outsides. Oh, my God. She catches her with a right hand there, Silva. The blood pouring down the nose of Araujo. And Silva just caught her with a big shot. Right now, she's got Araujo up against the side of the cage. So she's got it pinned up against the cage right now. Live odds minus 298 for Silva. Plus 220 for Araujo. They break apart. Araujo in the middle with Silva. Silva moving forwards. Araujo on the outside, circling round as Silva comes forwards. Araujo in the middle. There's a lovely right hand there by Araujo. There's a left shot there by Araujo. You can see the blood on the side of the face of Araujo. Silva moving forward. Oh, big. I tell you what, she's got some heavy counter shots there, Araujo. Oh, that's a lovely right hand by Silva. And again, oh my God. And she tries to explode forward, looking for the takedown. Really good stuff. Yeah, both women throw with some really good intensity, but it does seem like Silva causes much more problems for Araujo than Araujo causes for Silva. Silva trying to get Araujo down. She's got to win a clinch up against the side of the cage. She's looking to try and drag her down at the moment. So she's got her up against the fence. Knee coming in there. And again, she's trying to take her down. Yeah, her face is a mess, man. Araujo's face is a mess. It's a takedown by Silva. Silva gets Araujo down. Blood all over the face of Araujo. Silva on top. She's a big girl as well, you know. It's going to be really hard for Araujo to get back up from this position. I think Silva's got blood pouring out of her face, though. If you look at the midsection of Araujo, there's blood everywhere. Oh, my God. She's looking for an armbar. She's trying to grab a hold of the arm here, Araujo. Nah, she's got it well defended. Silva's got it well defended. At the moment, she's not going to get it from there. They're both rolling around in a scramble. That's really good, though. She has managed to get it. She has managed to get it. Silva's in a bit of trouble now. Oh, she did really well to reverse that. And she's got into side control. Wow. That is so impressive. She managed to just scramble her way out of an armbar. Really impressive. Right now, Araujo has managed to trap the arm of... So she's inside control. But what Araujo has done is she's pinned the arm of Silva. So right now, she can just throw in some elbows into Silva's head. This has been a really good fight, you know. This has been a really fun fight. I've really enjoyed this. Oh, choke. Is that Das in by Silva? And it looks tight. It looks tight. That looks like it's on the chin as well. That is tight. That is tight. How long has she got to survive? 40-odd seconds. Why? How is that not putting her out, man? Oh, there we go. She's trying to... Ah, my God, it's so good. It was on, it was in, it just wasn't quite under the chin. So Silva was actually trying to use her knee to move the arm down so that it would go underneath. Just as she got it, Araujo spun out of it. Oh, this is the kind of work that just, I don't think plays well to the live crowd. I don't think they really can see or appreciate some of the stuff we're seeing here. Like, we're seeing chokes being applied. We're seeing arm bars being applied. We're seeing the women battling and scrambling and trying to maneuver their ways out of these positions. Some of the groundwork's so impressive. Really good. This is a really fun fight. I'm really enjoying this fight. The striking, when they land, is really good. The groundwork is captivating. And it is setting us... I don't even know who gets that round. Who got that round? Who won that round? I have no idea. How do you score that round? They both had opportunities. They both had submissions. I think Silva takes the first. I don't know who gets the second. But King Huddle said, I don't care. Where's Macy Barber? That defense from Carini was really, really nice, said AB Jobson. Pins, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you to everyone that's joining us. Really is appreciated as we're about to go into round number 3 for this. And it's been a really fun fight. Really fun fight. Here we go. Round 3. And after this, we will have Bo Nickal in action. It's always quite good, actually, when these fights go a little longer, because it means you don't have to wait as long for the next one. Okay, so we're obviously on the feet, and Silva looks for a takedown. They're both in a clinch at the moment. Silva trying to pick up Araujo. Araujo goes down. There's a real scramble. They're both rolling around. Right now, Araujo has managed to get on top of Silva. But she's in a really weird side control. Her body is a little bit contorted. Silva is on her back. Araujo is in a side control sort of position. There we go. That's a bit better. But now she ends up getting back up to her feet. I think she... Hello, hello, hello. What's this? Yeah, Araujo has let Silva back up to her feet. Kick coming in there by Silva. I don't know why Araujo just did that. Outside leg kick there by Araujo. Shot coming in there by Araujo. There doesn't seem to be as much pop on the shots of Araujo. Both women look pretty gassed here. Both women don't look like they've got the same pop in their hands as they did have. Shot coming in there by Silva. She is trying to land some at big. If she can land some at big, I think she might be able to get somewhere. Araujo backing up. There's a kick that comes in there by Silva. Silva goes down. She's kicking out at Araujo. Araujo standing over Silva. Another kick coming in there by Araujo. Silva on her back, and this is not what you want to see. This is not something the fans appreciate. Silva on her back, hands behind her head, just using her legs to kind of defend. Referee thankfully coming in and standing them both up quite quickly, or standing Silva up quickly. Silva trying to find a way forward, looking for a head kick. Araujo with a kick coming back of her own. Neither woman can be confident here because I don't know how that second round was scored. I feel like both women could really do with this round, so they can't afford to just go through the motions. Shot coming into the face there by Araujo. That seemed to wake Silva up a little bit. All of a sudden, she just got a bit more impetus in her aggression. Front kick coming in. She's gone to these front kicks quite a bit, Silva. She hasn't really landed any of them, though, but she's flicked them out there. Again, continuing to move forward. Got Araujo backing up. Silva applying the pressure. Nice shot coming in there by Araujo. Silva with an outside leg kick. Another leg kick coming in. Another leg kick, but she misses with it. Oh, that was laboured. She threw that kick out there. Araujo grabbed it, and Silva went over. Right now, Silva is like a minus 190 favourite. This is not what you want to see from a killer. This is not what you want to see from a top prospect. She just went down on a bang. She was kicking out, and that is not going to be greatly received by the fans. Fans started booing again as another kick comes in there by Araujo. Araujo circling round. A couple of shots coming in there by Araujo. Silva applying that pressure on. As there's a big shot that comes in there by Silva. Araujo backing up a little bit as another kick comes in. Oh, Silva, I think, just got clipped. Silva, I think, is really gassed, you know. This is the third time she's gone down onto her back. Lay there and just thrown some kicks out from her back. It shows that there's a problem. It shows that she's got a big swelling on her eye as well. It shows that she's gassed. It shows that she's struggling. Couple of shots coming in by Silva. She's got Araujo up against the side of the cage. It's going to be a real close fight. This Araujo is actually ahead in this round by 2. I mean, there really is not much in it. There's still 30-odd seconds to go. If someone can land something really big, really significant, they may take the round. The final 25 seconds are going to be absolutely huge. Silva has got Araujo pinned up against the side of the cage. Really want to see someone throw something big here. She's looking for a takedown. She gets a takedown. Good work by Araujo. We've got 5 seconds left to go. Don't think she can get anything going. We're going to run out of time, and we do run out of time. Both of these women absolutely gassed. Silva absolutely gassed. She's slumped over by the side of the cage. And this one's going to go to the judges. Which way do you think this is going to go? Calvin, shout out to you, my friends. Who knows this said that was boring. That last round was boring. That last round was a bit dull. There's some really good stuff in the fight, though, overall. Yeah, both gave everything they had. Both didn't leave much on the table. Both were pretty gassed at the end. It did make for a bit of a flat final round, of course, but I don't know, man. I think you can make it. I feel like Silva might just edge it. But if they give it to Araujo, I wouldn't be massively shocked. This is going to be really interesting. I'm really not sure which way this is going to go. This is going to be really interesting. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we are sneaking our way to 1,000. We've only got 3 fights left, including Jon Jones against Stipe Miocic, Charles Oliveira taking on Michael Chandler, Nickal against Paul Craig. That's going to be our next fight, but we need to get the official decision on this one. Here we go, Bruce Buffer. After 3 rounds, judges' scorecards. All 3. 29-28. Unanimous decision. Araujo wins! Wow! All 3 judges scored it 29-28 for Araujo. Winner by unanimous decision. Wow. Araujo by decision was plus 300s. Wow, Araujo gets the win. I thought Silva had just edged it. I think Araujo took that last round. I think the middle round is really hard to score. I thought that it had just been Silva. I don't think it's a robbery. I think it was really close. Chuck Liddell is in the crowds. Chuck Liddell in the crowds. Wow, said King Hoddle. Okay, we are... Where are we? Is that Vegas? $310. T-Mobile Arena. Pantoja, UFC flyweight champion in action, UFC 310. 18 finishes. 6-fight win streak. I don't know this guy. Asakura. Coming out of Ryzen, is it? I'm sure he's in Ryzen, isn't he? 13 knockouts, 12 first-round wins. Making his UFC debut. Yeah, Ian Gary against Ratmanov. That's going to be really fun. I think Ratmanov gets it. I sort of feel like UFC 310 is going to be one for like MMA like purists. If you're a big MMA fan, UFC 310 I think is really interesting, but I'm not sure that's going to bring in a lot of eyes. You know, the amount of people that are going to be around for this event tonight, I'm not sure that's going to be replicated. Cyril Gahn in action as well. He's taking on Volkov. Kron Gacy coming back as well. Do we think that Khamzat Chimaev will stay undefeated in his career? It depends. Depends how often he fights, who he fights. I mean, I wouldn't think so. So, yeah, Cormier just talking about Shavkat. I love Chuck Liddell. I once tried to get a picture with him in Vegas, but I walked over. I was rather roughly pushed away by some boomer guards, said Adam. Metal Mama, shout out to you, said there's 2,000 people joining us. Hit that like button. Let's get to 1,000. Yes, and then I will also shut up about it, and that is in everyone's benefit, isn't it? So we're moving on to our next fight. This is going to be Bo Nickal against Paul Craig. This is going to be really interesting. In fact, these final 3 fights are going to be really interesting. Let's just change the text over for anyone that's just joining us. This is fight number 10. So, Bo Nickal, he is undefeated in the UFC, 3-0. He won his last fight back in April, and he is a huge prospect. He is a grappling specialist. He is very explosive. Obviously, he's got wrestling, but he is developing other areas. He has only landed 23 significant strikes in 6 fights. Like, his striking is just not a weapon he goes for. He is a 3-time NCAA wrestling champion. He does have some punching power, though, if he did need it, but his strengths are clearly wrestling, clearly in the grappling department. Paul Craig is 9 wins, 8 losses in the UFC. He has lost his last 2 fights. He's a dangerous grappler. He's big, he's wild, he's one of the best Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighters. He's very tough. He's a bit slow. He's a bit flat-footed. He's a bit unathletic. He does have 11 first-round finishes. We know what he's going to look for. He's going to look for triangle chokes, right? That is his go-to. He is someone that does have great submissions, but there are a few questions about his chin, about his durability, about the fact that he is 36. I just don't know kind of how much he's got left in the tank at this stage. So Bo Nickal is 28. 8 years younger, right? He's in his prime. He is someone that is got real momentum. He is undefeated in MMA and undefeated in UFC. This is expected to be one-way traffic. It is expected that Bo Nickal will find a finish in this fight. And Paul Craig, honestly, I just don't think he's on that level. I think that he is someone that has achieved a lot and given MMA fans a lot of great moments. I don't know how long Paul Craig's going to stick around for. If Paul Craig took his gloves off after this fight, I wouldn't be shocked, because I don't know what else there would be for Paul Craig to achieve if he does suffer a loss in this matchup tonight. So really interesting match. It's going to be a match that's going to be a lot more played out on the ground. I expect Bo Nickal to get the victory. And Paul Craig is adamant he's going to get the win here. Of course he is. But, yeah. What do you think? What are you seeing? What are you expecting? AB Jobson said, I am sniffing Bo Nickal at -1350. Megan O'Leary's got changed. Earlier tonight, she was wearing a white shirt with a black tie. Now she's in like a sparkly number. I love Craig. Bury the ginger, said Eric. Strickland deserves a rematch with Dreykus. Days, if Jones Aspinall happens, who would win in your opinion? Honestly, I think Jones would stand a really good chance of getting the victory. We just have not seen much from Jones, so it is so hard to predict which way that fight would go. It's so hard to know where Jones is as well, because actually I would be leaning Jones, but I would only be leaning Jones, I suppose, because of the same reason a lot of people leaned Tyson, because Jones is a name. Jones, you know, stepped up to heavyweight and dealt with Gall relatively easily, looked very impressive, but we didn't learn a great deal as a result. But, I mean, he can only do what he can do, so it's so hard to know exactly where Jones's skill set is. Maybe we'll get a much better idea tonight. But there is some truth to the fact that actually when Jones was in the light heavyweight division, some of those fights at the end of his time there were very close. You know, the Dominic Reyes fight, certainly. There was some very close fights towards the end of his time in light heavyweight. So then he went up to heavyweight. Obviously, he was inactive for quite a number of years. He goes up to heavyweight and then he finishes Gall very quickly. But we didn't really see him getting tested. And I don't know, I feel like Gall was a bit like a rabbit in a headlights. I feel like I don't think he gave a very good account of himself. So, you know, if Jon Jones was to step in there with Aspinall, I feel like Aspinall has got the skills on the feet, skills on the ground. He's really well-rounded. He's a natural heavyweight. I think he would be a real challenge for Jones. I think Jones knows that. But, I don't know, it's hard to pick against Jon Jones. It's hard to pick against Jon Jones. But am I just doing that because of the name? You know? We've all seen his fights. We all know his skill set. We all know that he's going to bring a lot of skill. But we all know that when you get to a certain age, those skills diminish. And he's just been so inactive. I just don't know where he is right now. So my honest answer is I think Jones would be favourite. I think it would be hard to make an argument for him not being favourite. But I would not be shocked if Aspinall got the win. I wouldn't be shocked if Aspinall was the one. And I sort of feel like that's how a lot of people feel, which is why a lot of people are so desperate for Aspinall to get the opportunity, because they think that Aspinall might be the one that actually does put Jon Jones away. But it's hard to pick against Jones, but it's easy to root against him, said DY19. That is very true. That is very true. There is a lot of people that are not really on board with Jon Jones. Dana White certainly is. But there's a lot of people that are not really on board with Jon Jones and would kind of like to see him lose. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, he's so out of the sport that I don't really have that hatred for him. He doesn't really go around and like brag and all that kind of stuff. We just don't see him. We just hardly ever see him. Yeah, to me, he's already out the sport. So I don't really get like offended by him. I mean, we all know what he's done in the past, and we know that he's not at times been the most savoury of characters. But I don't know. Part of that, I think he might have moved away from as he's got older. And to be honest, we don't see him. We don't hear from him. He just goes away. He doesn't really bother us. So I don't really have like a hatred for Jon Jones. I respect his skill set. And I'm very much looking forward to the fight tonight. But yeah, I think he'd be favourite against Aspinall. LDTV said Craig can't hang with Bo's striking. Bo knockout in the first. It'll be surprising if he hits the mats. Well, I mean, Bo striking, he looks like he's got a bit of pop in his shots, but as we said, he's only thrown or landed 23 significant strikes in 6 fights. There isn't a big catalogue to actually judge him off. But I don't disagree with you either. I think that he does possess a bit of pop in his hands. So, yeah, he could get it done with the striking. Certainly, Paul Craig's not going to want to stand and strike. That's not what he's known for. So you could be right, LDTV. We're about to find out because both fighters are inside the octagon. Paul Craig, I do love his Braveheart energy. I do give him props for that. Do you know what I mean? If Braveheart was around, I feel like Paul Craig would be stood right next to him. He's got that vibe, hasn't he? Like, I'm here. If you want to get past me, you're going to have to go through me kind of energy, you know? Bo Nickal is not phased, though. He is pacing around back and forth. He's a minus 1,200 favourite. Bo Nickal just has to believe, said James. Very good. KG said, are you from London? No. I am from Stourbridge, which is not far from Birmingham, which is actually in the Midlands of England. It's about 2 hours in a car from London. So I suppose in America terms, it's not that far from London, but England's not that big, is it really? Right, here we go then, friends. We're about to get underway with round number 1. Boom, we are underway as Craig comes into the centre. We got Bo Nickal in the middle as well. Bo Nickal taking that centre ground. It's Craig that's the bigger fighter, of course. Bo Nickal in the middle. Kick coming in there by Nickal. Paul Craig backing up. Nickal taking that centre ground. Is having a little look at the moment. Switching of stances. Craig staying on the outsides. Quite a wide stance there by Craig. Again, bouncing around. There's a hell of a distance here. He is well out of striking range. Paul Craig. He's not out of leg kicking range, though. And Bo Nickal manages to throw a leg kick. Paul Craig takes a couple of steps back. And again, Bo Nickal trying to throw that left hand. But Paul Craig is too far away. Another leg kick coming in. Craig edging forwards. And again, as Nickal backs up a little bit. Kick coming in there by Craig. Nickal. He's a big guy, isn't he, Paul Craig? Really big guy. Couple of jabs coming in. Oh, lovely little hook shot there by Paul Craig. That was nice. Followed it up with an inside leg kick as well. Couple of steps backwards as switching the stances there by Nickal. Inside leg kick again there by Paul Craig. Oh, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far from Paul Craig. He's unfazed. He's staying out of range. He's landed some inside leg kicks. Inside leg kick there by Bo Nickal. Paul Craig in the middle. Again, moving forward, throwing in a kick. Nickal on the outsides. Paul Craig standing in the center. Bo Nickal was teasing, looking like he was going for a leg there. Oh, kick coming in there by Paul Craig. Jab coming in as well, but couldn't land it. Kick coming back. Bo Nickal getting a little bit too close. Hook shot there by Paul Craig. He's throwing, not everything's landing. It's 7-4 in favor of Bo Nickal at the moment. Paul Craig backing up a little bit. Kick coming into the midsection there by Bo Nickal. Tries to throw an overhand. Paul Craig edging forward. Kick coming in there by Paul Craig. Nickal in the middle. Another inside leg kick there by Craig. Craig just edging forward as Bo Nickal backs up a little bit. Tries to throw a left hand. Couple of jabs coming in there by Craig. Live odds have dropped drastically. Right now, Bo Nickal is minus 620 favourite. So Paul Craig has shown that he is looking a little bit better than people gave him credit for. Nice body shot coming in there by Nickal. Bo Nickal, again, just really struggling to find a way forward here. Kick coming back there by Craig. Jab coming in there by Craig. Couple of overhands coming in there by Nickal. Jabs coming back there by Craig. 1 minute 20. Leg check by Craig. Yeah, good point there by Cormier. Cormier says that Craig is doing some really good work, but it's really good work defensively. We're not seeing as much output coming from Paul Craig. He's really neutralized like the threat of Bo Nickal. Bo Nickal seems to be a bit paralysis by analysis. Like he doesn't quite know the right way forwards. He's looking at the situation and like, this isn't as easy as he thought it was going to be. But even though Craig has maybe taken away a couple of paths for Bo Nickal, he's not really opened any paths of his own. Kick coming in there by Craig. Couple of swinging shots coming in as well. It's a really close round, this, you know. There's not much in this round. Inside leg kick, 20-odd seconds to go. If Paul Craig could find a little flurry. Significant strikes on screen, 15-15. Someone just needs to do something here to take this round. Right now, it could go either way. Clock's about to run out. Who'd you score that to? It ends 16-15 to Paul Craig. Who do you flipping give that to? Yeah, very interesting first round, said Joe Rogan. Going better than I thought for the big fella, said Eric. Definitely. I completely agree. Craig is going to submit, said Pins. Metal Mama said, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the like. We're well on the way now. We're down to double digits. We just need 77 likes. We've still got 2 fights to go after this. So we're doing really, really well. We're doing as well as Paul Craig. I tell you what, he is so relaxed, Paul Craig. He is so relaxed. I think he just said, I only caught the end of it. He was like, I don't know why everyone's so tense. Let's just have a bit of fun. He seems to be really enjoying himself in there, Paul Craig, and that is coming through in his fighting. He may have just taken that first round. Another kick there by Paul Craig, and he almost lost his footing. Jab coming in there by Bo Nickal. But a big overhand misses there by Bo. Aaron has got it 10-9 to Bo Nickal. Craig landed more. But Henry Cejudo gives it to Paul Craig. Inside leg kick there by Paul Craig. Again, trying to move forward as Nickal backs up a little bit. Craig, again, throwing in a kick to the middle of the body. I'm telling you, Bo Nickal just really is struggling to find a way forward here at the moment. Paul Craig both throwing in a kick at the same time. Another jab coming in there by Paul Craig. Bo Nickal standing in the center. He's got his lead hand out there. He's trying to give Paul Craig something to think about, but Paul Craig is so far out of striking range. He's well protected. This is where the size of Paul Craig is really working as an advantage for him. He is getting backed up a little bit against the side of the cage. Body shot coming in there by Bo Nickal. This is better from Bo Nickal. He is at least backing Paul Craig up. He's cutting the cage off. He's not giving Paul Craig as much room to work. Jab coming into the body there by Bo Nickal. Craig is backing up. Oh, big overhand right there by Bo Nickal. Craig seemed to take it. Yeah, he is checking the low kicks really well there, Paul Craig. Jab coming in by Craig as well. Bo Nickal seems to be enjoying the bigger moments. But Paul Craig is well in this fight. Shot coming into the body there by Bo Nickal. Paul Craig trying to throw out a jab there. Both guys in the center. We haven't got loads of activity at the moment. But it is very interesting. Kick coming into the body there by Craig. A lot of people thought that Craig would have been out of there by now. It just gives you an idea of how well he's doing in this fight. Again, backing up. Kick coming in there by Paul Craig. Nickal backing up a little bit, but he just can't find a way forward. Paul Craig on the outside. Big overhand comes in, but Paul Craig is so far away, he can see it coming. Kick coming back there by Paul Craig. Another kick coming in. It's a good strategy by him, actually. Stay out of boxing range and then use your leg kicks to try and find a way of picking up significant strikes. Like, it's not bad. He does keep checking those leg kicks, those that Bo Nickal keeps throwing. Again, we got 1 minute 30 odds on the clock in round two. Bo's striking is improving, said Charles. Bo Nickal continues to unimpress, said A.B. Jobson. Right now, we've got Craig in there, throwing in a kick to the body. Bo Nickal trying to find a way forwards. Craig backing up a little bit, circling round. Front kick coming in there by Craig. There's a lovely left hand that comes in there by Nickal. Craig edging forwards. I feel like Nickal might be just ahead here. Numbers seem to suggest that he's landed more here. At the end of round one, it was 16-15 in favour of Craig. Now they've got Bo Nickal up by 4. So Bo Nickal should be ahead on significant strikes in this round. But with 42 seconds to go, there really is not much in it. Paul Craig, again, this one staying on the feet at the moment. Oh, that was great by Bo Nickal. That looked really good. Lovely, straight left. Paul Craig's head snapped back. Bo Nickal, again, kick coming into the body there by Craig. Craig, again, on the outside as Bo Nickal continues to move forwards. Craig circling rounds. Backing up, shot coming in. Lovely counter there by Craig. Missed, nice head movement. I feel like that was a Bo Nickal round. Very, very close again, though. Very close again. I think you could give Craig the first. I think you could give Bo Nickal the second. So I think it's probably 1-1 at the moment. He looks absolutely fine, though, Paul Craig. He's not sat down. He's standing. His corner are talking to him. When he goes downstairs with the body shot, you throw the elbow. Trying to hear what they're saying to Bo Nickal, but can't quite make it out. I can tell you that the live odds have got Bo Nickal at -345, Paul Craig at +250. If you think about where we started, that is really close. There has been a dramatic shift on the odds. Crowd are a little bit subdued because it's not a fight that's all action, but that's coming next. Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler. That is coming next. Here we go. Round number 3. So we got Bo Nickal backing up. This could be 1-1. Bo Nickal backing up. Craig edging forward. Craig looking for an inside leg kick. Jab coming in there by Craig. Again, inside leg kick again. Big overhand there by Nickal. Jab coming in by Nickal. Craig backing up a little bit. Outside leg kick. Nick Baldwin's got it 19-19. It's a very competitive fight. But Paul has got it 20-18 for Bo Nickal. That first round, really close. Really close. Went for a takedown there, Bo Nickal, but he couldn't get it. He's trying to throw these big overhands. Again, Paul Craig moving forward. Bo Nickal backing up. Kick coming in there by Craig. Nickal, again, backing away. No one has tried for a takedown. We haven't had a recognized takedown attempt. Crowd getting a little bit restless here because the activity is minimal. Bo Nickal backing up a little bit as Craig stands in the center. Outside leg kick there by Craig. Bo Nickal again on the outside. Another leg kick. Jab coming in there by Craig. Another kick coming into the body. This is good by Paul Craig. Just landed about 3 or 4 leg kicks there. And edging forward as Bo Nickal. He's just too far out of range, isn't he? And unless he's going to really try and go for something, Paul Craig is just able to just get his shots off. I feel like Paul Craig is edging this round at the moment. But again, lots of inactivity. The crowd getting really restless. Loads of boos coming from the crowds. They want a lot more than this. They're not satisfied with what they're seeing at the moment. Kick coming in as Bo Nickal tries to find a way forwards. Outside leg kick. Again, crowd a little bit restless as Bo Nickal in the center. Kick coming in there by Craig. Oh, big shot coming in there by Bo Nickal. Craig backing up. This is better by Nickal right at the end of the rounds. You can see that Paul Craig's a little bit nervous. Bo Nickal is right in front of him. We've got 2 minutes left to go. It's been a bit of a sleeper round. Craig was maybe edging it. Bo Nickal, though. You can see a bit of damage on the side of the face of Craig. Shot coming in there by Bo Nickal. Crowd have woken up as Craig tries to throw a leg kick in. Body shots coming in by Bo Nickal. Bo Nickal is up in the output now. Craig trying to find way forwards. Edging forward, but he's still keeping that distance. Yeah, he has got a bit of a cut on his face here, Paul Craig. Kick coming in there by Paul Craig. Bo Nickal is backing up a little bit. 1 minute 10, not much here. That was quite a moment of excitement, but it has died away. Couple of jabs coming in. So this round is 10-8 to Bo Nickal. There's only 2 significant strikes in it. Really, really close in this round. Bo has still got a lot to learn, said Charles. Big body shot coming in there by Bo Nickal. Right now, it feels like Bo Nickal's going to win this 2 rounds to 1. Some people might give him all 3 rounds. But this thing has stayed on the feet. The fight seems so weird, said AB Jobson. It seems like it's scripted. What a terrible fight, said Johnny. 2-1 Bo, but it's very disappointing. Disappointed. I was a Bo lever. Crowd are booing, man. WTF is this, said AB. Swing and a miss there by Bo Nickal. I think he gets it. I don't think any of us are going to be disappointed to say goodbye to this fight. Bo Nickal does a bit of a golf swing, and that is not the fight for that celebration. That is not the fight to do any sort of gloating. Yeah, not good. Boring, Chance said Batman big fan. Overrated, Chance said Charles. I was bored, said King Baldy. Yeah, that was not what we were hoping for, was it? Nickal has to stop calling out Hamzat. God damn it. Hamzat would have murdered this kid, said Alexis. Boo, Nickal. Boo, Nickal. Yeah, man. He, I think, has just won and has struggled against Paul Craig. Big thank you to everyone that left a like, though. I did see that we managed to get to over 1,000, so that is really appreciated. Richard said there's so many Nickal haters. I'm not sure if it's hating on Nickal. I think it's just he was so hyped. And I suppose in a way it's not his fault, is it? You know, he's not necessarily the one that's hyping himself. Although I don't think the golf swing at the end was necessary. But, yeah, he was so hyped, and, you know, these people get built up, and then to see him put in such a flat performance. But listen, we've seen this script before. We've played this game before. He'll come back. He'll talk about how he wants to kind of avenge that last fight. Even though it was a victory, it didn't feel like a victory. He's going to put on a show for the people. Blah, blah, blah. Well, let's see if he gets the win first. Here we go. Bruce Buffer. All 3. All right. 30-27. All 3. Oh. Wow. The referee. The ref just raised Bo Nickal's hands before he even knew who the winner was. So he raised his hand. He had to put it back down again because Bo Nickal's name hadn't been read. Wow, boos. I feel great, said Bo Nickal. These guys want to see bloods. These guys are professional fighters. You lot want me to knock people out in a minute. It's not always going to happen. I dominated him. I was happy with it, said Bo. This is just part of the process. So, yeah, the crowd aren't happy. Tramp Daddy said, Jon Jones would starch Tom. Jon Jones is a master of watching a man's style and then exploiting his weaknesses with game planning. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Tramp Daddy. I don't think that Jon Jones is trying to dodge Tom Aspinall. But the more it becomes a thing, you know, the more that obviously people, it's going to seem like that's what's happening. Respect, though, because Tom Aspinall is up for the fight, isn't he? There is Raul Rosas Jr. We just saw Kate Hudson in the crowd as well. Joanna, yes! Joanna in the crowds. She loves it. She always pops out to these shows. I feel like we always see Joanna in the crowds. Wrestle with Andy said someone should have attempted a takedown. Bo Nickal got exposed, said Kutso. Overrated, said Dixon. If you keep fighting unranked fighters, you'll be top 10 by 60, said just some cat with sunglasses. Goofy said, I need less than 7.5 minute fight next for a big play hit, said Goofy. Goofy, shout out to you. I hope that comes through for you, buds. Right, Kate Hudson still famous? No, but she is still fit. Amin, shout out to you. I actually don't know what Kate Hudson has been in since Almost Famous. That's probably the only Kate Hudson film I know. But I don't need to know any Kate Hudson films to know where we're going now. Where we're going now, Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler. This is number 2 against number 7 in the lightweight division. And this is going to be, well, we already know, an absolutely amazing fight. We already know this is going to be an absolutely amazing fight. Let's get this a little bit bigger. Get it resized. There we go. Right, we know it's going to be amazing because we've seen it before and it was amazing. And I can't see any reason why this would be any different. This is Charles Oliveira against Michael Chandler. Charles Oliveira, 22 wins, 10 losses in the UFC. This is our co-main event for the evening, right? His last fight was a loss by split decision to Arman Sarukian. He is a great clinch striker, hittable. He has got great jiu-jitsu, lots of kicks, lots of knees, Muay Thai, great grappling, well-rounded, power in his hands. He's got improved boxing. He is someone that puts pressure on, but so does Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler has also got one punch knockout ability. He is also well-rounded. Michael Chandler is known for his wrestling, but he is aggressive, a great athlete, kill or be killed, fast, explosive, powerful. A lot of people say he's one of the absolute best athletes in all of UFC. Charles Oliveira, of course, brings that submission threat. He has got 34 wins, 21 of them coming by submission. And not only that, he is the former lightweight champion of the world. Charles Oliveira was on an amazing win streak until he lost that title to Islam Makhachev. And he really is one of the big names in this division. I'd say Michael Chandler is as well, but Chandler's actually not got a great record. You know, his record is 2-3. In the UFC, he's lost more than he's won. It's just that people have so much respect for him. So much respect for Michael Chandler. And you can understand why, because he is kill or be killed. He is someone that entertains the fans, and this fight is going to be fire. I have got Charles Oliveira winning. I think Michael Chandler has improved. I think that he has got used to the UFC level. I think that he had opportunities in the first fight. I think he'll have opportunities in this fight. But I do also think that he is someone that is going to find it hard when Charles Oliveira gets going, grabs a hold of him, starts dragging him down. We know that Charles Oliveira, really good on the ground, really good with his submissions. I'm leaning Charles Oliveira to find a submission win. I think he'll find it at some point over 5 rounds because this is a 5-round fight. you know, and Oliveira, as we said, he's got the most submission wins in UFC history. This isn't just a normal fighter. This is the guy with the most submission wins in UFC history. So I think he'll find a sub. I think he'll find a way of putting Chandler away. But I think Chandler is going to offer plenty of problems before he does. This is a fight people do not want to miss. This is a reason why you buy this pay-per-view. You buy it for Jon Jones against Stipe, but you definitely also buy it for Oliveira against Michael Chandler. Big fight feel, lots of excitement. Get your predictions in. Which way is this going to go? 81% of people on Tapology have gone with Charles Oliveira. 19% have gone with Michael Chandler. And I can tell you that Oliveira minus 260 favorite. And we are getting the ring walks. We are getting the ring walks. This fight will be fire, but Charlie will do him in 2, says Mats. Chandler, knockout, first round, said J.I. Long. Do you know what? If he does that, I'll be so interested to know what he says after. I mean, there's no point calling out flipping Conor. Do you remember Chandler was in WWE? They showed Michael Chandler in the crowd that one time, and he even had the microphone off Samantha, and he called out Conor McGregor, even though they were already, you know, fighting. It was already happening. He just took a moment to call out Conor just to get a reaction from the crowd. Well, that fight never happened, and we don't know if it's ever going to happen. Here he is, after so long away, waiting for that Conor McGregor fight. Here he is, stepping inside an octagon against Charles Oliveira. You know that Conor's watching. And actually, a Conor comment would be very interesting if he goes on Twitter after this fight. Yeah, I'll be very interested to know what gets said there. Oliveira by submission, said KG. Let's have a look, shall we? Just whilst we are waiting, we can flip over. I've seen a few people asking for this. I only tend to have a look when we get to the end. This is... oh, hello, Metal Mama. There we go. It's a good profile picture. So there we go. The Wrestling Days League over on Tapology. We have got over 330 people playing along in this league. Right now, at the moment, Mr. Unfamiliar is top. If you have got a Tapology account there, that's what you need to look for. The Wrestling Days League. 330 odd people are playing along. And Mr. Unfamiliar in top place at the moment. How is that going to change with our co-main and our main events? Let's turn this up a bit. Right, if Chandler wins, he should rematch against Gaethje. Scouts, hello, my friend. Good day. Who won the last fights? Oh, hello. There we go. Last fight was won by Nickal. Right. My uncle used to play cricket with Stipe in Essex, said ST. Yeah, Scout, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Lovely to see you around. It was Nickal that picked up the victory. He beats Paul Craig. Here's Charles Oliveira making his way out. Michael Chandler is already in the octagon, and Charles Oliveira comes out to a great reaction. The most prolific finisher. Daisy, you excited about 310, says Matthew and Shauna. Hello. Yeah, I am. I think it's not one that I think is going to bring in a load of people. It's not one that I think is going to be, you know, crazy and like, oh my God, like I can't sleep, I'm so excited kind of a thing. But I think the fights are good. I don't watch other promotions. I don't get time, so I don't know this guy that's coming in from Ryzen. I mean, I'll obviously do my research before that event. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that I know this guy and, oh my God, all this kind of stuff. But, I mean, Pantoja's always a fun fighter to watch, of course. Plenty of finishes on his record. And so, you know, he's always a fun fighter. Ratmanov against Ian Gary. You know, I think if you're an MMA fan, a UFC fan, you're going to be excited by that. But it's not, it doesn't have the name power, really. It's not going to be bringing in the casuals. But still going to be a fun Saturday night, isn't it? So, yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm certainly not down on it. Here's Charles Oliveira then. Most finishes and most submissions. Puts his arms out, gets a great reaction from the fans. Rumour said, who do you think is the best fighter in UFC history? Well, I love Anderson Silva. I do appreciate people that say that it's Demetrius Johnson. Mighty Mouse. I think Mighty Mouse is a really good shout, actually. GSP, I think, could be in the conversation as well. I don't think Khabib, even though Khabib's amazing and could have been, he just, for me, he got to the top and didn't fight enough title fights. To be honest, I think he would have continued if his dad hadn't have passed away. But as soon as his dad passed away, I think that was it, wasn't it? So, I mean, he fought the career that he wanted to have rather than the career to make him a legend. And all, I mean, he is a legend, but, you know, the GOAT. For many people, he's in the mix. But I think because he didn't have more title fights, that's the black mark against him, really. The truth is, I don't think we've seen the greatest fighter yet. I think what we're seeing is constant improvement in MMA as MMA gets better understood. You know, back in the day, you could have like a strength in one department and that would get you through. And you can't do that now. And I think we're seeing the overall quality of fighters improving. And I don't think we've seen the greatest yet. Maybe the greatest is Islam. Maybe the greatest is Ilia Topuria, you know. We'll have to see how their careers go. Maybe the greatest is Alex Pereira. I think it's an exciting time, actually. I think UFC has got some really good potential. But hopefully these names are still right up there in a few years' time and that they've, you know, become bigger stars, you know. But, yeah, the Jon Jones debate is very interesting. I'd have him in the conversation, of course. But I got to give a mention to Anderson Silva because I flipping loved him. Truth is, what great did Khabib beat, said Rydog. Yeah, I mean, he obviously got the win over Conor, which was massive. But I think that was kind of the start of the decline for Conor. And he got a good win over Gaethje and Poirier, so I do have to give him his flowers there. But really, outside of those, to be amongst the greats, to be amongst the Jon Joneses and the George St. Pierres and whatnot. I think this is the reason as to why even Dana doesn't acknowledge him as the GOAT. And Dana's got a great relationship with Khabib. So he would not want to disrespect Khabib. But I think this is why he doesn't regard him as the GOAT. It was just he didn't have enough fights when he got to the belt. But he fought the career that he fought, which was, you know, his dad passed away. And so he called it quits. And I get that. I appreciate that. I respect that. Right, intros are about to be done. You've not been commentating. The fight has not started, Larry. And the clock is not ticking. I don't know what clock we're referring to. In fact, even the ESPN website said intros. Keith Peterson is getting his intro. Both guys have had their intros, and we are about to be underway. Both guys are in their corners. This is going to be a fast start, you know. Here we go. Both guys come out into the center and they touch gloves. Charles Oliveira, not in yellow shorts. He's in like multicolored shorts. They do allow them a bit of artistic freedom now. Kick coming in, which I like actually. But I think he looks better in yellow. Kick coming in there by Charles. There's a right hand there. We've got a big USA chant breaking out. Yeah, he has got something going on with his eye. Charles Oliveira just wiping his eye momentarily. Charles Oliveira, and not quite comfortable here. A couple of shots coming back. Kick coming in there by Charles. Chandler, nice. Front kick coming in there by Charles Oliveira. Chandler in black shorts. On the outside, keeping it quite tight at the moment. Charles standing in the middle. We know that Charles is a bit of a slow starter here. Kick coming in there by Charles. Outside leg kick there by Charles as well. Trying to have a look. I think there might have been an eye poke maybe a bit early. Right at the very start. I think he might have shook it off by now. Edging forward. Jab coming into the body there by Chandler. Jab coming in upstairs as well. Kick coming in there by Charles. Really quick with his kicks. Nice, and he fires forward. He grabs Chandler, looking for takedown. Chandler, though, doing really well to stay on the feet. Lovely sweep there. Oh, my God. Charles grabbing the leg of Chandler. Right now, Charles is sat on top of Chandler. Chandler is down. Charles is sat on top of him. He's got a hold of the leg. Yeah, this is not a great position to be in for Chandler. Right now, he is sat on top of Chandler. They're both kind of cancelling each other out at the moment, though. Chandler's doing a good job of not allowing Charles to really progress from this position. Charles has managed to get his hand free. Right now, he has he's trying to find a way of getting a bit of ground and pound, maybe. Chandler has got Oliveira's arm tied up. They're both kind of cancelling each other out, as we said. Neither guy has been able to make much progress. Charles Oliveira was looking to get a bit of hammer fists going, but Chandler grabs his fist. Right now, Charles Oliveira is still on top of him. We're getting a little bit more into a guard by the looks of it. It looks like we got 2 minutes to go here. In round one, this thing, of course, can go 5. We're over by the side of the cage. Chandler's down on his back. Oliveira on top. We're kind of progressing into a more traditional kind of in the guard, on the ground kind of position. But at the moment, it's still a little unorthodox. They are kind of chest to chest. So Chandler making this very uncomfortable at the moment. It's kind of half guard, actually. Charles's leg is trapped around the other side, isn't it? His lower part is a bit twisted. Right now, Chandler throwing in a couple of shots. Chandler's getting... he's getting smashed and crunched up against the side of the fence at the moment. Shot coming into the side of the heads. And again there by Chandler. This is not what people were hoping for. People did not want to see Charles Oliveira lying on top of Chandler for an extended period of time. Crowd getting a little bit restless. Batman Big Fan said Oliveira's looking quite good at the moment. Again, staying down. He's keeping Chandler down. There's a forearm strike that comes down there. Shot coming into the side of the heads. And again, chest to chest. It's keeping him grounded. Shot there to the side of the head. We've got about 10, 11 seconds to go. Chest to chest still at the moment, as this is just going to peter out. I mean, I feel like that's probably an Oliveira round, but yeah, I mean, Chandler made sure that that did not get any worse. I think Chandler will be a bit frustrated by that. Batman Big Fan said round 2 is going to be big. It's like Ngannou against Gall, but with more technique. I've got $50 on Mike KO round 2. Wish me luck. You almost had it, said 1-0 Chandler. That was a hugging round, said Kelly. Round 1 in the books, said The Beach Kevin. Michael said, if I'm Jon Jones, I would beat Stipe tonight, then vacate the title. Explain that he's no longer the champion. Tom can start his own legacy. It's just not going to be at my expense. AB Jobson said, Charles, 1-0. Right, here we go then. Round number 2. Hopefully this is going to be a little bit better than what we just saw. It started off with great potential, but yeah, we don't need to see 5 rounds of that first round. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway with round number 2. Both fighters coming out and they touch gloves in the center. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. Chandler on the outsides. Another outside leg kick there by Oliveira. Chandler trying to find a way forward. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. He's backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Chandler. 10-9 Oliveira. 10-9 Oliveira. So the tweets on screen have given it Oliveira. Unsurprising, of course. He had a lot of control time. Chandler is jabbing away, trying to find a way forward as Oliveira lets his hands go. Wow, Chandler slips. Chandler slips. Oliveira grabs a hold of him. Chandler gets away. It's a really tough fight this is for Chandler. Another shot coming in there by Chandler. He's getting backed up. Lovely right hand there by Oliveira. Chandler's running. Chandler's actually running away from Oliveira. Another big shot there by Oliveira. Great strikes. Really good. Oliveira looking really good. Chandler is using that lateral movement on the outside. Some big moments here for Oliveira. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. He's getting real success with the striking. Real success. Shots coming back there by Chandler, but they're not getting through. Outside leg kick there by Chandler. Oliveira moving forwards. You can just tell this is so hard for Chandler. It's a really hard fight. Little uppercut. Didn't quite get it through. Jab coming in there by Chandler. Knee strike there by Oliveira. Shot coming in by Chandler. Again, it's a much better round. Big swing by Chandler, but he couldn't land it. Chandler in the middle. Couple of shots down the center. Oliveira moves over to the sides. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. Oliveira exploding forward, looking for a takedown. Gets it. And he's on top of Chandler. Oliveira is on top of Chandler. Fully mounted. This is horrible. This is a horrible place for Chandler to be. It's a horrible place for him to be. He's on his back with Oliveira on top. Shot coming into the side of the heads. Horrible. You do not want to be here. Shot coming into the side of the body there by Michael Chandler. It's got to be the inactivity, said Charles. Sounds like Chandler's getting beat up. Yeah, it's not good. This is not a good round for him at all. He's down on the ground, chest to chest. Oliveira on top. He's in a very similar position to he was last time, actually. He's right up against the side of the cage. It's very similar to round 1. Chest to chest, Oliveira, keeping him grounded. We got 1 minute 50 left to go here. Fully mounted him, look. And he's looking to try and rain down an elbow there. And again, we're trying to get these elbows down. Oliveira trying to rain down these elbows. He managed to get a couple through. Doesn't look like he's been able to bust Chandler open, but he's kind of grinding his head into the face of Chandler. Now he's busted. Now he's busted. Oliveira grinding his head into Chandler, and then bang! There is a slight cut there. It doesn't look too bad at the moment, but if he can land another couple... Oh, looking for an armbar. He looked like he was going for something there. Oliveira on top of Chandler. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Oliveira. Right now, Chandler is down on his back. Oliveira on top. Yeah, he is just getting beat up here. This is not an easy watch if you are a Chandler fan. Round 1, 3 minutes 26 control time. Round 2, 2 minutes 5. Chest to chest. Again, he's still on top at the moment. 19 seconds left to go. Chandler is down. Chest to chest. Oliveira all over him. I don't think the finish is coming. Bo Nickal is probably crying in the car right now after getting booed, said A.B. Jobson. That is going to leave a mark, said Peter. 2 years off, it does something to someone. Best to you, Chandler, said Darren. Yeah, it's true. It is true. That inactivity, and certainly at this stage in his career, has really hurt him. It's really hurt him. Chandler should have stayed in Bellator, said Matthew and Shauna. Charles, round 3 knockout, said God529. Chandler needs a Hail Mary in the next 2, said Gary. Yeah, this is not good. It's a little bit of a depressing watch. It's not quite Tyson, Jake Paul. But, yeah, a real good showcase so far, this for Charles Oliveira. If you are watching and you've not left a like, I know we've smashed past that 1,000 mark, but more are always welcome. It's really appreciated, everyone joining us. We are going into round number 3. This fight, of course, can go 5 rounds. It's not for a title, but it is a special attraction, co-main event. And I don't mind 5 rounds. Hopefully, if Chandler can find a way back in and make it interesting. But at the moment, it does feel a little bit like it is one-way traffic. We've also got over 7,000 votes in our poll. Feel free to keep voting there as well. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. Another kick coming in by Oliveira. Chandler in the center. Outside leg kick there by Oliveira. Chandler trying to find a way forwards. Oliveira backing away a little bit. A bit of distance between them. Oliveira back against the cage. And right now we've got Chandler trying to cover up as Oliveira goes into the center. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. Hook shot coming in there by Chandler. So, and again, he tries to explode forward there, Oliveira. Chandler on the outside. Outside leg kick there by Chandler. Another outside leg kick by Chandler. Oliveira right in front of Chandler. Jab coming in there by Oliveira. He's got Chandler up against the fence. Chandler in a bit of trouble here because he's got no room to work. He's got Oliveira right in front of him. Outside leg kick there by Chandler. Oh, he looked a little bit pained as he stepped over to the side there, Chandler. He's trying to use his lateral movement to get out of there. Outside leg kick by Oliveira. There's a big overhand right that comes in. Lovely little uppercut by Oliveira. Chandler rocked. Chandler rocked. Knee strike coming in there by Oliveira. Chandler goes back. Another big shot there by Oliveira. It is just one-way traffic, unfortunately. We don't even need to look at the numbers. Swing and a miss by Chandler. Knees coming in. Forearm elbow there by Oliveira. He's teeing off on him. Chandler up against the side of the cage. Oliveira looking to get Michael Chandler down. Right now, he drags him down. He gets Chandler down to his knees. Oliveira has managed to get round the back. And he's going to go for a rear naked. Chandler is trying to block it. Rear naked. This has all been too easy. The way that he's been able to get into this position has just been way too easy. That right now, Chandler is around the back. Oliveira is round the back of Chandler. He's looking for this rear naked. And right now it's on the chin. He's not committing to it. There's still loads of time in this round as well, you know. Still 2 minutes 20 left in round number 3. So we've still got loads of time here. But right now, Oliveira not really trying to force it. Right now, he's round the back of Chandler. Chandler is down. Oliveira is keeping Chandler down. The body triangle is in. The body lock is in. Oh, there we go. He tries to reposition. And elbows coming in. Chandler is blocking those elbows. Shot coming into the side of the body. Charles Oliveira again looking for this rear naked choke. We've got 1 minute 40 on the clock. He's looking for it. Round 3. We're down on the ground. Oliveira. We're over by the cage. The body lock is in. But right now, Chandler doing a really good job of preventing that arm from going underneath his chin. He is he's employing a little bit of wrist control. Shot coming in there by Oliveira. And again, Oliveira punching Chandler in the face. Chandler needs to survive for 1 minute 8 seconds just to get through the round. He's already losing the fight. There's no doubt about that. He's losing the fight. He's losing the rounds. It's very hard to see how he can find a path to victory. But sometimes in MMA, it only takes a moment. And we've seen those moments before. But 43 seconds. Can he survive? Can he hold on? Charles Oliveira, 3 takedowns, 8 minutes 27 in top position, 2 minutes 12. That choke is in, but he pops it off. That was on the chin, and Chandler has to really gasp for air right now. 20-odd seconds left to go. The body triangle, the body lock has been broken. Chandler is, I think, gasping for air. I don't think that was fun. 9 seconds left to go here. Chandler is looking out through the cage, and it looks like these two are just going to get through to round 4. So there we go, end of the rounds. Round 4, domination continues for Charles Oliveira. Connor is probably at home enjoying this, says Batman Big Fan. Eric said, I'm uncomfortable now. His corner needs to stop this, says Matthew and Shauna. Chandler's cooked, said Batman Big Fan. Chandler's finger fell off. Boom. Oh, mates. Some of these replays. Chandler's done. He's now exhausted, said Bad as American. Chandler exhausted and on one leg against Charles, and there's still 2 rounds to go. The only person Chandler should be fighting is McGregor because both of their better days are behind them, says Charles. All of a sudden, Connor is available, said Wrestle with Andy. He's literally running to the arena as we speak. Connor thought that he was going to have to put in this Herculean effort. After watching this, all of a sudden it looks like it might be a little bit easier than Connor thought. Here we go, though. Round number 4. Chandler still in there, still alive, still got a chance. But how much of a chance? Lovely hook shot there by Chandler. Outside leg kick, but he couldn't land it. Charles trying to check it. Jab coming in. Aaron's got it 30-27. Oliveira. Henry Cejudo has got it 30-27. He says, welcome to the Oliveira show. Adam Martin has got it 30-27. Complete domination by Oliveira. Chandler is surviving, but he does have that one-shot punch power. Well, he does, doesn't he? Couple of shots coming back by Oliveira. Knee strike gets through. Chandler planting his feet. Whoa! Big shot by Chandler. That was good. Swinging for the fences. Outside leg kick there by Chandler. Kick coming back there by Oliveira. These two standing, planting, throwing, scrambling around right now. Oliveira has got Chandler up against the side of the cage. He's going to look to try and get him down to the ground. No joy at the moment. Oh. And he very easily gets Chandler to a seated position. They are down on the ground. Oliveira around the back. And there's real frustration from the fans. It just seems so easy. There's some lovely moments in this round, though. Chandler managed to land a couple of really juicy looking shots. But crowds are making their feelings well known right now. A.B. Jobson said, I don't think Conor will fight in the UFC again. If he does, I think he would fight Chandler. It's probably his easiest opponent to get a title shot. Right now, Oliveira looking to take the back again. We got 3 minutes. And he's looking for like a rear naked choke. He's trying to get the arm round. He's looking for a squeeze. He's looking for a choke. No joy. Right now is all over him. He's trying to... Yeah, he's took the back. Oliveira's took the back. And he's trying to find this rear naked. Body lock is in. We're down on the ground again. This is not the fight we were hoping for, of course. We wanted them to be on the feet a little bit more. Oliveira's got to do what Oliveira's got to do, of course. This is a tough challenge for him. But, yeah, 2 minutes 15, round number 4. And we're down on the ground. It's probably going to be another round of Chandler surviving. Luke said, I'm going Chandler, but come on. Right now, on his knees, Oliveira. No joy at the moment. He was looking for that rear naked. No joy right now. Beating Chandler won't get you a title fight, said Joe. This was inevitable, said Darren. Chandler has been out too long. Celso said Jones versus Miocic next. Yes, this is our co-main event. 1 minute 28 left on the clock. Chandler is, well, he's just down. He's just sat there. He's got Oliveira on his back. Oliveira's trying to readjust. There doesn't look to be much danger at the moment. Charles Oliveira has broken his record for control time. His previous record was 11 minutes 40 odds. He has now just gone past 12 minutes. He's looking for a rear naked. It's on the chin. It is tight. It looks uncomfortable. This might be the end. Chandler's trying to break it, though, and I think he has broke it. Wow. Chandler managed to break that rear naked. Wow. Chandler is down. Oliveira. Chandler right now is just controlling the wrists of Oliveira. Lots of frustration from the crowds. Lots of frustration. I enjoyed SmackDown. Are you looking forward to Survivor Series? I mean, of course. Right now, 16 seconds left to go. Chandler should get through this. Yeah, Oliveira is content to just stay in this position. Chandler's content. Yeah, final rounds. You can tell we're just trying to get through to it, and we are going to get through to it. Well, there we go. This one is going into round number 5. Every single round is a Charles Oliveira round. Whatever Michael Chandler has got, he needs to throw it. It is kill or be killed. You need combos. You need fast combos. You never gave up there. You need combos. You need fast combos. You've got 5 minutes, is what they're saying to Chandler. I love what they just said to Charles Oliveira. They just put some ice on his chest, and they were like, listen, listen, Listen. He's dead. He's dead. You've killed him. He's dead. He's dead. Just finished the job. He's dead. So, there we go. Charles Oliveira. Yeah, they were shaking Oliveira's arms, just trying to get a bit of life back into them, because I'd imagine his arms are dead. Of all the things that are dead, I'd imagine the feeling in his arms are dead. After the amount of squeezing and choking that he's been trying to do here. Chandler in the middle, jabbing to the body. Oliveira. Ooh, lovely little knee there by Oliveira that came out of nowhere. Chandler could crack him, you know. Chandler has got knockout power. Shot coming into the body there by Chandler. Oliveira. Yeah, he was looking for a takedown. He didn't get it there. Shot coming in there by Oliveira. Straight down the middle. Chandler resets. Kick coming in there by Oliveira. Chandler again moving rounds. Oliveira right in front of him. Oliveira grabbing a hold of Chandler. Chandler throwing in a couple of shots to the body. Oh, this is good. Oh, he catches him. He catches him. Big shot by Chandler. Oh, you idiot. He just swung big, missed. Threw himself off balance. Right now we're down on the ground. Hammer fists. Big blows. Coming in by Chandler. Down on the ground. Referee's looking. Referee's looking. Referee's looking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right now, Oliveira in big trouble. Big trouble. Chandler has got Oliveira up against the side of the cage. Oliveira grabbing a hold of Chandler. If Chandler can get this ground and pound going, oh my God, he's been battered this fight. Chandler has been battered this fight. Oh my God. Elbows. Forearms. Chandler all over Oliveira. Look at this. Boom. Big shot by Chandler. Oliveira is honestly defending for his life. Wow, deep breath by Oliveira. Oliveira's just grabbed Chandler. Chandler is like a wild animal on top of him. If he can get any room, he is ground and pounding. He is going for it. Oliveira is clinging on to survive. Oh my God, right now. Oh, he might have given away the arm. Good work by Oliveira. He's weathering the storm. Really good work. Look at this. Oliveira on his back. He's got the arm. He's used his legs. It's a great defense. He's took some damage there. Round 5, significant strikes. 29 for Chandler, 8 for Oliveira. Right now, can Chandler find a way? He's in a good position, but he could have been in a better position. He gets kicked off. They're both back up on the feet. Chandler stalking after Oliveira. Both back on the feet. The crowd come alive. Chandler has got 1 minute 44. 1 minute 44. Clock is ticking down. He's trying to throw that big right hand. Left hand gets through. Good work by Chandler. It's kill or be killed. It's kill or be killed. Look at this. Oliveira grabs Chandler, drives him up against the cage. Oliveira gets Chandler down, and he's now looking for a rear naked. We go right back to where this fight has been for the previous 4 rounds. We had just over a minute to go. We're in a really exciting place. And Charles Oliveira manages to get the fight down to the ground, and he is now looking for a rear naked choke. Just when you thought dreams could come true, miracles did happen, Charles Oliveira snatches that hope away. 40 odd seconds left to go. Oh my God. He's got him on his back at the moment. He's running out of time here, Chandler. He won't win. He's managed to get back up to his feet. Look at this. He's got Oliveira on his back. Boom! He does exactly what you're not meant to do. He jumps. And, oh my God, what an amazing scene. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. What an amazing scene. An amazing scene. Chandler had Oliveira on his back. He stood up as Madison Square Garden was going absolutely crazy. He looked out to the fans as Oliveira was on his back and he jumped backwards. And you don't do that. I mean, you just put yourself in a horrible position. Why would you ever want to chuck yourself down on the ground with someone on your back? You just don't. But he did it. And then he got back up again as Madison Square Garden went mental again. He stands there, he looks out as Madison Square Garden's going crazy. The fight's coming to an end. Oliveira's on his back and he jumps back again. Amazing moment. A moment of 2024. Standing up, jumping backwards twice. Look, there's Donald Trump on his feet, applauding Michael Chandler. What a final round that was. What a final round. Oh. What a final round. That final moment where he's got Oliveira on his back and is jumping back is a real image of 2024. I feel if you want to talk about the best moments, that's you're probably just going to chuck that in there for like a real fun moment of the year. Madison Square Garden going absolutely bananas. So good. So good. That last round was crazy, said J14. Charles won, though, I'm guessing, said Brody. Yeah, it did. And actually, there was a bit of confusion at the end because it did look like Chandler tapped even though there wasn't really a submission. Yeah, I think he sort of taps to say, like, respect. I don't know. But, I mean, you don't tap during a fight. So, I don't know that if this guy don't matter, does it? I mean, he does tap at the end. I mean, you could, if I was Charles Oliveira, make an argument that he tapped. But I think this thing's going to go to decision. Yeah, it's going to go to the judges. I think Chandler was tapping to be like, you know, what a moment we just shared, respect. But, I mean, shouldn't really be tapping during a fight. $49-46, $49-46. Charles Oliveira gets it. Yeah, the match had pretty much ended. But, you know, I mean, these pretty much ended things, you know. Yeah, there was a few seconds left. It was pretty much over. Like, it technically wasn't, but that was really fun, though. Did he put him in a submission? Well, he kind of had a bit of a... I don't know. I mean, he had a bit of a choke applied. It wasn't really a choke, though. He had his arms kind of around, but you could see that it wasn't really in. So, it doesn't matter. It's a decision victory for Charles Oliveira. Really fun final round, I'm sure. I hope that came through. I hope that came across. Charles Oliveira said, really want to thank God. Sweep the leg, said Stipe just hit Jones so hard. He blew Peruvian dust all over Dana White. Look, Chandler comes over to Oliveira. This guy is one of the toughest guys I have ever fought, said Charles Oliveira. Real respect between Chandler and Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira win by decision was plus 1,200. Jones had better not grapple Stipe for 25 minutes, said Luke. Just listening to what Charles Oliveira is saying. So Charles Oliveira said, whoever is next for the title shot, I will be there. So yeah, obviously fired up, obviously excited, and a very good win for him. It's hard to gauge how good, because obviously we don't quite know. Yeah, I want to hear from Chandler. That's who I want to hear from. Wow, Joe Rogan said that 5th round was one of the greatest rounds I've ever seen. Brilliant. It was brilliant. All I know... Are you not entertained? Or... Conor McGregor. There we go. So Joe Rogan asks what's next for Chandler. Chandler said, look, if I'd have done my job, I would be calling out Islam. But that's next for Charles. So how about Max Holloway for the BMF title? And, wow, I mean, what a fight. What a fight that would be. And he calls out Conor. There's Triple H. There is Stephanie McMahon. There is Michael Bisping. There is Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall has just been shown in Madison Square Garden, and he got a great reaction. Let's flippin' go. Papa H was shown. Tom Aspinall was shown. What a heart Chandler has. McGregor might actually fight him now. I don't know. I think he might have shown a bit too much heart for McGregor. If he'd have got choked out in the first round, then McGregor might have been on the phone. But the fact he was able to get to round 5 and then looked really good in round 5, apart from the very end. I kind of feel like McGregor... Conor might have started running, but then he stopped. What was the Tom reaction? It was really good. Really positive. He's become a big star, hasn't he? Well, a bigger star. He's become a bigger star without even fighting. And it does go that way sometimes. It's not here. I mean, his fighting has obviously made him a star, but it's the fact that Jon Jones will not fight him has really took him to another level. This is Jon Jones against Stipe Miocic. But there is absolutely a third person involved in this match. And that is Tom Aspinall. His name has been mentioned all throughout. He is the interim champion. He is next, according to Dana. Jon Jones don't want to fight him, don't want to face him. But Jon Jones might have to. Either that or Jon Jones walks away. We don't know what we're about to see here. We don't know what we're about to get. And that makes it real interesting. So, Jones money line. Jon Jones to get the win. He is minus 650. So, Jon Jones to get the money line, get the win is minus 650. Jones by submission is plus 200s. Over 2.5 rounds is plus 115. So, they're not massively confident this is going to go that long. We are in New York. We are in Madison Square Garden. and the excitement is very palpable. This is our main event. Jon Jones, arguably the GOAT, arguably the greatest of all time. He is taking on Stipe Miocic. Tom Aspinall, of course, the interim champion. Rank number 2 is Cyril Gahn. Number 3 is Volkov. Number 4 is Pavlovic. Number 5 is Curtis Blades. I'd like to see Aspinall against Gahn. To be honest, though, outside of that fight, there isn't really much else for him. He's already got wins over the majority of the division, Tom Aspinall. Outside of Jon Jones and, I mean, look, Stipe might not look that great in this fight. We just don't know. I don't know how much of a challenge Stipe would be for Aspinall at this stage in his career. You know, Stipe is 42, and I know you can be older at heavyweights, but there are big questions. We just saw what inactivity seemed to do to Chandler. So inactivity is certainly not anyone's friend. So, yeah, I do worry about Stipe here. If we have a look over at the poll, so we are coming up to 8,000 votes. So keep your votes coming in. But 61% of you think that Jones is going to win by stoppage. 14% of you think it's going to be by decision. Stipe by stoppage, 20%. And 6% think that it will be by decision. So we're looking at 74-26 in favor of Jon Bones Jones. Devon said if Stipe can just fill the void Tyson fight created, I would appreciate it. Yes. Tom is true YouTube star, says Warren. Jones has never been my GOAT, by the way. Cheater and a wife beater, said Eric. I'm afraid I think Stipe is going to get stopped, says King Huddle. Sergey will face Tom Aspinall, said Joe. Who have you got? I've got Jon Jones on this one. I think Jones is going to do it. George Foreman is the only successful old heavyweight, said Hardcore Turtle. Stipe better win and save the heavyweight division that has been killed by Jon Ducking Jones. Stipe is fighting fires every day. Today, he has to bring his A game or he gets burnt. Jones would murder Aspinall, said Justin. Stipe is going to win by knockouts, says Todd. It's not ring rust, it's age. There's nothing anyone can do to compete with younger fighters. Jon is past his prime. Stipe is way past his prime. That come in from Carl. NXY, shout out to you, my friends. I am looking forward to Survivor Series, of course. That'll be a great show. I haven't seen Jones in a while, said T-King. Does he still look like Rampage doing his Chuck Liddell impression? Do you know what? We've only seen him fight once against Gall. We didn't get a chance to see much of him. He has filled out really well, I think, in heavyweight. He's not the most toned heavyweight. He does seem to have a little bit of kind of fat in there as well. But he has moved up in weight, I think, relatively comfortably. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, how he would do against some of the heavyweights. We've seen him against Gall. He did excellent. And Stipe, I think the general consensus is maybe on the decline. This is someone we have not seen for a long time. This is someone that I don't believe has fought for like 3 years. It's so hard to get a read of this fight because we are really dealing with a lot of factors that we just don't know the answers to. One thing we do know the answer to, though, is that Mr. Unfamiliar is still in the lead. So when it comes to our game, our prediction game, Mr. Unfamiliar is still in first place. So we'll have a look at that after our main event. We've been live for 7 hours, 25 minutes, and it has been an absolute pleasure. It's been a really good night, actually. It's been some really good action tonight. Really enjoyed the show. Some fights like the Bo Nickal fight not quite going the way that we thought it would, although Bo Nickal still picking up the victory. And there was a few fights tonight that were a little bit surprising. Could this be another surprise? Could we have a new UFC Heavyweight Champion? That's what's on the line. Jon Bones Jones defending the UFC Heavyweight Championship against Stipe Miocic. Stipe is 42, is 14-4. He is a good boxer with power. He's going to need to make this dirty. Jon Jones is very technical. Uses rangefinders, uses his jab well. Very creative in the clinch. Good elbows, diverse attacks. Really good fight IQ. As was mentioned earlier, he really understands his opponents. Really studies them, understands their weaknesses. He understands mixed martial arts. Brilliant all-rounder, great chin, long-rangey striker. He is regarded as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. And he would love to have this win on his record. Here's Stipe, though. Stipe regarded as the greatest heavyweight of all time. Not fought since March 2021. Former Division 1 wrestler, former Golden Globes boxer, two-time UFC heavyweight champion. Is he too old? Is he too inactive? Is his durability starting to leave him? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. He's making his way down to the octagon. He's got a lot of confidence. He really believes he's going to get this job done, as all fighters should. Jon Jones is the greatest fighter in UFC history, said the Sosco Factory. Aspinall rules the heavyweight division, said Vincent. Jon Jones is on that pink cocaine, said Leon. Jones is overrated, said Silent Knights. Here we go. Look, Stipe does seem very ready, very confident, very happy. He has been very disrespected during the build to this as well. It does have to be said. Jon Jones did more cocaine than Cocaine Bear, said Sweep the Leg. This might be like Strickland against Adesanya. Jones chased by Miocic, said Gordon. Cleveland, stand up. Stipe, let's go, said Samuel. Yeah, so Cormier said, I never faced this version of Stipe. This is a 250-pound version of Stipe. Look at the size of his back. Yeah, this is big. You want to come up to heavyweight? Here's a real heavyweight. I mean, Garn's a decent-sized heavyweight, but Garn hasn't got the experience of Stipe. The question mark around Stipe is it too late? Has it left him? Here's Jon Jones. There is something special about a Jon Jones ring walk. There is something real special about a Jon Jones ring walk. I believe in Jon Jones at minus 650, said AB Jobson. He's got a tremendous face buster. Here we go. Are they fighting? No. We're not underway with the fight yet. Let's go, Stipe, said AS. So we just got a medley of different tracks. We've got the champ is here. Here is the champ, is shown on the screen. Big smile on his face. Jon Jones taking in this moment. Massive smile on his face, you know. Massive smile on his face. He comes out, his arms outstretched. I want to know if Tom Aspinall gets in the ring after. That's what I want to know. I expect Jon Jones to get this win. I just want to know what happens after. Jon Jones comes walking out. Big cheer for him. Big reaction for him. Aspinall would kill Jones in under a minute, said Vincent. Jones against Lesnar in the PFL, said FMS. I hope you are right and Stipe wins. I'm tired of fighters being handpicked, said Francois, is it? UFC bent over backwards to give Jones any advantage, even changed back to the old gloves so that Jones can eye poke, says New Mexico Lucha Libre. Okay, here is Jon Jones. Then he's made his way down. Do we think that Roman shows up Monday and speaks to Seth for War Games, said NXY. We're going to have to watch, aren't we, buds? Going to have to watch and find out. Unfortunately, this week's show is taped. So we do know what happens already. No spoilers here, though. The Bake said Tom would beat Jones, in my opinion. Jones is going to retire after beating Stipe, said Mastov. Where's your money going if Jones Aspinall is really happening? My heart would want Aspinall. My head would say Jones. And I don't know where my money would go. Would my money go with my heart or would it go with my head? My head says Jon Jones is in the GOAT conversation. From what I've seen against Cyril Gahn, that was impressive. I think I'm about to see him beat Stipe. The question is Aspinall the one that is in his prime and the next person to take over? I really think that's what people are starting to think, is that Aspinall is the guy. And that Aspinall is the person that should be at the top of this division. It's so hard because people are saying that Jones is washed and that he's declined and all this, but I don't know what we're basing that on. Apart from the fact that when we saw him at the end of his light heavyweight career, he wasn't looking as good. And then we've seen him in heavyweight and... You know, that performance was good against Cyril Gahn, really good, but it was really short at the same time. I think my official prediction would be Jones to win, but my money might go on Aspinall. Because Aspinall could be the one. Aspinall's good. I mean, he's got really good striking. He can go down on the ground. Jon Jones, we know, has got good shots, but I think Aspinall would be able to take them. Could Jones take Aspinall shots? Aspinall's a true heavyweight. He's a true heavyweight. I don't know, man. Maybe we get some of these questions answered now. Both fighters are inside the octagon. Stipe is in a similar condition to Tyson, said Retro. It might be the last time in the octagon if he gets destroyed. Well, this is true. This is true. Jones is going to win this by submission, said Enid. Can Jones take a solid hit from Stipe, says Todd. It's an excellent question. This is where predicting becomes really difficult because we just don't know what Stipe's got because we haven't seen him in 3 years. How can you predict if you haven't seen someone fight for 3 years? And we've only seen Jones for a very short period of time against Cyril Gahn. I mean, how much info can you get from that? That's what makes this really challenging, but it is also what makes this really interesting. Jon Jones is pacing back and forth, and so is Stipe. Right now, we have got Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things. Connor, shout out to you, my friends. Days, you are an inspiration. When I was younger, getting into MMA, I would set my phone by my ear at midnight to stay up and listen. Better than watching. Well, Connor, thank you, my friend. That's really kind. That's really kind. So, I'm pleased to hear that you've stuck with MMA and that you continue to enjoy it. And, well, here we are. One of the biggest fights of the year. So, sit back, relax. Hope you got some good snacks. Hope you got some nice drinks. Maybe you're in bed again, I don't know. But shout out to you, Connor. I really appreciate those kind words. Very kind, very much appreciated. And a big thank you to you and everyone that is joining us. Retro said Stipe shouldn't be out there fighting anymore. Okay, Stipe getting his intro. Jon Jones getting his intro. There's a real good chance this is not going to go the distance. There's a real good chance we're going to get a lot of answers to our questions within the first 10-15 minutes of this one. I am expecting Jones to win by submission. I think rear naked choke. He might finish it with his hands. I wouldn't be shocked to see him drop Stipe. I think Stipe winning would be a surprise. But it would be disrespectful to Stipe to not say that he doesn't have a chance. Here we go. Jon Jones in Madison Square Garden. This is going to be a great main event, said Dro. Darren, shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you. Shout out to your kids. Appreciated. Stipe needs to pressure Jon. Stipe is taller than Jon. Handshake. Jon goes back a little bit. You can see that Jon has put a bit of weight on. He is carrying it around the midsection a little bit. This is quite the challenge for Stipe. According to Dana, Dana said that Ngannou left because of Jones. He didn't want to face Jones. I don't know who believes that, but he was trying to build this fight up. Oh, there's a big shot there by Jones. Big left hand. And it got a little bit stuck, actually, and it allowed Stipe to just throw in a little shot of his own. Stipe backing up as Jones continues moving forward. Lovely kick coming into the midsection there by Jones. You can see that Stipe just feinted, throwing a shot back. Nice inside leg kick there by Stipe. Stipe backing up. There is a lot of hands being put out there, rangefinders. It is something Jones has done throughout his whole career. Inside leg kick there by Jones. The leg kicks, as we know, critical for Jones. Big kick coming into the body. Couple of shots coming back there by Stipe. Stipe with a couple of jabs going straight down the middle, but Jones was on his bike. Stipe again trying to find a way forward, letting his hands go. Jones comes back into the middle. Right now, Stipe backing up as Jones continues to move forwards. Stipe getting backed up against the side of the cage. Takedown there by Jones. Takedown by Jones. Now we've got Stipe down. Jon. Stipe, oh, big forearm strike there by Jones. Yeah, that was a really good job by Jones getting Stipe down. Stipe is down. This is exactly where Jones would want this to be. Although Stipe is throwing some elbows. Jones has been able to get into half guards. So Jones is on top of Stipe right now. Forearm strike comes in. Stipe down on his back. Jones on top. Another elbow coming in there by Jones. Shot coming into the midsection. Going upstairs. Excellent work here by Jones. Big elbow raining down again. And again there by Jones. Stipe in trouble. Stipe is down on the ground. We've still got 2 minutes 38. Jones can just take his time, get into a better position, get his ground and pound going. Right now, he is still in half guards. He's quite high. He's trying to throw in an elbow. And again, trying to get an elbow through. Oh, and another one. Oh, mate, these aren't nice. You can tell that Stipe don't like the taste of these. Another one raining down there by Jones. Stipe trying to get back up to his feet. Another forearm strike there by Jones. And again, is raining these elbows down. Referee might have a little look at this, but Stipe weathering that storm. Could you imagine if he finished Stipe in round 1 with ground and pounds? I think Dana White would explode. Stipe is on his back. He's got Jones on top. Jones has really thrown down a lot of nasty elbows, but he's not busted open. Stipe is not busted open at the moment. 23 significant ground strikes for Jones. 23. Where are we overall? 29-30 overall. Again, another nasty elbow strike. I can't believe how durable Stipe's face is. How is he not busted open? These shots are brutal. Stipe, not busted. Not showing any marks. I'm sure that it'll come through. Some of those shots have been absolutely brutal. There might be a bit of swelling, actually. Is there? His face is red, but it's not busted open by any means. He might get through this. Stipe might get through this round. Kicks there by Stipe. Stipe trying to turn over. Jones is still all over him. 3 minutes 5 in top position here for Jones. 20 seconds left to go. Right now, Jones is all over. Stipe is inside control. 10 seconds left to go. Jones doing really well. Raining down some elbows, but he's going to run out of time. 2, 1. End of the rounds. If Jones had about... Oh, and he is busted now. There is blood, but the cut is below the eye, so that's not as bad. So, Stipe busted open here. First round to Jones. Yeah, I mean, that is not where he wanted to be. He did not want to get taken down. He was taken down, and then he was absolutely dominated. Nasty strikes. Ground and pound. I think Jones would beat Aspinall, said Positive Energy. Somehow he survives, said Rumour. Can Stipe keep it standing? Well, he's going to have to. I don't know that he's going to be able to survive another mauling like that, because that felt like we were about 15, 20 seconds away from that fight being finished. Just having a little look there. It was a lovely trip. Yeah, it was like a little judo throw, actually, by Jones. Here we go then, round number 2. We didn't expect this to go the distance. I still don't expect this to go the distance. Stipe knows he cannot afford for this fight to go down to the ground. He's got to keep this standing. He's got to keep this standing. He knew that anyway. Yeah, dominant round 1 by Jon Jones. How much has that taken out of Stipe? Inside leg kick there by Stipe. Stipe on the outsides. He's having a look at Jon Jones. Jab coming in there by Stipe. And again, Jones backing up a little bit. Miocic is looking old, actually. Miocic is looking a little bit hesitant. He's not looking... That was a nice uppercut, though. A couple of shots coming in there by Stipe. Jones comes back into the center. Is edging forwards. Stipe, again, putting out his hand there. Both putting out that kind of rangefinder, pouring away at each other. Jones looking to throw in a kick. Kick coming into the body. It was blocked there by Stipe. Stipe edging forward. Jones circling round. Jab coming into the body there by Stipe. Jones again edging forwards. Little feints here, and you can see what Stipe is biting on. Jones is really good at downloading that information, but a couple of shots here by Stipe. Jones just a little bit uncomfortable. Body shot coming in there by Stipe. Feels like Stipe getting a little bit more confident. I think Jones is just looking at ways that he can get this down. Yeah, I kind of looked like he was going for a clinch or something there. Kick coming into the body. Stipe backing up a little bit. Stipe taking a couple of steps backwards. Again, a little bit of inactivity here as Jones is right in front of Stipe. Stipe stepping to the side, circling rounds. Jones continuing to move forwards. Again, shot coming in there by Stipe. Jones edging forwards. Leg kick coming in there by Stipe. He's a bit hesitant here, Stipe. But then Jon is as well, actually. They're kind of cancelling each other out. Big swing and a miss there by Stipe. Jab coming back by Jones. Stipe right in front of Jones. He's done a really good job of keeping this stand-in. Into a clinch. Muay Thai. Knee to the body. Nice shot coming back there by Stipe. Couldn't quite get it through. This thing's still on the feet at the moment. 1 minute 54 on the clock. Jones in the middle. Stipe. Jab coming in there by Jones. Stipe edging forward as Jones in the middle as well. Oh, lovely. Straight right hand there by Stipe. That was good. He got through with that. Kick coming in there by Stipe as well. Jones again. Jones just looks a bit flat. His movement's a bit flat. We're not seeing lots of bouncing movement. He's very flat-footed. He's sort of just standing in front of Stipe. Stipe again trying to explode forward with a hook shot. Jones in the middle. Stipe circling rounds. Jones edging forwards. There's a bit of distance between them. Kick coming into the body there by Jones. Stipe again on the outside. Nice jab there by Jones. He managed to get that through. I don't think there's anything that's made that cut any worse. Inside leg kick there by Jones. Stipe, knock him out, said sweep the leg. No mercy. Stipe, end him. Stipe coming forward. Oh, look at this. Couple of shots coming in there by Stipe. It's Jones having to run away. Stipe coming forward with a couple of shots. Spin kick to the midsection there by Jones. Nice shot coming in there by Jones. Jab coming in as well there by Jones. Well, it's been a better round, hasn't it? I mean, I still think it's probably been a Jones round. 2 seconds left to go, and that'll be the end of the round. There we go. End of the round. They're saying on commentary, this does not look like the Stipe that has 3 times for Daniel Cormier. Stipe does look a bit slow, a bit hesitant. The GOAT running away, said Musa. But Stipe, get your game on. Likely 2-0, said AS. Andrew thinks it's 1-1. Jones getting through. I mean, if we look at the numbers, it's 59 significant strikes to 18. It's not for people like me with no TV. This would never know what's going on, said Darren. Darren, shout out to you, my friends. Oh, look at that. Knee to the body there by Jones with that Muay Thai clinch. Here we go then. Round number 3. Both fighters coming out into the center. Jones in the middle. Stick jab coming in there by Jones. Really solid. Couple of shots coming back there by Stipe. This is better by Stipe, but he's not landing them. It looks good, but they're not getting through. But that was good, though, by Stipe. He's showing impetus. Jab coming back there by Jones. Paul said it was a better round for Stipe, but it's a Jones round. Kevin said 10-9 Jones in the seconds. Uppercut there by Stipe, but he couldn't stick it. He tries to throw a right hand. He's trying to let his hands go a little bit more here, Stipe. It feels like Stipe's getting really frustrated, and he just wants to let his hands go a little bit. Jones on the front foot. Kick coming in there by Jones. Yeah, Stipe doesn't want to stand in the kicking range. Oh, big shot coming in there by Jones as Stipe continues to move forwards. Stipe in the center. Round number 3. Outside leg kick there by Jones. Oof. Nice work there. Oh, lovely shot there by Jones. That's Stipe getting through with a right. Jones drives Stipe up against the side of the cage. So Jones has got Stipe up against the fence. They break apart. So far, overall, it is 72-26 for Jon Jones. Stipe on the outside blocks a head kick there coming in from Jon Jones. Leg kick coming in as well. There was just a nice jab that came in there by Jones, and he followed it with a lovely right hand. Another jab there by Jones. Stipe trying to find a way forward. Kick coming into the body there by Jones. And inside leg kick there by Jones as well. Stipe in the middle of the octagon. The output is very impressive. It's 107 significant strikes to 73. Couple of strikes coming in there by Stipe, but Jon Jones moves out the way. Jab coming in there by Jones. Stipe. We've got just over 2 minutes left to go in round number 3. Another jab coming in there by Jones. Trying to come forward, letting his hands go. Jones takes a few steps backwards. Stipe backing up against the cage. Jab coming in there by Jones. Stipe trying to get a couple of shots off, and he does land a couple of shots. Jones trying to grab a hold of Stipe. No joy. Stipe gets out of there. He is looking a bit tired. Stipe is looking a little bit tired. Kick coming into the midsection. Jones is standing right in front of Stipe. Do you know, I'm getting like Arlovsky vibes from Stipe. You know, that kind of former champion. It's not quite what they were. Oh my God. Beautiful left hand there by Jones. Really beautiful cracking shot. Straight down the middle. And again, another shot coming in, but Stipe eats it. Tries to respond with a shot of his own. He's trying to come forward. He's got Jones up against the side of the cage. Hook shot there by Stipe. We wanted to know if Jones could take the shots from Stipe. He has had to eat some shots. He's definitely had to eat some. Stipe has landed 28 headshots. Oh! Spin kick to the midsection! Stipe down! Stipe down! It's over, mate. Oh my God, Jones spins round, kicks Stipe in the midsection, and Stipe goes down. It's a win for Jon Jones in round 3. Spinning back kick to the midsection. It was hard, and Stipe went down. But Stipe, as expected, did not look like the fighter that we had seen in the past. Jon Jones gets the win over Stipe. 41 significant strikes to 5 in round 1. 18 significant strikes to 13 in round 2. 29 significant strikes to 18 in round 3. Jon Jones outstruck Stipe in all 3 rounds. And mate, that kick is horrible. That kick is horrible. Spins round, boom, he gets his heel right in. That kick is amazing. Yeah, Joe Rogan said this was a... Oh my God. That kick is amazing. Connor said, now for the duck 4.4 in here. Let's get this man $1 if he's able to make this Legends Night. Connor Lohman, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the kind words. JP Ville said Stipe looks like the local plumber having to fight someone at the bar because his wife got in a drunk argument with someone else's wife. Stipe is sat on a stool and he looks every part of 42. Dana White goes over to check on Stipe. That finish is absolutely brutal. The spinning back kick to the midsection. The heel gets dug right in to Stipe. And it's no surprise that's what finished the fight. The big question now, though, is... what next for Jon Jones? Does he take the gloves off and retire? Winner. TKO. Still. The belt is wrapped around the waist of Jon Jones. And he dominated. He dominated. Sheepus, shout out to you. Where is Tom Aspinall? He's really good, said John about Stipe. It was like fighting against the Terminator. I hit him with some really good shots. It doesn't matter how tough you are. The liver is the liver. Boom. Yeah, lots of body kicks, and that kick at the end was devastating. Oh. Go on, Tom, says Michael. I was hoping to get him out in the first round, but he hung in there. A healthy Jon Jones at heavyweight is a destructive force. Yeah, they're asking. There's Tom. There's Tom. He is shown. Okay, so Jon Jones said, I want to acknowledge Jesus Christ whilst everyone's so happy. I want to let you all know Jesus loves you. Well, if Jesus really loved me, he would have you fight Tom Aspinall. Maybe I won't retire. If everything goes right, maybe we'll give you what you want to see. We have options. I'm going to see what Dana and Hunter want. And you'll hear about it soon. He says a big thank you to Donald Trump. Jon Jones said, you know, I've thought twice about retiring. Maybe we'll give you people what you want to see. Oh, he's got a Donald Trump dance. Coop said, I just found this channel, but thank you for the great commentary. Coop, Demus, thank you, my friends. Wow, that's a big moment. Yeah, so, Coop, Demus, thank you. It was an honor to call your fight. I can't wait to see what is next. Jon Jones gets cheered loud in Madison Square Garden after a really great performance. But not only that, the fact that he has said, maybe we'll give you people what you want. Jon Jones, Tom Aspinall would be absolutely huge. That match has just got so big. That fight is so big now. Scout, shout out to you. If Jones beats Aspinall, no one can question him again. Thanks, Days. Great commentary. Scout, always great to see you, my friends. Yeah, if he gives us that Aspinall fight, it is true, isn't it? To be honest, though, who else is the heavyweight if he beats Aspinall? He will have beaten Gall. He will have beat. There isn't anyone else. Oh, Stipe. Stipe retires. Stipe retires. I think he wanted to take the gloves off, but it's a bit too difficult. He's got the tape all round. Look at that. The heavyweight champ. Jon Jones gives the championship to Donald Trump. Is he going to let him keep that? That would be awesome if he did. Oh, look, Elon Musk as well. Uncle Dana. Yeah, I mean, he's got... So I think he is going to let... I thought he was going to let Donald keep the belt. Donald ends up giving it back. Great scenes at the end. Great scenes. Connor said Alex isn't an option. Take down in the first and it's over. Defend or vacate. But Jon has nothing to prove. Yeah, I mean, that is what Alex would be having to worry about. Obviously, Alex's striking would be very interesting because, I mean, even though Jon would be favourite, I think Alex... with his, well, the fact he's in his prime as well, you know, the fact that he is someone that's active and getting really good wins would make it interesting, but I think you would be right. It would be takedown and it would be game over for Alex. Alex does train with Glover Teixeira, but, I mean, it's one thing to train and to learn and to improve. Jon Jones has been doing it for a long time, of course, so I think you're absolutely right. I think Jones would be a firm favourite in that. It would still be a very big fight and a very interesting fight, but it's the Aspinall fight that people want. And very exciting to hear that is something that he would be willing to give us. I mean, he was quite firm in the build-up to this that he was not interested. So there's a real changing there. I think, you know, he's been asked so many times about it. I think the message has got through that this is something people really do want, you know. I really thought that he was going to let Donald Trump keep that belt. They probably should, because they can easily get another one for Jon Jones, you know. They could easily get another one. But this is ridiculous. Jones is not fighting, Tom. He's afraid, said Michael. Well, he said there's negotiations to be had, so we're going to have to wait and see as to how that goes. Jones would get rid of him too. It doesn't matter at this point, said Joe. There's no way that Aspinall would beat Jones, said Positive Energy. I think Jones would run through Aspinall, said Russell Andy. Hey, listen, when it comes to challenges in the heavyweight division, that's probably the biggest. It might be the only. I really don't know who else he could face, to be honest, outside of that, so... Yeah, interesting. I'd love to see it. Jones would be favourite, but I don't know. There would be that element of, can Aspinall, who's in his prime, you know, can he do it? Is he the rightful king? Is the interim champion? Dana was very clear that he is next. And it does seem like Jon is not totally against the idea. So we are just seeing Jon inside the octagon, and we do have people making their way out of Madison Square Garden. Hollywood Guy said, Days, it's been a while since I've been here. Did Jones win? Hollywood Guy, shout out to you. Jones did get the victory, and he looked good doing it. In my eyes, he took all 3 rounds. He teased us. Connor said, when Jon is afraid, I'm afraid for the other guy. So, yeah, we've just got Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier. They are just breaking down the fights and the event that we just saw. But with that, I think we can probably call it quits. So we are clocking in at just over 8 hours by the looks of it, which is not a bad showing, all things considered. In fact, we got, according to this, 1 hour, 10 seconds, and then we'll be at that 8 hours. So we might as well just stick around for a little bit longer. But yeah, it went the way that we expected. Both fights, actually. We expected Jon Jones to win. We expected Charles Oliveira to win. Both of them picking up the victory. And... yeah, kind of sets up like a really interesting 2025. Massa said, love Stipe from Mizoram. One kick and Stipe was gone, said Rumour. Aspinall is 20 pounds heavier. He is faster with his hands. He's not afraid to go to the mat. I think it would be an extremely interesting competitive fight, said TA. I agree with you. I think that Jon Jones would be favourite. I think that it's still very hard to know how good Jones is, because this was not Jon Jones against prime Stipe. It was very clear to see that Stipe was not the fighter that he was. But Tom Aspinall, he wants the fight. He's interim champion. And yeah, he wasn't allowed in the octagon. He said he had asked to get in there. I think he is very respectful, though. I think he is very respectful. I think he is someone that isn't going to make things like happen. He'll ask, and if UFC allow it, then he'll do it. But yeah, look, here we got Jon Jones jumping around, celebrating. Connor, shout out to you, my friend. Days, thank you. I'll be back next week. I have your job one day. Thank you for the inspiration. Going on 3 years watching, Connor. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words, and I wish you all the very best if you're getting into YouTube and getting into watch-alongs. It's a very competitive field, but there's a lot of very knowledgeable people around, and I'm just very grateful that we've got a community that enjoy spending time with us. So, Connor, really appreciate it, my friends. With that being said, I think we have hit our mark of getting to 8 hours. So we'll wrap things up there. But a massive thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. Really appreciate all the support. Appreciate the fact people dropped the likes and shared their thoughts and left their opinions in our poll. And it was a really good show. Some really great moments. Some really great talking points. Like that Michael Chandler moment where he was standing there with Oliveira on his back. Madison Square Garden going crazy. Donald Trump walking out, getting an amazing reaction. There was some really fun stuff here. And did we get everything answered? Not really. I mean, we know where Stipe is now. He's retired. And he is not the fighter he was. So it does leave us a little bit in doubt as to where Jon Jones is. It leaves us a little bit in doubt as to how a fight with Aspinall would go. But I think Jones, as we said, would go in as favourite, but Tom Aspinall would definitely ask some questions. So looking forward to that. Hopefully they can get it over the line. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I will see you again next time. Bye for now. Oh, before I go, we need to look at Tapology. I almost ran away. My brain just went, we need to look. Oh, it's all change. Oh my God, Mosier 94. So Mr. Unfamiliar, who was top, drops to 5th. Oh, the drama, the flipping drama. Mr. Unfamiliar drops to 5th. JD colon 15 at 4. AWA Lumpsaraki at 3, 4 I am Oliveira at 2, and Mosier 94 stealing the win right at the end. Love that. Love that. So there we go. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.